Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A towering, mighty werewolf. You must have devoured rivers of blood by now, Lick. The countess at the head of the hall smiled, her tone teasing but edged with unease. From her seat, she had always looked down upon others. Yet for the first time, she was forced to crane her neck upward. The beast before her radiated power. This one is dangerous. Suppressing her fear, the countess curved her lips into a practiced, noble smile. She snapped open her folding fan, golden eyes glinting under her hat. "My name is Athena Sepisi," she purred. "Welcome to my castle, Lord Werewolf. Mother, 3 vampire daughters, each slender and pale as porcelain, giggled behind their hands. Their red lips curled as they cast playful glances at Luo Ji. So strong. He must have devoured thousands. We like him, Mother. Their laughter echoed like silver bells, light yet unsettling. Athena herself was a vision of timeless nobility. Silver white hair flowing under a feathered hat, pale skin flawless as snow, crimson lips the color of blood. The way she carried herself, dignity, arrogance, allure, was enough to remind Luo Ji what true aristocracy looked like. But Luo Ji only bared his teeth in a feral grin. "You're all vampires?" His sudden question startled her. Athena blinked, then covered her mouth with a laugh. "Daughters, tell him, are we vampires?" No, we're not vampires. Of course not. We're just the noble daughters of the Sepisi line, giggle." Their denial dripped with insincerity. Luo Ji narrowed his eyes. From a werewolf's perspective, Luo Ji rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, "I should tear you limb from limb. Werewolves and vampires are natural enemies. But, since you claim otherwise, let us say, for now, we are not enemies." His words were less concession, more warning. Athena's smile never faltered, but her fan stilled slightly. Her instincts screamed of danger. This beast was no ordinary werewolf. "Interesting," she murmured, golden eyes narrowing. "Perhaps we can sit and talk over lunch. What do you say, Lord Werewolf?" She glided past him, her perfume lingering in the air, her movements calculated to test and entice. A noble who had lived centuries knew well, when power was unknown, direct conflict was foolish. Better to tempt, to probe. "And what?" Luo Ji asked with a growl. "Would you have me eat?" Athena's lips curled higher. "Girls, bring our guests some blood food." "Yes, Mother," the daughters chimed. Mockery hid in Athena's tone, but curiosity burned in her eyes. For centuries, she had believed werewolves extinct. And now, here one stood, in daylight no less, fearless before silver, unbound by moonlight. Such a thing should not exist. As they waited, Athena's voice softened into conversational lilt. "Tell me, Lord Werewolf, do you know the old tales? Of Cain, the first vampire? Of the heresy trials? Of the so-called 1,000-year jihad?" Luo Ji tilted his head. "Enlighten me." Athena's fan tapped against her chin. "Cain legend, myth. Perhaps real, perhaps not. The heresy trials, humans in their medieval fervor hunting creatures like us. I wasn't alive then. But the so-called jihad? That was no holy war. Merely elders sacrificing their young to fight battles of power. It ended with the death of a prince, and humanity's cannons rising to dominance. Since then, monsters skulk in the dark. Who dares reveal themselves?" Her smile turned faint, dismissive. "These days, only foolish children still believe in fairy tales of vampires or Jack the Ripper." Her golden eyes sharpened. "But you, a living, pure-blooded werewolf. I have not seen such a thing since before my great-grandfather's time." She studied him, intrigued, her voice lowering. "A werewolf who walks freely in daylight. One unscarred by silver. Not cursed, but exalted. You are no common beast. You are the bloodline of the old leaders, the kind spoken of only in whispers, the strongest of your kind. Her fan snapped shut with a crisp sound. Tell me, Lord Werewolf, what are you really? Good men vanish. Good monsters endure. Luo Ji, in his towering werewolf form, had long believed that vampires were extinct. Countess Asina, seated elegantly before him, had thought the same of werewolves. Their meeting was a contradiction made flesh. Are you truly a vampire? How do you know these things? Luo Ji growled. Because most of them, Asina replied with a coy smile, lifting her blood-red wine, are nothing but stories humans invented. She swirled the glass, her silver hair glinting faintly in the candlelight. Real vampires? Extinct. Or perhaps they never existed at all. When I was a girl, I adored such tales. But later, a sickness bound me to blood. I needed flesh and blood to survive, to remain strong. So people began to call me Vampire. Her golden eyes sharpened as she leaned closer. But I do not burn in the sun. I fear no silver, nor the witch hunter's flames. None of the weaknesses you've heard in stories apply to me. Even the fire of the trials could not consume me. Her smile widened, graceful, chilling. So tell me, what does that make me? Luo Ji's ice-blue eyes did not waver. His mane drifted in the cold wind, and his gaze slid to the crest pinned to her chest. That badge, is it yours? Asina lowered her head slightly, brushing her fingers across the sigil. This, she asked lightly, just a trinket, a family collection. Why do you ask? It feels familiar. Luo Ji's pupils narrowed as memory struck. The symbol. He had seen it before, on the corpse of a robber he had slain, one torn apart by the shadow crocodile. A twisted mark, two number 8s interwoven, devouring one another. Ouroboros, the serpent devouring its own tail. Infinity, eternity, circulation. But here, two serpents bound together. What does it symbolize? Luo Ji pressed. Ouroboros, Asina said smoothly, was once sacred in the old churches of Eastern Europe, Hungary, Romania. The snake, worshipped as holy. To the Gnostics, it means infinity, eternity, the soul of the world. Her fingers caressed the crest, and her smile turned sharper. But two Ouroboros intertwined? That means rebirth and destruction. Do you like it, Lord Werewolf? No, Luo Ji's voice dropped into a growl. I'll speak plainly, Countess. I found that symbol on a human I killed. Do you have ties to its owner? Her expression faltered. For the first time, a flicker of unease crossed her perfect mask. Meanwhile, in the cold, damp dungeon below the castle, a heavy thud echoed as something was dropped onto the stone floor. Lena flinched, her heart pounding. Then came laughter, high, lilting, cruel. She forced her head up. In the shadows, a figure toyed with blades, their edges glinting faintly. This is just like a horror film. Elder sister, the new prey, is here. A girlish giggle echoed. Such a young one. I want to drain her blood, make her into a vintage sandwich. The iron door creaked open. Pale light spilled into the chamber. Lena's eyes widened. Corpses. Dozens of them, hanging from hooks, drained husks of girls before her. Her stomach turned as bile rose in her throat. Countess Asina's daughters tugged at her hair, dragging her across the stone floor. She screamed, but her voice drowned beneath their mocking laughter. Be honored, little lamb. You will be offered to our mother's guest. An alive sacrifice, how delightful giggle. The walls themselves seemed to whisper as they hauled her up the stairs. Through tears, Lena caught a glimpse of the great hall. At its center sat a silver-haired lady in noble finery, her pale skin flawless as marble. Across from her loomed a hulking shadow, a beast cloaked in black, with fangs, claws, and eyes that glowed like ice. For a heartbeat, Lena froze. That terrifying creature felt familiar. The castle hall. There's a long table on the first floor, which is full of meals. The live chicken is cut open, and the blood is wrapped in mysterious sauce. The blood cheese on the side is stuck with a knife, still braving. The hot red wine relies on the unknown meat sausage cut into long strips, and everything is reflected in the warm candlelight. A scene of waiting for guests to dine. Chariot. That's how humans call it. It's a tank. Lady Countess Asina took a sip of red wine, then raised her eyes to look at the gentleman beast opposite, the werewolf Luo Ji. She began to explain the origin and meaning of the badge. I once met a young man who worshipped authority and had a strong desire to pursue power in an ancient monastery. The human being had a rather evil soul. Later, I heard a woman in the monastery and was seen by him, but you guess what happened afterwards? He asked me what the blood smelled like. I smiled and didn't answer. I thought he was funny, so I let him go. This badge was also seen in the monastery. Those monastery bridges, Ishi, the monk's seat, and the sleeve of the dean's coat were all decorated with this symbol. I thought it was very interesting, so I took one away. What happened later? Luo Ji asked. Later that boy became a big man. He let his subordinates bring armored vehicles and tanks into my territory, killing many of my believers. He also took my things. Mrs. Asina was very angry. She recalled the day when the fire of war spread here. As an immortal being, she may have a very happy life. She has all the things that women in the world seek to keep young, healthy body, beautiful face. But it also attracted the prying eyes of others, and the young man finally grew up, turned into a demon, and devoured her. Then what did you do? Luo Ji continued to ask. I killed all of them. No, there were still a few people who escaped and took away my treasure. I sent someone to chase and kill them, but I still couldn't find the target. But at that time, the boy's minions had been wiped out after he grew up, and his fate ended on that day. Speaking of this, after Mrs. Asina panted violently. Because I have lost the most important treasure, I can't leave the castle for a long time. But I remember that the organization that the teenagers secretly cultivated, their mark is this double title. The tail snake represents destruction and rebirth, exactly the same as in the monastery. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji seemed to have guessed something vaguely. For example, who is the boy's true identity? But compared to these, he is curious about what important treasure Mrs. Asina has lost. That treasure? I guess you would ask so. That's why I told you such things. Lord Werewolf, can I ask you something? You can understand it as a commission, of course, well paid. You mean, let me find the treasure you lost? Yes. Mrs. Asina smiled. Why do you think I should follow a vampire's commission? Because that thing is important to me, and whoever gets that thing can control the whole world. Then if I find it, what if I own it? If he can take it back, it means you have that strength. But only I know the secret hides, so you will definitely come back and find me. Really? Then just talk about it, clues about it. There are not many clues. I only know that one of the few humans who escaped from me is named Edward. If he were still alive, he would be more than 90 years old by now. That's it? There are too many people named Edward. How do I know that it is and that is not? Have you forgotten the double Ouroboros badge? Since you told me you have seen such a symbol before, it means that you have more clues than I do. What if one is a coincidence? This requires you to investigate, Lord Werewolf. Mrs. Asina finished speaking. She just needs to wait to see Luo Ji's own thoughts or not. I can try it, but you have to show some sincerity and tell me where to find them easier. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Asina smiled. She took out a photo and said, Here is their secret base. Many of my believers were arrested by them for research. There is their biochemical laboratory in a basement in Europe. How should I contact you? Here. Suddenly, Mrs. Asina took out a large cell phone from nowhere and motioned to Luo Ji to write down her phone number. Good guys. Luo Ji called out to the good guy. It seems that the Countess is hidden from view, advancing with the times to the extent that modern products of mankind can be used freely. This is a novel thing my believers brought to me. It's much better than sending letters with bats before. It really works. Luo Ji was also a little embarrassed, but raised his head pretending to be calm. So what's the reward? The reward will naturally be given to you when you bring the treasures to me. Don't worry, their value is much higher than you think. For example, the bones of the ancient wolf king, Cain's holy relic. Even I will share that treasure with you, haha. It is not just as simple as collection value. Maybe it will make you stronger, which will lead to some kind of evolution. All right. Luo Ji looked at the corner of Asina's slightly raised mouth, and the calculation and greed in the other's eyes were unobstructed. He sighed, "Big people always do this, every time he feels confident that everything is in his grasp, and eventually he loses all the games." But it has to be said that the baby in Asnaf's population aroused his curiosity. Only if you are deceived. Then, send them all to hell. Asterisk. At the same time, the other side of Eurasia, in the office of a University of Science and Technology in Longwa. Professor Mu, it is not shadow crocodile that we are investigating now, but nightmare. It was the middle-aged man from the overall situation who came here again and said to the old professor who looked more than 60 years old. 3 days ago, many people in City S had a nightmare. Although most people have forgotten the relevant content in the nightmare, so many people have nightmares at the same time, which is extremely abnormal. So we did an investigation and found a person who survived the nightmare game, asked something, but their answers were different, and everyone's nightmare description was different. Well, it's really weird. The old professor frowned and nodded, as if the problem this time was more troublesome than that of the shadow crocodile. So look, how to explain this phenomenon? Could it be the interference of the Earth's magnetic field? Impossible. There were no problems with many of the equipment at the time. Hypnosis. Hypnosis. From a psychological point of view, it may be that someone has given psychological hints to the people in the whole city. For example, the external environment, such as the placement of the environment, or the location, lighting, etc., creates a certain psychological shadow for people. I have my own fantasy, causing a large area of people to have nightmares, and the content of the nightmares varies from person to person. Indeed, what you said is that the vague content described by those who have nightmares is various, but some people think that they dream of driving a Formula One car and feel very cool. Let me just say, it is impossible for millions of people in the city to fall into a nightmare collectively. After all, the only thing that can achieve this level is... What is it? It's God, the old professor said jokingly. Who can do this except God? Don't talk to me about science, because if there is a high-dimensional civilization, then they are gods to us. So we can't understand this happening. It makes sense. The middle-aged man nodded, but then his phone rang. Hey, are you sure? Yes, I know I'll pass. What's the matter, Xiaowang? Working matters. This matter has nothing to do with you. When the middle-aged man stood up and was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and asked, Yes, teacher, talk about theology. Do you know the image of a snake biting his tail? Are you talking about Ouroboros? It's not just famous in theology, it's also quite famous in the scientific world. Really? Do you know why there are 2 such snakes intertwined? What does it mean? I don't know. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? It seemed that the old professor had also encountered things he didn't understand, and it was the first time he had heard of this kind of thing after he lived such a big life. No, it's nothing. It's just that my subordinates said that they found such a mark on a member of a foreign secret organization and asked me to investigate the spy. By the way, do you remember it 4 months ago in Wangjing Pharmaceutical Enterprise, the large-scale explosion in the pharmaceutical building of Daxia? Regarding the explosion, Han Wei claimed to be caused by the poorly functioning research facilities. Later, after he was killed on a cruise ship, we investigated his residence and found a document. There is a photo of him having contact with a foreign company. The action code in the photo is the double Ouroboros. Oh, yes, this matter is confidential because you're a teacher and you're also a member of our organization. So I mentioned it, but please don't let it out. Hope you can understand. Don't worry, Xiaowang. Just go ahead and do it. I just pretend that I haven't heard anything. The old professor also realized that this matter involved multiple forces, so he didn't continue to ask more questions. Well, I'll go ahead and trouble you next time. After speaking, the middle-aged man quickly left the office. The perspective goes back to a small village on the border of a certain country in Eastern Europe, in the castle of evil spirits. Mom, there are customers. I've been waiting for a long time. 3 women in red, wearing long gauze, dragging the ground with embroidered light gauze on their arms, walked down the stairs with long legs like snow. Their eyes flowed and looked at Luo Ji, who had been staring at the prey girl. "Do you want to eat in such a hurry?" They said, their red lips curled up. "It's okay too." Luo Ji snorted. "The trouble is coming." He looked at the human girl who was dragged over, who was the survivor among the 3 hapless ones. It's just that Luo Ji saw 2 tragic deaths on the way here, but didn't see this girl. It now appears that the blood ritual referred to by the Countess. It should be referring to her. "Guest, where do you want to start?" Luo Ji is supporting his chin with wolf claws at this time. To be honest, he doesn't eat people. But when this is said, the vampires don't even believe it. Werewolves do not eat meat. Are they vegetarian? On the contrary, I feel that I look down on them and insult them. It's getting late. Having said that, Luo Ji stood up and said, "Thank you for your invitation, madam, but I will not eat this meal." "Are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to let the baby return to the original owner sooner?" "Okay then." Countess Asina nodded slightly and looked at Luo Ji with deep eyes. "In that case, you can take this girl with you. Just treat it as a gift from me." "Thank you very much, but I refuse." Luo Ji glanced at the frightened Lena, and the other party seemed to recognize herself. "Wolf, werewolf, it's you. Please, help me." At this time, let alone Luo Ji, including Mrs. Asina, the 3 vampire daughters also looked surprised. When they grew up, it was the first time that they saw a human calling for a werewolf for help. "It's so pitiful. She seems to be crazy. Hurry up and let the blood let her, otherwise it may break." The 3 vampire daughters laughed at each other. Crazy, giving people the feeling of a sick, mad woman shuddering. "She will leave it to you." With the sound of gradual walking, Luo Ji looked out of the castle. The distant mountain fell down, and the night pressed his breath, cold without a trace of melodiousness, wild and unrestrained as depicted by the blade. Behind, in the struggle of the girl reaching out for help, the picture freezes. The vampire daughters also showed cruel smiles, and 6 arms pulled the girl who had escaped from the castle back into it. Under the pale moonlight, the scene in the castle is like an oil painting, full of artistic sense. In the eyes of the Countess, the werewolf jumped on the high bridge and climbed towards the height of the cliff. With his claws inserted in the rock, his muscles exploded, his mane moved with the wind, and he jumped to a height of more than 10 meters. Then it climbed to the top of the mountain like a ghost, standing on the cliff with its back facing the old castle, its eyes twisted slightly under the moonlight, and then the werewolf's blue pupils lit up with cold light, and then it was fleeting, chasing the wind. Like electricity, disappeared under the thick night. Asterisk. System reminder. The night of the full moon is coming. The countdown is 2 days. Please prepare the host in advance. The 4th day of the transformation of the werewolf. Afternoon. Luo Ji is walking on the road to the ALS Mountains. Where is his next destination? The place that Countess Arthur pointed out was here. However, Luo Ji, who was watching the scenery in the wilderness, suddenly heard the system prompt. Night of the full moon. He was stunned, then asked, "What is a full moon night?" Answer the host. The night of the full moon is the night when the werewolf transforms. Some monsters in the Magic series will transform into special forms according to the environment of the scene. The special form of werewolves violent? Correct. On the night of the full moon, the host's sanity will be infinitely close to 0, the size will be huge, and the self-healing ability and the desire to attack will be infinitely improved until the end of the night. What's the meaning? Luo Ji was shocked. The description of this sentence seems to be saying that if you enter a violent state, the whole person will become like a real beast. Moreover, the self-healing ability and offensive ability are infinitely improved. Wrong. It should be a time limit, that is, until the end of the moonlit night. During this period of time, his attack power and recovery ability have increased infinitely, and he has lost his sanity at the same time, becoming a real monster. Prepare in advance. Luo Ji raised his hand and looked at the sharp claws shining with cold light. I don't know when we'll start. He vaguely noticed that his blood vessels were flaring and his muscles swelled. The body began to engorge. It's not yet the night of the full moon, right? He raised his head and looked at the sun in the afternoon, still hanging high in the sky. But suddenly there was a tearing sound of clothing behind him, as if unknowingly his muscles grew a little bit bigger. Follow this trend. When it comes to the night of the full moon in 2 days later, isn't he going to super run away? It's too scary. Fortunately, the prompt of the system gave Luo Ji enough time to prepare. Even if it is a runaway, it must be used in the right place. In addition, there is another description about the night of the full moon. When the Wolf King is in the night of the full moon, he will continue to gain special abilities such as muscle strengthening, bone strengthening, and destructive charging. Muscle strengthening can greatly increase Luo Ji's moving speed and explosive power. For example, now his muscles have begun to faintly swell, and his whole body has a feeling of restlessness. In the process of bone strengthening, Luo Ji's height will gradually increase. This changes along with muscle strengthening. That is, his body size becomes larger. Destroy the charge. Luo Ji moved his mind, raised his right arm, and watched his blood veins gradually become red and hot, and then the blood began to concentrate on the sharp claws. After a while, the sharp claws turned into red-hot steel, exuding hundreds or nearly 1,000 degrees high temperature. And it seems that the temperature is continuing to skyrocket. It's so hot and uncomfortable. Luo Ji hurriedly ended the destructive charging mode, allowing the blood to disperse quickly, and then after a burst of light red steam emitted from behind his body temperature began to drop rapidly. On the other hand, sharp claws, because of the high temperature, caused some passivation. But in less than a few seconds, with the crackling of bones, the original dull claws began to grow again. Like molting, the sharp new claws replaced the original blunt claws. Continue again. Due to the consumption of energy, Luo Ji had bursts of hunger pangs. That's it. This is my new ability. High-temperature claws. It seems that when tearing things like metal and steel, the effect will be better, because ordinary people can't bear this kind of damage at all. It's like a waste of recruiting soldiers. This should be a move related to skills. Oh, dash! Walking among the mountains, Luo Ji screamed up to the sky. With a huge figure jumping back and forth in the mountains and forests, like a real monster, rushing towards the secret research base in the ALS mountains. Around the evening, Luo Ji arrived at a high place in the mountain area and saw the steel base at the bottom about a few kilometers away. There are not many guards. There were only a few people who looked like mercenaries standing near the wire mesh. The scale of the building was not very large, and it was more like a factory than a base. Is this really the target location? Luo Ji wondered if he was looking for the wrong place. But it doesn't matter anymore. You will know the situation when you intrude into it. Next, before the night of the full moon comes, dive, none, and enter double, a wave of investigations before making a decision. ALS Mountains, unknown time period, a factory in a scientific research base. Staring at the chaotic scorched earth under my feet, the dim orange sunset shattered in the steel tile room. The factory seemed to have experienced some kind of monster attack, and there were black blood everywhere. Luo Ji, do not. The monster in the form of a werewolf was walking around the steel factory at this time, with sharp claws scratching on the wall, leaving terrible claw marks. This is the first experimental area. In its dark vision enhancement, the night is like daylight. Everything hidden in the darkness around him can't be concealed from him. Whether it is thick smoke or weak obstacles, it can't prevent Luo Ji from prying on the situation here. At the same time, the bodies of the mercenaries fell everywhere, as if they were seen through, appearing in the senses of the werewolf Luo Ji. When walking, Luo Ji's sharp claws were gradually covered by blood-red light, and then reflected orange light like a hot metal. When the sharp claws were charged and strengthened, he raised his right paw and tore it down at the door in front of him. Wow! The thunderous movement resounded throughout the steel factory, making the researchers and the mercenaries armed with guns alert and looking out of the gate one after another. At the door, The tall werewolf stood against the light, looking down at everything, looking extremely oppressive. The hunt had started. A roar of arrogant roar sounded, and at the moment when the mercenaries raised their guns in horror, a figure that fell from the sky tortured and killed him, and the huge claws directly tore him into several segments, and then came from the entire factory. An extremely miserable scream resounded through the entire steel base. Immediately afterwards, as the wolf howled, the factory heard the sound of boom, 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 footsteps, and a heavy sense of oppression was immediately forced. Hurry up and shoot. Go to hell, monster. Ah. The rain-like bullets of the P-90 submachine gun focused wildly on one target. Under the horrified gaze of the mercenaries, the figure of the monster, one hand mutated into sharp claws, but the other arm was completely alienated. Become a metal-like giant claw with exaggerated proportions. Woo! The tall werewolf, exuding a terrifying aura, roared through the factory. Immediately afterwards, like a monster, a leaping more than 10 meters pounced and continuously waved under the cold light of Lee. The gunfire stopped, and a row of people and the guns in their hands instantly burst behind a werewolf. Stand up. The monster in the pool of blood slowly stood up at this moment and spattered the blood on the wall with its sharp claws. Afterwards, there were 2 traces drawn by huge, sharp claws on the wall, obviously like traces left by a monster with strengthened muscles. This kind of heavy and oppressive attack was left by the intruder. The video screen is here. Playing ends. Pop. The table was slammed. The white middle-aged man in the emergency meeting room stood up and glared forward. Who will explain? What the hell is this? He roared angrily. I have said to make you pay attention, but now the experimental body ran out and destroyed a base. Who of you is the person in charge of this area? Stand up for me. Some people on the seats in the conference room who couldn't see their appearances had cold sweat on their foreheads and clenched their fists. Report. I don't remember we have such an experiment. What? I don't remember that there is such an experimental body in our first district. There are many physics research institutions in our area, most of which are related to the nuclear industry. It is a new type of research center that has concentrated many international specialized scientific research centers. The scientific research base, the biochemical experiment base, should be in District 7. Do you think I'm stupid? Monster. Are you sure that this monster came out of the 7th district? How did it get here from the European headquarters? Who has leaked it? You want to say that among us? Is there a ghost inside? At this moment, the emotionally high level, resisting the urge to explode, a group of people looked restless. So what? Leakage or accident? Isn't it better for us? This monster shows the powerful power we dream of. Isn't it just a perfect research object? Shut up. Who are you going to catch this monster? Take care of it for me. Otherwise, it will affect my next campaign. You don't want to get out easily. Previously stated that this matter has nothing to do with our 7th district. We have not had any leaks at all. There is nothing wrong with the 2nd district. The 3rd district is also damn. Stop fighting. Listening to the high-level quarrels and shirking responsibility, a man in military uniform stood up and said indifferently, I'll deal with this matter. General Mike, I'm sorry for you, the man in the main seat said, and then added, but remember, that guy will live. I see. Immediately after the man left, the meeting room fell into a dead silence, and the atmosphere was dignified and terrifying. Ho-ho! There was a harsh whistling sound from the sky outside the mountains. The werewolf stopped. He raised his head and looked at the helicopter roaring in the sky through the shadow of the woods. The group of armed helicopters brought roaring noise. There were about a dozen of them, equipped with heavy machine gun escorts, hovering and observing the ground. There were lush forests in a radius of several kilometers. What's going on? Go, go, go. At this time, the steel-based factory buildings in the distance were burning with raging fires, and the dark weather with black smoke seemed to have been attacked by an explosion. NH-90 helicopter? The werewolf came back to his senses and looked coldly at the group of helicopters flying over here to search. He understood something. These helicopters with a higher configuration than the Black Hawk helicopter are obviously not something ordinary people can own. Here it is. Maybe there are still people who don't understand what happened. Take time back a little bit for half a day. At that time, the werewolf Luo Ji, following the clue instructions provided by Countess Arthur, came to this mountainous area to search for the base, and then found this first district scientific research factory. He got rid of the mercenaries outside one after another, and then went in looking for clues. It turns out that although some of the experimental facilities here are still left, most of them have been moved. The so-called headquarters of the biochemical laboratory is not here, and here's the steel factory that produces those research facilities, which are still related in nature. So the werewolves' all research facilities were destroyed and left after burning. Then, there is the present scene. The dense helicopter group in the sky pressed toward the forest where he was hiding, as if already trapped in a heavy siege, and the searchlights began to inspect the target. Then there is no way. The werewolf took a deep breath. His left and right arms were strangely congested and inflated, genetically altering the body structure, and the claws began to extend forward to half a meter long and gave unparalleled horror-tearing ability. It's a pity you are the real prey. As the ground under the werewolf's feet burst open, he charged away like a sharp arrow. It takes time. The monsters running on all fours are exposed to the detection lights of the helicopters, but they do not wait for the people on the helicopters to react and be alert. The earth burst, sound waves burst, it leaped high like a monster and leaped toward the helicopter closest to the ground. A violent and fierce beast. The sound of breaking through the air came. The werewolf's sharp claws pierced through a helicopter and hooked underneath the helicopter. Then another sharp claw pierced the mercenary above and threw his whole person down. Don't get in the way. Die all to me. Next moment, it was linked to a hijacking in the air, and the werewolf suddenly climbed onto the helicopter and cut the throat inside, and the pilot found the goal. In the firelight map, others heard the shrill sirens from the hijacked helicopter. At the same time, the mercenaries watched in horror on the helicopter. A huge black figure leaped high, waving the claws of the god of death, and leaping towards their helicopter. Quickly, quickly kill it. In an instant, the machine gun on the helicopter strafed, and the submachine gun bullets in the hands of the mercenaries blasted towards the monsters in the attacked helicopter. The next one is you. The werewolf was familiar with controlling the power of every inch of muscle, and as he leaped away, the sharp, giant claws cut off the helicopter and the propellers like tofu. The helicopter exploded. In the heat wave, the figure of the werewolf seemed to be leveraging the force again in the air, stepping on the crashed helicopter and culling towards another helicopter higher up. Call the command center. Was attacked by a monster. Call the command center. Before the third helicopter even had time to react, it collided with great force. The helicopter spun in the sky like a broken wire and fell towards the ground. At the moment of the crash, the werewolf leaped towards a forest. Boom! With a huge fire rising in the forest, another helicopter crashed and exploded. At this time, the other helicopter groups hurriedly rose to a height of 100 meters and then frantically fired with machine guns in the direction of the dark shadows of the forest. The forest trees were destroyed in an instant. Trees fell under the dense bullets, and more helicopters began to surround them. Research. The werewolf landed on the ground with his knees slightly bent. At this time, the ground under his feet split instantly, and the surplus of terrifying power spread to the surroundings. Are you here again? The werewolf slowly exhaled white smoke from his mouth, straightened up, and looked at the other helicopters flying towards him. Roar! At this time, the strong smell of blood lures Luo Ji. Hunting and killing are the fateful contract of werewolves. He instinctively opened the fangs exposed by his lips, and his pupils were covered in blood with a fierce light. At this time, his body size had soared to nearly 4 meters tall, making almost all creatures feel scared. At the moment when the machine gun turret bullets fired, the werewolf muscles trembled again, got up on all fours, and ran quickly in the direction of a crash helicopter. It is as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. In the process of circling and chasing by other helicopters, the werewolf arrived near the crashed helicopter first. Since it was hung on a tree, the helicopter was still well preserved, and not all the mercenaries inside were completely dead. Amid the screams of the mercenary who broke his leg, the werewolf's claws ran across his throat. Immediately after the werewolf snatched the machine gun weapon on the helicopter, he lifted it high and pointed it in the direction of several other helicopters flying over him. Oh my God! Seeing this scene, the pilots and armed personnel on the helicopter stared in horror. They had guessed that the werewolf monster was a very dangerous guy, but no one thought of it. The opponent can even use the machine gun on the helicopter. In an instant, everyone was panicked. They didn't seem to be fighting a beast at all, but a real monster that seemed to have a surpassing human intelligence. Quickly disperse. That's too late. When the revolver machine gun started to burst into flames in the hands of the werewolf, under its indifferent pupils, several helicopters exploded as soon as they flew over, and there was no such a terrifying machine gun in its hands. The recoil is the same. Not only that, the bullet was as precise as a sniper rifle, killing the pilot instantly, and then in a burst of fire, all the humans on the helicopter died. Hoo. The propeller of a helicopter was damaged, and it fell to the ground in the direction of the werewolf. However, the werewolf was unmoved, leaving the helicopter clinging to its figure to crash on the side, and then a huge flame burst out behind him. Real men never look back at explosions. When the last helicopter was turned over, the bullets of the revolver gun in his hand were almost exhausted, and Luo Ji left on the ground and circled it around. Destroyed ruins were everywhere. The forest was burning. Several helicopters fell in the flaming ruins, and the bodies of mercenaries were everywhere. Sudden, the werewolf raised his head and looked at a helicopter in the distant sky, turning around. It seemed to be far away. After seeing that his teammates were all destroyed, he was so scared that he turned around and left. Run, while you can still run. The werewolf watched this scene, and his figure looked terrifying in the light of the fire. The hair all over his body floated with the heat wave. The muscles glowed red. The volatilization of sweat made the surroundings look like they were in steam, and the claws gradually changed from orange-red to silver-white steel-like cold. Roar proud. I saw the domineering werewolf king's body, slightly bent, his front legs stretched forward, and then a howling sound that resounded across the sky toward the night. The sound shook the entire field, making it creepy, then disappeared into the night. The other side, somewhere 247 kilometers away from here. The propellers of the helicopter rang all night, making people unable to sleep. The soldiers stayed on alert because their operation was carried out in secret, and they tried their best to avoid being discovered by others in the process of capturing the werewolves. The investigation team is almost wiped out. Really, I get it. At this time, they received information that the werewolf had destroyed all 6 or 7 helicopters. Here, many of them became nervous, but they were not afraid, but began to act more cautiously. The reason is simple. If they can't complete this task, then they will have no chance of surviving. Because their immediate superiors have great powers and are extremely mysterious, not only the military, but also the powers of many countries. Prison. Front. Choose one. The heavily armed mercenaries echoed the orders given to them by their superiors. Those high-level officers only cared about the immediate benefits and didn't care about the life or death of others at all. But fortunately, the rewards this time are rich enough. Just participating in the operation can get $1 million. At the same time, there are very luxurious weapons and equipment, a large number of anesthetic injections, and 2 anti-tank guided missile guns as strategic weapons. Sufficient firepower, plus a lot of money. Desperate to complete this vote, otherwise many of them would have been tortured to death in jail, as they were former criminals. However, Luo Ji wants to say, "Who do you think you are? Hunt me down? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. I have come to you," just as he thought in his heart. The monster in the form of a werewolf at this time did not escape or hide, but followed the helicopter that was released by it. No matter which path you are on, it is you who brought me here. The target on the helicopter is fleeing desperately. However, the smell of blood is still lingering in the air, enticing the hunting of wild beasts. Report. Report. Director Fred, I'm a member of the USS Special Operations Team. Request a return. Request a return. The helicopter pilot said tremblingly, while the helicopter flew quickly towards the base. The target is the arrest complete? What came from the other side of the radio was not the voice of the director, but another low-pitched man's voice. You are Captain Death. I ask you, has the target been arrested? No. The whole army was annihilated, and the monster jumped onto the helicopter, and it would use human weapons. That's it. The owner of the voice in the soldier's memory is called Death. He is the elite of the elite. He has completed many tasks that were deemed impossible by humans by the special forces, and he is very famous. Go down. At the nearby temporary base, an elite team was standing on a high empty platform at this time, holding guns and staring at this side. When the helicopter propeller slowly lowered, Reaper raised his sniper rifle and stared at the figure in the cockpit. Have you followed it? Captain Reaper suddenly moved the sniper scope a few kilometers away. In the night, a ghostly figure was moving quickly toward this side. Werewolf. There was a low murmur in the death god's throat, and he seemed to be curious about the tremendous power of this non-human monster. Even a helicopter could destroy it. Do you want to shoot? Do not. The Reaper stopped the player's movements, and at this time he aimed at the werewolf on the high platform and stared at its movements. I'll help. Captain Death, shoot. At this time, the helicopter pilot seemed to see the monster running in his direction, desperately shouting to the radio, and at the same time the propeller of the helicopter started to rotate again. The next moment, between the electric light and flint, the helicopter pilot flew upside down like an inverted cannonball and was thrown heavily on the ground, wiping out a bloody trajectory. With the tearing sound of huge steel, a terrifying Wolf King figure appeared in the cockpit of the helicopter. As the claws of both arms were torn apart, the helicopter was forcibly torn in half, followed by a series of explosions. Moan! After a roll and landing, the werewolf flew tens of meters forward at the moment the helicopter exploded, seeming to be incredibly fast. Boom! The broken helicopter exploded behind him. Suddenly, the werewolf began to bend down as if sniffing the scent in the air, lowered his head, and looked for something nearby, walking around unhurriedly. The dark figure is covered with a thick fireproof hair. The orange light from the top is lingering, and the whole body is exuding a faint pink steam. Whether it is the legs, hands, and even the chest and head, they are all entangled by the vaporized water vapor. It seems it is because the body temperature is too high during high-speed exercise, which causes the blood and sweat to be volatilized. As for how the werewolf supplemented his physical strength, it might have something to do with the mercenaries it killed. The claws cut the mercenary's body, and it seemed that even the blood was taken away. Become a nutrient for the next battle. It means that the more battles are stronger, the more killings, the stronger the power. The scariest place is his arm that doesn't look like a human. Surprisingly, it was the one who had just driven the helicopter, showing the claws of a huge blade. What monster! Just like other elite soldiers, the god of death stared at this lacquered black figure who was enscathed in the flames of the explosion, and they were shocked. Hey, did you bring anti-material weapons? Coming. To deal with such a monster, if we don't use anti-devices, we might not even be able to hurt its fur. The god of death clamped the large-caliber sniper rifle on the high platform at this time, and then began to aim at the huge werewolf who was standing in place and looking left and right. It seemed to have entered a state of alert, sniffing the smell in the air. At this moment, it seems that because the helicopter exploded, the mercenaries in the temporary base found out about the situation here and began to swarm out of the tent. Oh no! The god of death exclaimed, and saw the werewolf's alert state from the beginning in the sniper rifle scope, and suddenly became violent. His muscles swelled, and then his power exploded, and he immediately slammed into a distance of more than 30 meters on the ground. The last few jumps attacked the position of the group of soldiers who had run out of the tent. It's over. The members of the Grim Reaper squad were all faceted with earthy faces, watching the werewolf monsters on the ground in the distance burst out at a suffocating speed. The moment the sonic boom sounded, blood splashed on the bodies of dozens of people, and the sharp claws seemed to be cutting fruits. They were mutilated in midair, and then everyone fell to the ground in a straight line. Woo! The werewolf raised his head and screamed, leaping high, facing the soldiers surrounded by the follow-up pack. He did not hesitate to explode his own power. Endless hunting. The terrifying orange-red, huge, high-temperature claws burst into flames in an instant, making an explosion sound that pierced through the air, and with the tearing sound of steel tearing, the steel pillars under the huge tent turned into molten iron. With the screams of the soldiers, a small team of more than 20 people was destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Damn! What a hell! Under the gaze of Death and his team members, soldier members of the temporary base, all die. Captain, what shall we do? Withdraw. Upon seeing this, the god of Death quickly stood up and ran towards the off-road vehicle. He had an amazing intuition about the danger. Before he was discovered by the monster, he decided to escape the scene. But when he and his team members were preparing to evacuate, suddenly an explosion sounded on the ground nearby, and then I didn't know whether it was a stray bullet or something. A hapless teammate limped and was hit by the debris. What? The team member left his leg alone, then looked at the deep wound, gritted his teeth, and ran in the direction of the car. And many more. When Grim Reaper was about to get into the car, he suddenly looked behind him. The figure of the terrifying werewolf standing in the sea of explosion and flame disappeared at some point, climbing quickly towards a signal tower over there. What is it going to do? Just when Captain Death was surprised and uncertain, his more terrifying side gradually widened his eyes. He guessed what the werewolf was going to do. There is a signal tower more than 240 meters away from here, which is exactly the same height as here. See here. He was horrified and immediately picked up the anti-equipment sniper rifle and fired at the werewolf who was climbing. Boom! The moment the sniper rifle was ejected, the werewolf subconsciously began to evade, but it was still not faster than the bullet, and the anti-material weapon hit its shoulder. This terrifying bullet, which was enough to destroy military equipment, only penetrated the werewolf's muscles and got stuck in the gaps in the bones. As the werewolf's figure faltered, the damaged muscles quickly regenerated, and the bullets were also expelled from the body. But this time, it directly angered the werewolf. It twisted its frightening neck and looked at the gradually orange-red pupils, which were extremely bright in the middle of the night. Damn it! Captain Reaper's eyes widened, watching the werewolf leap directly on the high platform. This is a distance of more than 200 meters. Bang, bang, bang. He fired a few more shots, trying to stop the werewolf's movements with the penetration of the bullet. He succeeded. Although the bullet failed to shoot down the werewolf, it affected its speed, and when it was about to jump up, it had to choose the nearest landing site to land. Captain Go. At this time, the god of Death ran away quickly, jumping towards the off-road vehicle where the injured teammate was, and then ran the wheels, drove to the maximum horsepower, and fled out. Next second, a sharp claw on the edge of Gauhal landed on it, and then a figure jumped up and landed on the high platform. Lifting up the red eyes in the dark, the werewolf stared at the scene of the off-road vehicle speeding through the wilderness. His expression became more fierce, and then it smelled. The smell of blood, the rich smell of blood. In that car, the off-road vehicle floated up, as if it had encountered pheromones, making it crazy. The endless hunting begins. Away. Outside the destroyed temporary base, the off-road vehicle was galloping fast on the wilderness plains. The god of Death had a very high heart rate at this time and made a whistling sound with his lungs breathing, indicating that he was very nervous at this time. Known as one of the 10 strongest mercenaries in the world, Reaper. Every task he has performed in his life is extremely dangerous. 9 deaths and deaths is not only a strong ability, but also an astonishing perception of crisis. It's not that the god of death has not been hunted down, but now in this situation, he is the first time in history. Hey, wow! Suddenly, the driver of the off-road vehicle suddenly stepped on the brakes, turned the steering wheel violently, and splashed a piece of mud on the ground. What's the situation? Reaper raised his head and looked out of the car window, his pupils shrinking sharply. I saw that the beast appeared in front of me at some time. It seemed to have spared a large circle, climbed to the high mountain, and chased it directly over the mountain. Damn, what the hell is this be D monster? The god of death has performed so many tasks and has never seen such a horrible and bizarre thing, killing dozens of people instantly, and at the same time having a speed faster than AR.IT is like a super life body. Suddenly the tire exploded. It seems that the speed is too fast, and the rocks at the foot of the nearby mountain are sharper. At this time, the off-road vehicle immediately jumped on the spot after a tire burst, rolled a few times on the ground, and fell motionless on the ground. Boom! Reaper opened the door with a kick, slipped a shovel from the bottom of the car, and escaped, glaring forward. Damn! Can't escape. Get ready to fight. It's the captain. Whether the other members were injured or okay, they all crawled out of the overturned car and took out their weapons. Watch out. Clear. The god of death raised his head and seemed to know that he couldn't escape. He loaded the gun with the determination of death, holding the anti-equipment sniper rifle and waiting for him, wanting to hit the monster head-on. Come on, monster. Kill me. Death roared like a beast, and after seeing the werewolf swooping down the cliff, he shot wildly at the werewolf monster under the cover of his teammates' submachine gun bullets. Bang! 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 The devastating bullet penetrated and smashed the rock, but could not stop the progress of the Wolf King in the slightest. Is that you? There was a terrible roar from the Wolf King's throat, and the surrounding trembling. The guy who sniped me down from the high platform? Luo Ji looked at the direction of death with a grudge. It seemed that if he hadn't secretly shot the gun, he might not have found this guy. The bullets of the anti-equipment are indeed very powerful, which directly caused Luo Ji's shoulders to bloom. If it were not for the monster-level recovery power of the werewolf, one arm would be abolished under normal circumstances. Come on, kill me! While the god of death roared, he picked up the submachine gun beside him and fired wildly. But as the werewolf's claws staggered in front of it, it began to approach forward step by step, knowing that until the submachine gun bullets were exhausted, it still remained unharmed, and it was only less than 20 meters away from the death. Shit! Before he had time to change his gun, the werewolf leaped forward to him, and the claws knocked out the weapon in his hand. Crack! The god of death had to take out the pistol and fired several shots at the werewolf's abdomen. As a result, the bullet was blocked by the 4-meter-high werewolf's fur, and then fell to the ground. Damn it! The god of death raised his head. At this time, the enemy was only about half a meter away from him, looking down at himself. Grenade come up. As soon as his hand was about to stretch out to his waist, the cold light flashed, and his arm was cut directly by sharp claws. Then Death drew out his tactical dagger with a crouching sound. With sweat on his face, he gasped and stabbed forward, and then he was grasped by the werewolf. 847 hands bent the upper part and held the submachine gun together with the submachine gun into scrap metal. The next moment, Reaper's feet left the ground, and the werewolf held his neck and held it high, struggling as if it were suffocating. With the sound of boom, the opponent was still thrown at the foot of the mountain and rolled. Have the ability to kill me. The god of death only felt the pain of falling apart. The werewolf not only didn't kill himself, but was tormenting him, which made him feel very angry. USS. Immediately afterwards, the monster made a deep, frightening voice. The werewolf stared at the name of the special unit written on the Reaper chapter. When he spoke human language, Reaper's eyes widened, as if he thought he had heard it wrong. PR. The teammates around Grim Reaper were also frightened at this time. They watched the captain being captured and didn't know what to do for a while. Not to mention how terrifying it is for monsters to speak human language. Tell me, where's the laboratory? You, what the hell are you? Back. Answer. Meat. The bloody roar of the Wolf King made Death shut his mouth instantly. Do you mean the third area or the seventh area? The third area is the laboratory base. The seventh area is the biochemical base, and the other areas are doing different tasks, such as shelters. The god of death vaguely guessed something. He thought that the monster like werewolf must have been mutated from some experiment. 80% are here to seek revenge. But now his own life is not guaranteed, and he is already abiding by professional ethics without betraying his employer. As for those damn laboratories, what does it have to do with him? Do you want to live? Or do you want to die? The werewolf made a sound again at this time, grabbing Death's body like a chicken. No one wants to die. Just say, what do you want me to do for you? Take me to the laboratory. The reward is your life and their lives. After speaking, Luo Ji released the god of death and let him fall to the ground to catch his breath. It's the third district, right? The god of death said at this time. The seventh area is a biochemical base, but everything in the seventh area is taken from the third area. The distance between them is less than 50 kilometers. It is a large underground area, second only to the European headquarters. Base. These places, what are you researching? Don't you know? The god of death seemed to be surprised. He thought Luo Ji had escaped from here, and then whispered, have you heard of the code name Ouroboros? I have only heard of this kind of thing. They seem to be studying a genetic drug that can allow humans to evolve extremely, codenamed Ouroboros. The third area is one of the most important laboratories, and the seventh area is where the results of the drug are tested. Is it the code name Ouroboros? Then take me to the third district. No, there are a lot of guards there. You can't rush into it. And the laboratory is built in an anti-nuclear shelter 200 meters underground. It is complex like a honeycomb. If you want to get in, the only way is to pretend I was arrested by us and brought in as an experimental subject. So be it. I get it. The Grim Reaper with a severed arm nodded while enduring the severe pain, and then motioned to several subordinates to tie up the werewolf with iron chains. Upon seeing this, Luo Ji did not resist, because everyone knew that the iron chain was a decoration for it. By the way, give me that mask. Luo Ji motioned to the god of death to throw the gas mask he was carrying on him and said, the smell of blood will make me violent, and then I will go into disguise. If you want to wake me up, you only need to make people bleed. I see. The god of death nodded. He knew in his heart that he was on the same line with Luo Ji now. Betraying Luo Ji will die miserably. If you betray the organization, you will die. The only way is to take a gamble, betting that Luo Ji can destroy his organization so that he will not die. Others seem to know this too. Since they want to betray, they must betray thoroughly. After seeing the monster-level horror power of werewolves, they no longer have the idea of continuing to be enemies with it, as if they were frightened by the power of the Wolf King and became the minions of the wolf pack. The same is true for Luo Ji. Compared with their headless flies, the easiest way is to let them take themselves to the experimental base. When the time comes, the god of death will kill the guards, use the smell of blood to awaken the werewolves, and begin to break free and carry out the killing moment. Come here. Luo Ji let the god of death approach him at this moment, and then bit him on the god of death in one bite. Pain. Reaper's shoulder was torn off a piece of flesh, but then his skin and face became bloodshot and flushed, and his eyeballs seemed to be invaded by some virus cells, gradually becoming bloodshot. What happened? The others were stunned and watched this scene in horror. However, more exaggerated in the back, the eyes of the god of death gradually became less like humans, but like beasts, such as wolves. His body muscles began to squirm, and the muscle fibers suddenly grew many red tentacles. T this time, the god of death took his broken arm and connected to the body. The red muscle fibers began to connect. The arm seemed to be sewn with silk thread and gradually regained consciousness. That's it, this power. The god of death widened his eyes at this time, feeling the changes in his body unspeakably. It seemed that he was also transformed into a mutant werewolf by the Wolf King, like a servant made by a vampire. You are not a pure-blood werewolf, so you can become a human. Luo Ji was exhorting something, telling the god of death, But you have to remember, no matter what you become, on the night of the full moon, you will become a real werewolf, and this mark will be yours forever. Curse. Yes, your Majesty Wolf King. In Luo Ji's body, the god of death felt the suppression of blood. Like seeing the pack of wolves of the Wolf King, he involuntarily bent his knees. Because it was the first contact individuals who were directly given a curse by the Wolf King, the god of death also gained the ability to make others into werewolves by biting. The werewolf gene allows him to greatly increase the speed of metabolism, activate the cells, and possess the fighting powers similar to Wolverine's wolf. So next, it's time to enter the mutation research base in District 3. Setting supplement. Werewolf ranks are as follows. Supreme Leader, Luo Ji. Pure Blood Wolf King, can be infected. Generation, Grim Reaper. Special Werewolves, can be infected. Second generation, subordinates infected by death. Ordinary werewolves, do not reinfect. This is to effectively control the population of werewolves. If something goes wrong, just go to death directly, otherwise it will become a biohazard. The third area, outside the base. Take a deep breath to calm your mood. The ruthless Captain Reaper closed his eyes and listened to the sound of helicopter propellers. The soaring blood made his brain a little unquiet. After being infected and mutated into a werewolf, he wore a black scarf and face mask, like a real death patrolling high in the sky. Captain, we are here. Communication came from a place where the helicopter landed. At this time, they came to the location of the 3rd District, which looked like a suburban town with a river surrounding the whole city. Enter the base. Reaper chose a helicopter to land on the open space near the 3rd area. The 8-person team took the beast that crawled from the hell in the cage, suspended by the helicopter, and began to walk towards the base. Stop! Before the god of death and others entered the base, a large group of people approached, armed with sophisticated weapons. A person with a seemingly high military rank came over and motioned for death to open the curtain of the steel cage, as if to confirm the condition of the werewolf. Open it. Reaper gestured to his subordinates. Then the curtain was lifted, and the others saw the pictures inside. Luo Ji is in a dormant state at this time. Even so, the soldiers' pupils shrank sharply when they saw him, and their courage was torn apart in an instant. A chill deep into the bone marrow runs from the back of the spine to the brain, making it difficult to breathe. This demon seems to come from hell. Now he is wearing a fragmentary coat and pants on his lower body. But the human body is no longer complete. It looks like a burly monster that is completely ruthless. The swollen muscular body is covered with thick fur, as if to protect vulnerable parts. But his exposed mane undulates violently with his breathing, more like a lion than a werewolf. No part of the right arm from the bones to the muscles looks like a human being. The crisscrossed muscle arms look like huge cranes, with blood-sprayed steel claws protruding from the hand. The scariest thing is his teeth, which seem to have amazing bite force and bloodthirsty. The soldiers in the base are equipped with monitors so that the people in the headquarters can see the images in their eyes. When the people in this department saw this monster, they were shocked. Unimaginable. This is definitely not an individual we know. Alien among the monsters. Is that the real werewolf? Good job, Reaper. Bring it to the biochemical laboratory. We have to study its structure. Understood. As Reaper said, with a wave of his hand, the other soldiers dispersed and took the werewolf away by means of a transport vehicle. The 3rd area, inside the base. Entering the laboratory, more than a dozen cameras light up, metal windows and floors are everywhere, and various machine guns, laser nets, and other emergency prevention weapons are hung on the walls. Didi, be careful. You will be closely monitored here. Everyone will be seen every move. Not even a fly can escape. The god of death urged his subordinates at this time. But in fact, this sentence was said to Luo Ji. Let's change clothes. When we get to the laboratory, we'll have to wait outside. Talking. All members of the Reaper team put on gas masks and wore the clothes of a researcher from the Ouroboros organization. Then they came to the hall from the steel casting corridor, where the independent hall was filled with the smell of disinfection. Power system, turn on. Advanced protection room, open. Under disinfection. Please turn around. Disinfection is complete. The Grim Reaper squad, who was pushing the car, had all its weapons confiscated at this time, put on new clothes, followed a few guards and soldiers, and took the elevator to go deeper underground. Hey, brother. The god of death spoke to a soldier at this time, but the soldier was not a bird, with an expression of indecent emotion on his face. Do you know how much we worked hard to capture this werewolf? Yes, its strength is tremendous, and its speed is extremely fast. In less than a few seconds, more than 20 mercenaries fell to the ground on the spot. There are also helicopters that can't escape its pursuit. The terrible bounce ability can jump up to a helicopter that is more than 20 meters in the air and destroy it. The rest of the death team followed up and said with added enthusiasm. A few soldiers glanced at them calmly. Although they didn't speak, their hearts were hairy. So what I want to ask is your laboratory strong? You must lock it in a safe place later. Otherwise, if you wake up, it will be troublesome. We may not be able to catch it again. NS. Finally, Grim Reaper started to talk. Do not worry. A soldier couldn't help but pointed to the giant gate that was 3 meters thick and said, "You will send it to this giant steel prison." I can tell you without hesitation, even if the nuclear bomb is detonated outside, it will not be affected in any way here. Death's eyelids twitched. It's so cruel. Then it won't escape from it. It's very intelligent, and it can even use human weapons. Impossible. The steel prison can only be entered but not exited. It must be opened by someone else from the outside. It is impossible to open the door inside. So that's the case, then I'm relieved. Quiet. At this moment, the soldier wanted to continue talking, but was glared at by another soldier and motioned to him not to speak anymore. Okay, go in. As it started, outside the surveillance room, the Reaper and his team watched the guard soldiers pick up the werewolf experimental body from their hands, and then pushed in the direction of the steel prison. As the huge steel door creaked shut, they also held their breath and looked around. Next, wait for the night of the full moon. The god of death seemed to be whispering something. Looking up at the sky, the white ceiling was above his head. According to Luo Ji, as long as the night is full moon, no matter where they are, whether they see the moon or are illuminated by moonlight, they will transform into werewolves. In other words, there are still 6 hours to wait until the night of the full moon. All squad members, including the god of death, will become bloodthirsty monsters and make a big fuss in this base. Certainly, before this, they would find a way to get the key to the steel prison. Otherwise, Luo Ji would not be able to escape from it, or it would be difficult. Inside the steel prison, this is an environment specially designed for monsters. The mutation chamber in the deepest part of the third area is an underground refuge structure specially adopted to resist nuclear weapons. These large underground military bases originally existed to resist attacks from powerful weapons, such as ground-penetrating bombs and nuclear D. They can effectively face the threat of any weapon at a critical moment. They were once used to face various weapon attacks. Refuge built at the time. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the safest shelter in the world. The depth is hundreds of meters underground. The steel door is 3 meters thick and weighs more than 200 tons. Relying on large mountains nearby and a river surrounding it, such an underground military base is a huge project which contains various facilities and materials and has reached the highest level of safety. Let's start the experiment. After the researchers in the steel prison entered the scene one after another, they walked to the nearby operating cabinet. Through the clear surveillance cameras, the researchers and senior people in the department were also excited and seemed to be expecting something. I saw a researcher walking towards the freezer. He took out a metal needle tube, which contained some dark blue medicine. Although he didn't know what the ingredients were, it seemed that his purpose was to inject it into the werewolf's body. On the other hand, the researcher who wanted to draw blood was in trouble that he found that the wolf's fur was impenetrable by tough bullets, not to mention ordinary steel needles. After a few minutes of tossing, he shook his head at the surveillance camera, saying that he couldn't break the werewolf's defense at all. At this time, Luo Ji's consciousness gradually became clear. With his eyes closed, his ears and sense of smell told him that there were several strange figures around him. Judged based on the previous situation, he should be in a huge steel prison now. It's almost time. Luo Ji didn't plan to give these researchers the opportunity to experiment on him, because he might take out an electric drill to break the defense. Only, during the surveillance, the metal plate on which the werewolf was lying suddenly began to rattle, as if it had been awakened by the researchers. What's wrong? Damn it, it's awake. Quickly retreat. But in the monitoring screen, the werewolf's next movements made them feel horrified. They saw that the huge chain couldn't restrain the ruthless person at all, and it broke easily. Woo-hoo-hoo! The almost tyrannical roar sounded, and as the werewolf's restraints were lifted, the metal deformed, and the huge, muscular body swelled again. Ah! The researchers under surveillance crawled and ran outside, but at this time the steel door was closed tightly. After seeing the werewolf break free, the outside personnel naturally did not dare to open the door easily. Therefore, several researchers turned around in horror, watching the nearly 4-meter-tall werewolf monster jumping from the experimental platform, staring at them with red light, and approaching step by step. Start eye-level security defense. Crunch. The machine gun on the steel wall turned at this time, aimed at the werewolf in the prison, and then started firing bullets frantically. Da-da-da. The bullets of the machine gun kept hitting the werewolf, but it angered it. As the werewolf ran quickly, he stepped on the wall and jumped up and down 90 degrees. The claws flickered and the machine gun broke in half. At the same time, it is like the sound of bones shaking and breaking, skin tearing and fusion, muscles and muscles regenerating. The wounds on the werewolf's body healed in an instant, and the skin all over his body converged with the black and red halo, sweeping away all injuries, as if he had been reborn. Shaking his head, scarlet eyes looked forward. Woo, help! Several researchers couldn't help but lean back against the wall, breathing in cold sweat. But at this time the werewolf was already close to one of them. The claws penetrated the throat, and the other was torn off the neck like a chicken and a vegetable, likely to stain a wall of blood of all of them red. Continue again. The werewolf seems to have discovered the location of the surveillance camera. With a leap, the sharp claws instantly smashed the surveillance facility, causing the screens of the group of people who spied on it to instantly lose signal. Damn it! Was it discovered? Impossible! Why is this monster so powerful? Compared with it, Ouroboros virus is a fart. At this time, the werewolf in the prison was active in imprisonment, staring at the surrounding walls and sneered inwardly. Luo Ji felt that if he met those guys who spied on him, he would not hesitate to blow their heads, but now he has to find a way to escape from this place. He looked at the thick steel giant door in front of him. The gate is 3 meters thick, and the entire wall exceeds 10 meters. All are made of special steel. If you don't know the code for how to escape, you won't be able to break it even if you try your best. At this time, the 4 corners of the prison sprayed out various chemical fogs, and it seemed that they wanted to let themselves be anesthetized and dizzy. To be honest, the werewolf's metabolism is very fast, but if the smell is in the whole prison, it will also make it feel weak and exhausted. Feel the limitations of power. Luo Ji now wrapped his head and stepped back. Now that the night of the full moon is almost here, he only needs to wait a while. However, where the machine guns that were destroyed by Luo Ji were originally located, as the metal windows unfolded, they were replaced with a few more powerful weapons like anti-material automatic sniper rifles and started firing bullets at him. Bang shattered. The huge shock reverberated in the steel prison, which really angered Luo Ji. Luo Ji, who has been constantly strafing and disturbed by dense fog, does not intend to continue to wait for the night of the full moon at this time. He is leaving here now and destroying everything. Boom! The werewolf, who ran on all fours with strength, stepped on the steel wall at this time, exploded like a cannonball, and then instantly bombarded the giant steel door with horrible explosions and collisions, and the glass in the nearby laboratory, they all began to burst one after another, and broke instantly. Damn it! Luo Ji looked at the giant steel gate that left the traces of huge claws and scolded. The people who felt the shock outside were stunned and whispered, "My God, is that monster crazy?" The power just now should have exceeded 1,000 tons of explosive power. But fortunately, this 3-meter-thick steel giant gate can withstand more than 10,000 tons. Otherwise, it may really be unable to stop it. However, before they finished speaking, they saw the giant steel gate gradually turning red. What's the situation? No one seems to tell them that the claws of the Wolf King Luo Ji will increase in temperature with the charge, and the highest temperature is enough to melt steel. That's all. They were horrified to find that the giant steel door had been melted through a hole, and then huge claws stretched out from it, and a vaguely visible red steam-like monster covered in orange light and bloody muscles was staring at them. Chirp! A huge whistling and ear-piercing cracking sounded. The hot claws suddenly tore the steel, and then the people guarding outside hurriedly fired. Hurry up and stop it. The werewolf is about to escape. Enter the 6th-level alert state. During the match time, the entire base was lit up with red alarms. The light flashed and flickered, which made people nervous. About a few hundred soldiers ran from the outside base desperately and began to carry weapons to the underground base for rescue. Suppress monsters. The group of Reaper squad suddenly raised their heads as they walked. Seeing the warning light came on, they seemed to realize something. Kill. Captain Reaper gave the order decisively, and at this time led someone to guard at the elevator door. When the soldiers from the base outside came in, they fired, and instantly everyone fell in the elevator. In the surveillance picture, when the Reaper and his group were spotted frantically shooting at the base soldiers, everyone was shocked, and then some people shrank their pupils and shouted angrily, "It's USS's Reaper squad mercenary. Damn, they betrayed. Everyone is listening. Go to the underground base immediately. Chase and kill the God team. Suppress the werewolves." Immediately afterwards, a group of soldiers swarmed in. Following the elevators and ladders outside the base, they began to quickly encircle them, open the various passages, and then began to patrol and search. The other side. Oh my God! Before the researcher finished speaking, the whole person flew upside down. At the gap of the huge steel gate, a monster figure of a werewolf suddenly slammed into it. With the continuous swing of the claws, it tears more than a dozen times per second, and is accompanied by the explosion of the air wave shock wave. The entire thickness is 3 meters. The giant steel gate instantly dented and deformed. Although it was not very obvious, it did shake the entire steel prison. That's right, it can withstand the impact of tens of thousands of tons, but the werewolf can't reach such a high one-time power at this time, but it can use its sharp claws to continuously weaken the endurance of Jinju. With the swing of the sharp claws, the sound like a chainsaw cutting is extremely harsh. Ah! Damn it, it's coming out. The soldiers outside were aiming their guns here in horror. About 30 or 40 people watched with fear and anxiety as the monsters inside were constantly destroying the gate. Woohoo! Luo Ji felt the violent boiling power in his body. His mind moved slightly, and he activated the skill of high-temperature sharp claws. When the orange-red light began to charge on his paws, he began to retreat, and then with the help of huge power, he intended to tear everything, including the air, to shreds. Boom! The werewolf jumped directly on the door, and his blood-red muscle arms began to wave continuously. Huge sparks splashed out again, and the naked eye could see that the 3-meter-thick steel giant door was pierced little by little, and little by little was destroyed. What a terrifying power this is! Faced with such a powerful tear and penetration, steel naturally could not withstand such a terrible offensive, so iron filings began to splash, the steel plate was deformed, and was destroyed. In the end, the 3-meter-thick giant door was penetrated from the center by a huge gap, and the werewolf monster covered in blood-red steam jumped out from it, and fell to the ground with a moan. It is healing on its own at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shoot! Hurry up and shoot! The people outside seemed to be frightened mad. And at this time, bullets shot like a rainstorm in the direction of the werewolf. In an instant, the werewolf resisted with both claws, and the figure was constantly being repelled away. Under such a dense burst of bullets, the blood-stained, fierce monster's figure became angry and distorted. And then the monster began to become extremely large and terrifying, and a chilling sound could be faintly heard from the monster's teeth. The stream overflowed. It seems to be saying something to someone. Listen carefully. The voice seemed to say, "No, I didn't hear anything clearly." But in the smoke that was stirred up by the chaos, blood suddenly appeared. Ah! The guard soldiers heard a whistling wind behind them. They turned around in horror, and the oncoming huge claws cut off their bodies. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bone cutting. A soldier was chopped in half from head to toe, and blood was splashed for several meters. When the other soldiers with terrified faces recovered, the massacre had already begun. But the beginning is the end. At this moment, with a burst of sharp claws cutting, there was a dead silence in the huge light and shadow. Yes, deathly silence. But it was the silence that made the surroundings hear the terrifying sound overflowing from the werewolf's teeth. The blood is flowing, not one is left. In the sound of violent running, there was a huge tearing and steel being destroyed in the laboratory. Researchers and soldiers in other areas also saw the monster attacking. Discover the target. Report. Discover the target. Puff puff. The last expressions of all the soldiers saw, and the picture was the figure that was split. This moment. They had no time to react, and they felt the coldness of their necks. The speed of the werewolves had surpassed the sound. Already dead. Puff puff. Hear it. Then the sound of falling to the ground was accompanied by a fountain-like red landing. Dozens of soldiers and people in the laboratory disappeared in an instant. At this time, the burly monster covered in thick hair sprinted in front of another door. Drip, please verify your identity. Picture. A terrifying punch smashed the smart lock on the gate. The smart lock burst into white smoke on the spot, and then it was torn and melted through the iron gate by the claws. Experimental area. What sound? The alert guard raised his head, but with the blaring sound, his head circled his neck a few times, and then he fell to the ground. Someone invaded. Before shouting out, the puff claws penetrated the body of the guard. He just raised it and threw it towards the bottom of the stairs. Then the soldiers patrolling with guns looked at this side in panic, and even had no time to react. The distance of more than a few meters seemed to be teleporting, and the werewolf threw him to the ground with a leap. No pain, no life. But the sonic boom that sounded when the sound barrier was broken still made many soldiers alert and rush toward this side. Hey, God! They looked at the demon in front of them and the corpses in a place with horror, so everyone panicked and shot them randomly. But in the next scene, let alone them, everyone who saw this scene through surveillance was frightened. They saw a suffocating horror picture. What kind of scene is that? Under the refresh rate of human eyes, the figure of the werewolf demon cannot even be captured at all. It is almost at its extreme, with the sudden burst of the wall and the depression of the ground. The sound of bursting from time to time is heard. At a distance of less than 200 meters, when the first soldier splashed bright red, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh soldiers all started to splash. The naked eye could not catch who died first, but as the impact force of the sonic wave rolled up and destroyed the surrounding environment, all the members knelt down. Ah! Although the killing speed of werewolf demons is fast, but there are too many people in every corner of this huge underground base. There are still hundreds of people standing on elevators, corridors, and halls, among them wearing researcher white clothes. Human beings quickly fled outside under the guard of soldiers. Hurry up and shoot and kill it. Shoot it at all costs. It scared everyone completely, but didn't wait for those people to shoot. There was an explosion from the other side, and the door was knocked open. Wow! The god of death led his team members to drop the rope at this time, and then grabbed the rope with one hand and slid down, while holding the firearm in the other hand to shoot around. Woo! Ah ha 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 ha! Die, all die! All the soldiers' movements were slowed down one after another. In the face of sudden changes, The death squad's bullets were like tracking them, killing them to the ground instantly. After Luo Ji arrived nearby, the god of death threw the rope to him. "Your Majesty, Wolf King, go to the lowest level immediately. Leave it to us." In an instant, Luo Ji didn't waste time, catching the rope and leaping quickly towards 100 meters below. At the same time, the dark clouds in the outside world dissipated, and the night of the full moon had arrived. Woo! When the first wolf howl sounded, Death God and his men swelled their muscles, and the bones began to make a crackling sound. The whole person has skyrocketed directly from an individual of 1.8 meters to a range of 2.5 meters to 3 meters. Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha! The god of death watched his fingers turn into sharp claws. His teeth began to sharpen. The clothes on his back were also torn apart, and he simply threw away the gun in his hand. After removing the load, he leaped forward. His footsteps seemed to be a light jump, but he came to a dozen meters away in an instant, and then the jumping ground suddenly burst into fragments. Boom! As a special werewolf, the god of death does not have the terrible destructive power and powerful ability of the pure blood wolf king. But agility, endurance, and strength have improved a lot. The Grim Reaper werewolves leap high in the air, spread their arms, and selected the target as two soldiers in a state of horror. Yes, the screen of their pupils was enlarged. The claws became more slender and sharp. Ming! Almost at the moment they landed and squatted, the sharp claws penetrated the bodies of the two soldiers and fell to the side, split apart. At the same time, blood splattered, dripping on the back of his dark mane, and then the death werewolf slowly stood up, and several other mutant werewolves also followed. Go to the next place. The actions of the Grim Reaper were like clouds and flowing water without any mistakes. Indifferent and cruel. As one of the top 10 mercenaries in the world, his human abilities are terrifying, but he became even more powerful after he became a werewolf. Next, the hunt has begun. He crossed his claws, which were still dripping bright red blood, and sparked. In the spirit of being strong first, the ruby eyes of the Grim Reaper were shining in the dark, which is especially painful, because he knows that he is now completely standing on Luo Ji's line. Being kind to the people in this base is to cause trouble to himself. Coupled with his character as a mercenary, he does things for his homeowner. There is no emotion, no kindness, only blood and mobs the other side. Woo! At this time, Luo Ji was walking staggeringly in the deepest corridor. Suddenly, he started to hit the wall and seemed to have a splitting headache. When the night of the full moon came, he began to run away. Roar! The body of the Wolf King began to become huge at this time, and the parts of the original human characteristics also became extremely terrifying at this time. His height suddenly rose from 4 meters to 6 meters. Werewolf? No, it should be called the Wolf Head Devil now. Ching 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 kill all. After completing the transformation of the night of the full moon, Luo Ji at this time is just like a bloody wrathful man with undiminished IQ, but his sane value is 0. To put it bluntly, it is a muscle in the brain. Once it is recognized by it, it will never stop chasing and killing the target until it disappears completely. At this moment, in the experimental base, like a honeycomb on the metal channel, the black steel plate made a roar of footsteps, and the wolf head demon came step by step with a strong sense of oppression. In this disturbing atmosphere, it was extremely terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. A rain of bullets came from the metal passage. But the style of painting at this time is like this. The 6-meter-tall, wolf-head demon approached the front step by step with a terrible sense of oppression. The muscles blocked all the bullets. In front of it, there were about dozens of soldiers who were retreating, showing fear and sending out. Screamed, "Monster, don't come here!" The wolf-headed demon, with a terrifying smile, began to accelerate and approached in strides. As if the super tyrant had entered a group of short zombies. As the picture flashed, the entire steel passage became a bloodbath, and all the figures disappeared. It's another broken shot. The researcher and the person in charge of the control room center looked at this weird picture in horror. They were about to make a rescue call, but no one came in outside, because the death werewolf guarded outside, preventing anyone from disturbing the Wolf King's hunt. However, compared to these, it is the most terrifying. However, after the wolf-headed demon invaded and broke through the current 30th floor, he killed hundreds of soldiers all the way. The so-called gun bullets are like toys to him. Even if the rocket bombards him, it can only play a repulsive effect, but it can't hurt the vitals at all. When the full fire burst is over, the wolf-headed demon slowly lowered his arms, grinning with a more terrifying smile, as if laughing at the weakness of these soldiers. The whole journey was unscathed. Damn it, Vladimir, our weapons are not effective against it. His fur is invulnerable, his speed surpasses the sound, his claws can tear everything apart, and the steel is like thin paper in front of him. At this time, their communication towers were damaged in many places, and they could not call for rescue. Only the remaining radio could only contact people nearby. No solution anymore. Start the last wave of counterattack. Yes, hearing that, the soldiers who have not yet lost their backbone moved into action and launched a terrifying interception war in the entire deepest layer. One enemy. They are waiting in full, but the situation is leaning towards the former one-sidedly. Hey, the steel walls on both sides were sparked by sharp claws, and the wolf-head demon ran quickly, and the walls on both sides tore and collapsed. A heavy punch that leaped forward can already burst out a huge force of more than 2,000 tons, which is enough to smash a tank into scrap iron in an instant. Of King Qian. Come on, monster! The person in charge in the monitoring room was staring at the bloody images on the screen with trembling eyes. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and the people around him fell into a state of despair. Activate the Ouroboros system. Also, let's let the Abyss prototype play. The person in charge looked at the screen at the end, and a strange face appeared on it, overlooking him. Ouroboros' system has been activated. Destroying gas is being released. Enemy intrusion detected. Threat level, extremely high. Laser corridor, opened. Identity authentication is successful. The instruction is received. It is being executed. Somewhere in the deepest underground. Survival system, closed. Muscle relaxant injection, stop. In the dark freezer, the electronically synthesized female voices resounded frequently, which was ethereal and weird. The Ouroboros project is launched. As the suffocating air conditioning overflowed and the door of the icy-sealed warehouse opened, a 4-meter-tall, terrifying monster opened its eyes inside, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Ouroboros virus is released. The person in charge looked at the surrounding surveillance and suddenly began to release Ouroboros gas in various corridors. The soldiers who were still alive and dying soldiers became choked after inhaling the gas in a short period of time. It was like she was crazy, and she kept shaking. Then, many black water frog-like creatures began to appear on their bodies, which changed extremely strangely. If Luo Ji saw this scene, he might recognize it. These black leeches are the same kind of parasites on the people and mutant hounds in the villages ruled by the Countess Asina, the ancient castle in Eastern Europe. And these parasites will not erode the host's consciousness. Even for the host, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Of course, that refers to the perfect individual parasite, and the parasites seem to be hierarchical, and control parasites can rule other parasites. This kind of thing is still different from the so-called zombie virus. Can it even be understood as a low-profile version of the venom symbiont? It's a bit similar, but weaken a lot. But even so, it is enough to make people more terrible than before. And the monster they released, called the Abyss prototype, is now destroying, sweeping, and absorbing the flesh and blood in the corridor with a heavy and oppressive step, and rushing in the direction of Luo Ji. Only, before the arrival of the Abyss prototype, the wolf-headed demon Luo Ji took the lead in destroying the gate where the person in charge was, and came to the last group of people at this time. Take it out. The violent werewolf under the full moon night, at this time, roughly grabbed the head of the person in charge and directly pressed it on the table, causing his face to fall off a big chunk. It hurts, stop it. What do you want? I can give you anything. Give me treasures. Things. Treasure? What treasure? At this time, Luo Ji felt that he was a little delirious, but he couldn't control himself. But he still said, what the Ouroboros is studying. I don't know either. The person in charge cried and shook his head. How could this important thing belong to him, the director of a small research institute? You will tell me. You will. The wolf-head demon grabbed his body at this moment and held it high. But at this moment, there is the sound of footsteps outside, followed by a low voice like a monster. The monster seemed to be talking about something. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji saw a mutated life like a weird twisted upper body, with huge muscles bulging. A sarcoma-like body appeared at the door, and then he looked at him with a terrifying gaze. I'm Ouroboros, the monster said and walked in. Ouroboros. The wolf-head demon grabbed the head of the person in charge and lifted it high, and then heard a voice standing on the side of the door. Turned his head to look. The 6-meter-tall, wolf-headed demon overlooked the 4-meter alien monster. His upper body was twisted like a snake, his arms turned into blood-red muscle tentacles, and his blood spurted out, accumulating a body that looked like a raging flame. You are our Ouroboros. Before the battle began, the look and aura of the wolf-head demon was enough to shock people. At this time, staring at the abyss trial body, as if looking at trash, the murderous aura he showed when facing the enemy revealed his inner hostility at the moment. Compared with the tyrannical aura of Abyss prototype, Luo Ji's cold and cruel bloodthirsty permeated Luo Ji's body. That moment, someone seemed to hear the devil laughing in a low voice and brazenly. Go to death, intruder. The mutant monster Abyss trial body obviously has a certain degree of self-awareness. When seeing the wolf-head demon approaching it, it instantly slammed its tentacles like a whip blade, cutting away in the direction of the wolf-head demon. Facing the provocation and attack of the Abyss trial body, the wolf-head demon seemed to have blood burning in his body, and the anger seemed to gush out and burn everything. The blood-red tyrannical power exuded all over his body showed the anger in his heart at this time. Luo Ji was in a bad mood when he learned that the Countess's baby was not here, most likely at the European headquarters. At this time, another thing called Ouroboros suddenly popped out and provocatively dangled in front of him. This made Luo Ji feel as if he was being asked by the show, with an indescribable sense of fire. At this time, the Wolf 860 demons transferred their anger to the constantly chattering mutant. The 6-meter giant leapt close to the opponent, and the whip blade tentacles waving in the air were cut open with sharp claws in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Ouroboros is it? The sharp claws shimmering with metallic luster were clenched into fists, and a wolf-headed demon in the form of a heavy hammer as the muscles swelled. A blood-red light condensed on the right arm. Give it to me. Go to hell. With the bursting sound of the air wave, in slow motion, the face of the mutant monster in the Abyss trial body was distorted and shattered at the moment when it touched the fist. With a ton of strange power, it rotated more than 50 times in the air and then smashed heavily towards the metal iron wall behind it. Broken! A loud noise came from the deepest point, and the wall instantly cracked a huge depression. At this time, the Abyss trial body was completely bloody, and the cells and parasites were completely destroyed. Although it had not completely died, it was healing on its own, but it had obviously lost its combat effectiveness. Quick kill! The dumbfounded researchers looked at this scene, and the whole person was frightened. That is the current strongest model of the Abyss prototype. It was hit by the violent Wolf King into a meatloaf. It's not a level of existence at all. At this time, Luo Ji looked back and found that the head of the person in charge ran away in the direction of the back door at some point. Can you escape? Blood tracking. No one can avoid the hunting of werewolves at all. Warning. Warning. System calculation error. Target data has been corrected. Intruder threat level is the highest. At this time, Luo Ji heard the electronically synthesized sound coming from the base. It seemed that the Ouroboros system was calculating its own combat effectiveness. When he just killed the Abyss prototype, his numerical mutation suddenly became a threat. Grade. Report. Sir Mike, a picture came from the base in the third area. My God, what kind of monster is this? The scene of the prototype of the Abyss being killed in an instant shocked everyone's eyes. Monsters of the level, like the wolf-head demon, are no longer in their control. So General Mike issued the order to destroy the third area and leave this monster in it. Danger! Danger! Please evacuate all soldiers. The base will self-destruct in 10 minutes. The harsh warning sound flashed red lights across the metal corridor and the base. At this time, a terrifying high-temperature laser beam appeared in front of it and started to light up, shooting in the direction of the wolf-head demon, showing the terrifying power of melting metal. The weapon system is turned on, focus on the target. Suddenly, at the end of the metal corridor, a series of walls began to come alive, and the square metal wall turned over, revealing a heavy weapon with unlimited firepower. Start the ultimate torture mode. Jiang time. It is unimaginable that a large number of machine gun bullets, scattered high-heat missiles, laser beams, and other multiple composite bombings are attacking in the direction of the wolf-head demon. But at the same time, Luo Ji also showed extraordinary strength, speed, and powerful reaction ability far beyond human imagination. Detected the target and started to move. Warning: insufficient ammunition inventory. The ICQ of the Ouroboros system sounded, and then it was captured in the camera. The wolf-head demon, who carried a metal gate as a shield and approached step by step, and then a long metal channel with modern facilities appeared in front of it. The bright light tubes and the laser beams staggered at the end of the passage, shooting towards this side. High-temperature claws. Stepping back a few steps, the wolf-head demon seemed to be borrowing force. With a loud bang, the steel plate under its feet was twisted and deformed, and then explosive power poured out. Its figure looked like a rocket launcher, blocking the orange giant claws. In front of him, he rushed in the direction of the laser net. Wow! After breaking the limit of the laser net in an instant, as the wolf-head demon raised his head, the person in charge who crawled and escaped watched this scene in horror, and then hurried to the elevator and pressed it desperately. DDD. Warning. The target is 100 meters from the control room, a jeb. 50 meters. 20 meters, 0 meters, accompanied by the system prompt. The person in charge paled instantly, and a strong wind made him feel like he was in an ice cave. The system detects that 90% of the researchers and soldiers in the research base are dead and are starting to self-destruct. Boom! The huge steel door of the huge control room suddenly dented and deformed. The person in charge looked at the front in despair, holding a pistol in his hand, and tremblingly aimed at his head, as if he wanted to seek death. Wow! Kicked behind the giant steel gate, the wolf-head demon, standing in front of him with backlighting, like a weird teleport, raised a claw to cut off the gun in his hand and his wrist, and the person in charge suddenly squatted on the ground and hung his hands and wailed. Do you think it's safe to hide here? Ouroboros mice. When the person in charge bent over in pain, Luo Ji looked at the things in the control room. Many research materials and intelligence were destroyed. There were also many pictures of monsters, pictures of human subjects, and those captured by vampires. Experimental report. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp claw poked lightly on the person in charge, and suddenly a fountain appeared, and he was rolling all over the floor in pain. Tell me, headquarters base, where is it? Europe, European headquarters. The name of the person in charge is called Ouroboros. He is... At this point, the head of the person in charge stopped talking, and his eyes gradually became extremely hollow. He died. Damn it. The wolf-head demon roared at this time, smashing the surrounding facilities to pieces. European headquarters, Ouroboros base. At this time, the big screen behind it suddenly lit up, and when the final countdown was annihilated for 60 seconds, a voice came. You don't belong to any species known to mankind. What exactly are you? The face of a strange man appeared on it, looking like General Mike, who the person in charge had said, staring at the front. "Are you Mike? The existence of the unknown. You have killed all the living beings in the base. What kind of monster are you? It seems that I really want to know what constitutes the existence of the wolf-head devil," the man urgently asked, using the activated cells to obtain super high metabolism, changing form in extremely terrifying speed in order to burst out superpower. The life form constitutes an indispensable certain substance, so to shut up. The wolf-head demon interrupted the middle-aged man. "Really? But you can't escape with your wings. Now the base has all the exits blocked. Now there are 30 seconds left. You can't escape. Hey!" The wolf-head demon walked to the screen at this time, and then smashed it with a punch. "Escape? Why should I escape?" After speaking, the wolf-head demon walked deeper, and he smashed through the ground steel in the only time left. Then use a heavy iron plate to block it above. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and a huge explosion swallowed the entire base. The extreme high temperature and oxygen-free environment almost destroyed everything. But this is nothing to the wolf-headed demon who is under the base. Because as long as you avoid the initial shockwave, then you can continue to dig down. Don't underestimate his claws. Even steel can't stop it. What a small amount of rock is. As for the death werewolves, as early as Luo Ji entered here, they had already commanded them to retreat with a howling sound. After the base exploded, I do not know how long it has been. When the outside helicopter rose up, many people arrived here one after another. It's already the second day, and Luo Ji has already disappeared here. This action is not a loss. At least he knows one thing. That is, the most precious treasure of the Countess, which is not unexpectedly located in the Ouroboros base. And that treasure, the 8 achievements, is the source of biological mutation. So far, the transformation of the werewolf form is finally over. The night sky is bright, and the moon is high, and the endless starry sky is very beautiful. If it weren't for the mutilated corpses along the way, then this place must be beautiful. This is the southern mountain range of the ALS Mountains. It is only less than 35 kilometers away from the 3rd area base, and a disaster happened here not long ago. Remember the Big Bang? It was the wolf-head demon Luo Ji who destroyed the underground base in the 3rd area, causing the base to self-destruct, and then an explosion occurred. Right. Now, it is the 2nd day after the explosion. The helicopter rescue team and reporters felt that they were all on the scene, so they saw the disaster happened. The cause was before the explosion. The director of the research institute used biochemical weapons without authorization to deal with the werewolf Luo Ji, leading to the leakage of Ouroboros virus, the city where the entire 3rd district is completely reduced to a mutation center. So this area, after being blocked, has become a replica of the European version of Raccoon City. But what is completely different from Resident Evil is that Ouroboros virus is a kind of high-level parasitic virus. It is more destructive than the so-called virus and G virus, but is not as fast as these two in terms of spread. Infected people will not become zombies, but will become vampire-like creatures or some terrifying folk monsters such as evil demon, night demon, ghoul, etc. The biggest difference between them and zombies is that they have wisdom comparable to humans. This means that these parasites did not completely kill their host, but occupied the host's brain and read the consciousness, similar to the setting of Robbing the House plus mutation in fantasy novels. Of course, this type of monster has an obvious feature. That is, because of the large amount of exercise, the demand for food is more in the process of evolution. Therefore, the more fresh the flesh and blood, the more eager they are, and they're still the same as zombies in terms of cannibalism. Lousy is going to be back again now. Luo Ji, who was stumbling on foot, walked among the reckless mountains. After the night of the full moon was raging, he escaped by digging through the entire mountain in the harsh environment of high temperature and oxygen-free. Luo Ji spent a whole day and night. He looked around at the surrounding peaks and ridges. His body was walking through the bushes, making noises, and from time to time a group of flying birds appeared, or 1 or 2 hares popped out. The dense trees in the distance were blazing, and it was impossible to see what time it was. If this was before the cataclysm, the inaccessible mountains and forests rarely saw so many animals. But now they are full of wild beasts and hunting them. Variants. Ouroboros virus. Has it finally leaked? Luo Ji is in a werewolf state and feels a headache. His purpose of destroying the third area is to prevent this kind of biological and chemical weapons from causing harm to the world. Unexpectedly, not only did it not stop it, but also let it leak in advance. But the responsibility is not entirely on Luo Ji, mainly the director, but he has died long ago, not even a whole body, and there is no proof of his death. Who makes me more kind? Luo Ji walked down the mountain and approached the catastrophic town. Yes, he intends to clean up these variants so that they will no longer damage the existing ecology. Otherwise, some people always say that he is too cruel, inhuman, and too animalistic. But I don't want to think about it. At the time of the cruise incident, 2,300 people would have sunk into the sea to feed fish without their own help. In the case of the Dream Demon incident, if there is no timely intervention of my own, I don't know how many crimes and victims will be killed that night. Now that he became a werewolf, he didn't expect to have to clean up the mess for these guys. With human means, it is impossible for them to control the spread of the virus in such a short period of time. And these mutant monsters, which are similar to vampires, can continue to proliferate in just one day. It seems that the town has fallen. Luo Ji walked to the vicinity of the gas station and looked at the flames everywhere. Everything here has been looted. Those gas tanks have been dismantled by human violence. Many vending machines have been smashed, and there are also some bones that have been gnawed away on the ground, obviously being attacked by mutant ghouls. Luo Ji pricked his ears, listened to the sounds from all directions. Sniffing the blood on the ground, he noticed that someone was shooting in the distance. It seemed to be dealing with some mutant individuals, and the people who fell to the ground were wailing and the monsters gnawing. Bite the sound. Woo! Luo Ji raised his head and let out a long and loud roar, which instantly shocked the surrounding area. Then deathly silence. The mutant ghouls seemed to stop eating and attacking people. Their eyeballs began to turn, and then suddenly looked in one direction. These mutant ghouls, more terrifying monsters, appeared. Boom! Yo! A heavy sense of oppression came along with the sound of footsteps at the end of the street. After the raging was lifted, the king of werewolves, who was 330 centimeters tall, appeared nearby with a huge fire axe and came to the roof with a jump, condescendingly, looking at the mutant ghoul group that besieged humans in front of him. So look for flowers. Weird monster. A guy who is more terrifying than those cannibal corpses has appeared. Is it their leader? There was an agitated voice from the crowd, but the mutant ghouls turned around, staring in the direction of the Wolf King with alert and fear, standing against the light, and the tall silhouette mane drifting in the wind. Run away, bugs, while you can run away. The burly and huge Wolf King then let out a roar, and the air oscillated, and the frightened crowd crawled back desperately. As if feeling a strong crisis and killing intent, the mutant ghouls couldn't help but rushed forward, and they acted first. Puff! After the first mutant ghoul who pounced on him was smashed into his head by the fire axe, the other mutant ghouls began to rush up, trying to drown the Wolf King like a crowd of tactics. Roar! The Wolf King suddenly exploded, and all the mutant ghouls that had jumped on it were all shaken and fell to the ground, and then the fire axe was swung, which was an overwhelming massacre. Ended. After solving the last mutant ghoul who wanted to escape, Luo Ji, the Wolf King, kept the fire axe still on the ground and walked towards the empty house at this time. However, a panic of footsteps and gasping, breathing, caught his attention. When Luo Ji's cold eyes looked into a corner, he judged that it was not a mutant ghoul, but a person who was hiding there. When he slowly approached, it was only then that I could see clearly that the girl curled up in the corner was a young girl. Her big, open blue eyes were full of fear. Her face covered with mud and sweat still trembled, and the cold sweat on the back of her neck her thin shirt was soaked. The girl looked at herself in fear, motionless. Then, Luo Ji lowered his head and walked forward. But the other party thought Luo Ji was going to eat her, and suddenly raised his trembling hand in horror, holding the pistol and pointing it forward. "If you do this, then you are dead." The cold voice of the werewolf monster warned the opponent. System: the host will enter the non-compulsory transformation phase after midnight tonight. At that time, you can change the form at will. Mountain: if I were you, I wouldn't do this. There was a breeze behind him, and an inexplicable, powerful breath blew and turned around, and I saw a werewolf monster who was tall and strong, with powerful arms and strong like a wall. The mane all over his body stands tall and straight like a steel needle, and his facial features are not only domineering, but also the true nature of the world's wolf king. Wu blame. The trembling girl shook her hand at this time. The .45 caliber gun in her hand couldn't match the werewolf's eyebrows. It seemed that her brain and body instinctively made her resist. She subconsciously told her that she would die if she shot it. Of course, she died. When the gun in the girl's hand fell to the ground, and then she curled up and retreated, as if she had been frightened and stupefied. "Very good, good girl." Luo Ji raised his sharp claws at this moment, stroked her cheeks, and then took the badge from her heart. "Alpha Special Operations Squad, Mevisedalis?" Luo Ji read the name on the badge, and then stared at the scared, silly girl in front of him. It says on the information, the identity of this 8 or 60 girl is a special police officer. It's called Mavis. Calculated in terms of service time, today should be a newcomer who just came to work on the first day of the police force. She belongs to the Special Police Force of the city, which was established in 1986. Its purpose is to eliminate all kinds of complicated cases and catch all kinds of extreme criminal activities. She is also responsible for assessing the situation. At the age of 21, she is a golden flower. The appearance does not look like a person in his 20s at all, more like a 16 or 17-year-old. The police headquarters in City B has expanded the search area to 1, 3, 5, and 9, and these have been handed over to the external search team. Therefore, the area we're responsible for is the central area. The Alpha team encountered an attack after landing here. I'm separated from everyone. Mevis took a deep breath and looked at the sharp eyes of the Wolf King Luo Ji. For some reason, she took the initiative to speak out the information. Luo Ji's cold eyes seemed to contain charm. This is also one of the special abilities of the Wolf King, which is a kind of mental suppression. As long as Luo Ji meets Luo Ji, he will involuntarily express his inner thoughts. Look carefully and leave. Mevis hid in the doorway of a dark and quiet room, holding a bulging backpack in both hands. She brought her short chestnut hair back to her head, and then put on a black beret to press her hair down. With the delicate facial features, she looked very heroic, but she didn't know why she was scared and could not move, and her mental quality was too bad. Nor should it. It is estimated that it was the first time I saw such a terrible thing, coupled with the sudden death of a teammate in front of her so that he did not react for a while, and he is still in a muddle-headed state. What are these? Miho stared at the front, and the werewolf monster was flipping her backpack unscrupulously, and found several detective novels, toothbrushes, dental floss, spray to prevent bad breath, and other daily necessities, as well as some compressed biscuits, a small mirror with yellowed photos on it. It was the two of her and her father when she was a child. It was taken by the sea, and it seemed that his father was also an old police officer. What an ordinary girl. When Luo Ji said this, he returned her back, which surprised the girl. But it just so happens that since you're a local police officer, you should be familiar with the map. Luo Ji looked at Mei Hayes, staring into her eyes, and asked. Mavis looked at the position and posture of the other party, and then relaxed a little. But her eyes have been staring at Luo Ji, and there is indeed no hostility in him. But even so, this is a werewolf, and just killed so many mutant ghoul-like monsters. As soon as he thought of this, Mevis tightened all over and made a defensive posture reflexively, not daring to relax his vigilance. Don't mess around. I don't know who you are or what your purpose is, but I'm just a little rookie police officer. Late? You don't want to know if your teammates are still alive? You are responsible for the downtown area, but here is not even the edge. You don't want to know what is happening in the city. Luo Ji laughed, smiling very quietly with a low voice. You don't need too many questions. You just need to remember that I can kill you at any time, and I can let you go at any time, because it just doesn't make much sense to me. After speaking, Luo Ji turned and walked to the other side of the door, holding the doorknob while looking back at Mavis. Let me say one more thing, Miss Settles. What has happened is facts, and no one can get rid of it. I have my purpose, and you have your responsibility. You must either start to act or stay here by yourself, waiting for the mutant army to attack. Maybe then you can see with your own eyes the people you know die one by one. Maybe you won't survive that moment by yourself. Luo Ji opened the door and left without incident. Mavis looked at his drifting back and thought about a lot of things, then grabbed his back and straightened up tremblingly. Wait for me. I don't want to stay here alone. She didn't understand why she did this. She met a mysterious, strange werewolf who was not as good as saying, but she didn't eat herself, and she could speak human language fluently. Maybe he used to be a human? He has mutated like those monsters. Moreover, with a serious expression on his face, the man casually said a lot of truths that made him difficult to refute, and he repeatedly warned himself to be vigilant at all times. It didn't look like a joke. But now he's a good person or a bad person, I don't even know. She followed blindly, and Mavis felt stupid. Even so, the body still honestly carried a heavy backpack, hurriedly ran out of the room, and ran after him. Hurry up, Mavis, hurry up. Even Mavis had this idea in her own heart. She finally saw the figure of the Wolf King walking in front. She ran all the way carrying the equipment of the Alpha Squad. There was also an apology of 120,000 points on his face. What's the matter, Miss Settles? Although Luo Ji didn't look back, Luo Ji knew who the other party was. His voice couldn't hear any emotion, but he was extremely deep. Mavis shook his head and said, I want to follow you and investigate the root cause of all this. Maybe I can help. For an instant, Luo Ji stopped and stared at Mavis, as if thinking about how to kill her. But he just shook his head. You are not strong enough. So what can you do even if you know the truth? Then would you say it? Mavis asked. Why are you sure? I must know the truth. Intuition. Humph. Luo Ji lowered his voice and stared at her eyes. The truth is that the biochemical viruses studied by humans have leaked. They will transfer the bane to other areas, but that human power is greater than you think. You're a little rookie police officer who can't even save your own town. So how dare you say that you can take them down? I don't know. Mavis shook his head, showing no emotion on his charming face. But I think you will find a way, because they are likely to be your enemies. Luo Ji's eyebrows were twisted, and he looked at Mei Weizi with some discomfort and said coldly, Woman, what do you know? What do you want? Then Luo Ji stared at her closely, so he immediately understood what the other party wanted to suggest to him. Really? You want to save all of this? Knowing that this is impossible. No, maybe it's possible. Luo Ji sighed and said, and then his tone became cold and sharp, and walked towards Mei Weizi's body step by step. What do you want to do? You will know. This is the power you desire. With that said, Luo Ji grabbed Mavis with one hand, then bit her on the neck and injected the werewolf virus. 4.1. If you can control this demon's power, then you will become the savior. If you can't control it, then you can only become their belly. The moment Luo Ji's voice fell, I don't know when it started, and a large group of mutant ghouls were attracted around. Goodbye. If you are still alive, you will find me again after all. The Wolf King jumped off one by one and landed on the roof of the house. Then his figure flickered and disappeared into the night. Immediately afterwards, only the girl who was injected with viciousness was left, surrounded by a group of terrifying mutant creatures. Not knowing whether it was a screaming or painful crying, Mavis's inner fear suddenly turned into anger. A black plume of smoke rushed straight into the sky, as if the breath of death polluted the sky. It's as if Luo Ji is doing an experiment. But he succeeded. Not long after that, his apprentice, the first generation of female werewolves, the White Wolf, was born. System, it has arrived at 0 o'clock in the morning, and the host has entered the 24-hour non-compulsory transformation period. Please make good use of it. Countdown, 24 hours. Wow, the heavy rain had fallen all night, and Luo Ji at this time had also recovered from the werewolf state into the dream demon form. Besides, he can also transform into monster forms like shadow crocodile and North Sea giant monster at will. It's just that the moving speed of a shadow crocodile is too slow, and there are more restrictions, and the North Sea giant monster can't move around on the land. Instead, the werewolf has become one of Luo Ji's most practical forms. Of course, the dream monster is also okay, because compared to the werewolves, the dream demon can fly, and this alone is enough. Try new abilities. At this time, Luo Ji extracted all the nightmares that lingered in his mind, and then merged into a demon-like entity, and then a faceless black shadow opened a pair of cold eyes. On both sides of his body were a pair of horrible blades. The form of this eternal dream monster is one of his usual combat states. Besides, as early as the last time the dream demon evolved into a god-level nightmare king, abilities can affect reality. E.g., now Luo Ji is the king of nightmare, which means that what he imagined in the nightmare can even affect the real world. The path of the dream demon. Luo Ji of the nightmare king snapped his fingers, and the heavy rain in front of him stopped in an instant 06. And in a short moment, as the black mist enveloped, a royal casino appeared in the wilderness, a magnificent, beautiful wheel. Beautiful, with the slight movement of thoughts, many vivid people appeared inside and cheered. If it weren't for the deserted atmosphere everywhere, I would really think I had entered the casino. Only, this scene is an illusion. The rain has never stopped. It is just a visual illusion. Another example is Luo Ji's left-hand star sun, right-hand blood red moon. The stars are changing back and forth in his palm. He is God in the dream dimension, but in the real world, forget it. The principle of this trick is similar to projection, projecting the image of the dream dimension into the real world. Certainly, is not only the ability of this kind of visual fraud. Nightmare incarnation. This is the second skill, which can transform Luo Ji into any form. For example, from a misty humanoid monster to the villain in any nightmare horror film, such as the deer head spirit, the clown, etc., but this form cannot be damaged by heavy attacks. Otherwise, it will be exposed and dissipated into a cloud of fog. Besides, there's also the ability to directly cause harm to people. Fear draws. Luo Ji raised his hand and pointed it at a nearby bird. There was obvious fear in that bird's eye pupil. Then the bird's soul was stripped and extracted a little bit, and it flew towards Luo Ji's body and was absorbed. Smiley face? It has the same effect on people, and it can even turn on the fear aura, which means that where Luo Ji goes, people in a certain area will fall in pieces, and their souls will be imprisoned in nightmares, absorbed or eaten. Oh, it's boring. Playing and playing, Luo Ji suddenly lost his fun. Because he can't feel the reality. The Nightmare King is invincible, but it doesn't have the fist-to-fist and hearty fighting feeling of a monster like a werewolf. In the dream, it's just that the king is called the Frost. It's dawn. Luo Ji raised his head and looked at the cloudless starry sky, and a faint ray of light rose in the distance. Since the Countess left Luo Ji for a long time, Luo Ji was not in a hurry to investigate the Ouroboros base. Before heading to the European headquarters, Luo Ji intends to check the information first. For example, what is his next form? The system uses the predictive card. Prompt. Successfully used. Loading screen. Then Luo Ji saw that in the future, he was chased by a group of vehicles with flashing police lights that he seemed to be sitting in a car. Because the screen flickered so fast, he couldn't see if he was sitting in the car that looked like a yellow Camaro. The car was very fast, sprinting off on the highway, leaving a group of police cars behind, a perfect and elegant like a shrimp catcher, driving along the side of the track, and finally slowly entering an environment like a desert. Middle. Immediately afterwards, the picture ends here. Like last time, Luo Ji didn't see anything this time. What kind of monster did he become? It's a bit difficult to shout. It seems that it is useful not to investigate the Ouroboros base, but to find a place to study the transformation first. La Lely. At this time, there was a collision in the woods and the sound of several people running. Don't run. You can't escape. Hearing this, Luo Ji waved his palm on his face and instantly disguised himself as a more human-looking image in a nightmare. He looked at the distance in the woods. A blonde girl was running wildly with a miniature camera in her hand, and a group of fierce men were chasing after her. What's happening here? How did that woman provoke such a group of big guys? Did they secretly photograph some of their dealings? Maybe you can use it. Luo Ji raised his hand at this time. A pistol changed into his palm, and then shot a few times in the void. Bang, bang, bang. The group of fierce men who were hunting down instantly fell to the ground. In fact, they were not shot, but Luo Ji used the power of the Nightmare King to tamper with their consciousness, making them subconsciously think that they were injured. The brain sent the wrong signal and caused intense pain. Ah! I was shot. Be careful. There are enemies. Luo Ji stood up at this moment, pointed to the group of people, and said, "Anyone else?" It sounds funny. Luo Ji looked at the strongest muscular man in the group of people in front of him. He was over 2 meters tall, and his muscles exploded. But after being shot, he was actually the one who was rolling on the ground the most. It hurts, it hurts. I'm going to die. You, who are you? When other people saw this scene, they looked at Luo Ji in panic. Although they were dressed in black suits with guns on their waists, no one dared to come forward. It should have been ordered. Luo Ji let out a low drink and immediately caused these people to escape from the scene and dragged away the injured companion. At this moment, the blonde girl who came running was watching the scene while panting. Her eyes flickered at Luo Ji. She didn't understand why the strange man came out to help herself, but she was very grateful. "Hello, thank you." The girl walked over to say hello to Luo Ji. 860. I don't shake hands. Luo Ji looked at the palm Abijah stretched out by the girl and didn't mean to shake hands. Okay. The sun shone in the morning, and the girl had long golden hair curled up behind her, thin eyebrows, deep eye sockets, erect nose, and a typical face of a beautiful European and American girl. I will introduce myself. My name is Karina. The girl introduced herself. Luo Ji. Luo Ji also introduced himself. Luo Ji. Loki? Loki, the god of fraud. It's Luo Ji Luoli, do you understand? Luo Ji explained that he couldn't think of how his name had anything to do with Loki. What an interesting name. Karina seemed to be joking. You too. The name is quite ordinary. Luo Ji said seriously. Karina blinked and asked, "What do you do?" Forgot to say, I'm a reporter. I'm an unemployed vagrant, and I specialize in causing trouble to the world. Luo Ji told the truth. You don't have an ID card? You didn't come here. Karina looked at Luo Ji in surprise, thinking that he didn't look like a local. If you save me, I will help you too. But you have to tell me the truth about you. Smuggling? Almost. I can't expose it to the public anyway. What? Karina looked at Luo Ji and felt that he did not look like a liar. Then what do you do now? If you can't go to the police station, where do you live? I live in a park, and the world is a bed. I have no money, no work, and no need to be tired. Luo Ji said indifferently. He wanted to say why this reporter said so much, but he actually believed himself stupidly. Have you been a soldier before? Forget it. Luo Ji looked at the gun in his hand, then put it away. If you want to find a job, I can help. Karina said, What job? You know, reporters are usually chased by strange people, and I just saw you were good at this kind of thing. Besides, if you encounter such a dangerous thing again, I will be safer with you by my side. Do you want me to be your bodyguard? No. It's a photographer and bodyguard. I give you this number every month. She stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000? I don't have that much money. I can only pay you 2,000. Don't think the salary is not high. It is all because the capitalists control everything. Their annual salary is more than $1 million US. If when that day my salary rose from 3,000 to 10,000, I will give you 7,000. Karina said hurriedly, thinking Luo Ji felt that the salary was low. No, it's okay. 2,000 is enough for me to live, and your total income is 3,000. Is it really appropriate to give me 2,000? If you can protect me and take more valuable photos, maybe you won't worry. Okay, can the salary be paid on a daily basis? Luo Ji asked, because his non-compulsory transformation is only one day, so he plans to run after he finishes his job. Karina thought she had heard it wrong. If you use it in a hurry, it's not impossible. If you are in a hurry to spend money, I can help you advance. No, it's too much trouble. But when I need something, can you buy it for me? I'm afraid that I won't have an identity certificate. Okay, I can buy it for you. Here. Luo Ji felt something was not quite right. Why is this female reporter so friendly and enthusiastic to herself? By the way, who are the people who just hunted you down? They are the bodyguards of the congressman. They chased me to get back evidence of wiretapping and receiving hui. But thanks to you, they're all finished now. Just submit this as evidence in court and then do it again. With news reports, I can directly get a bonus of more than 2 million yuan. You said that more than 2 million yuan. Can I hire you for a year? Of course, no problem. Luo Ji nodded. Although he doesn't care about money, he needs the identity of a female reporter to do some trouble for himself. By the way, how old are you this year? It's 30, Luo Ji said casually, because the body he disguised looked only 25 or 16 years old. Are you sure it's not in your early 20s? Karina said somewhat unexpectedly. Luo Ji's appearance looks quite young and handsome, with outstanding temperament, which is very depressing. You can say as much as you want. It's weird. Anyway, go to my house first. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji got in the female reporter's car and drove in the direction of her house. Because Luo Ji does not have a fixed address, the female reporter will definitely encounter some troubles during this period. So she simply let Luo Ji live in her home, and Luo Ji did not refuse. But don't get me wrong, the two get what they need. The female reporter needs a sense of security, and Luo Ji needs a real-world network system. That's right. Through the prediction card, Luo Ji probably guessed what his next form transformation is. It may be some kind of technological creature, but the most obvious guess is the Autobot. This is good news because Autobots can move freely in the city, and at the same time can invade network systems to read maps, navigation, require information, and so on. Therefore, use this form to invade and investigate the Ouroboros base of the European headquarters. As for the 3rd district, it is thousands of kilometers away from here, and it has already been sealed off by the whole territory, and further investigation is meaningless. After arriving near the apartment where the female reporter lives, Luo Ji got out of the car, put on a hat, and walked towards a room where she lived. Oh, I lost the key. What should I do? The female reporter suddenly looked wrong, and she didn't find the room key after searching her whole body. It's okay. At this time, Luo Ji found 2 wires from nowhere, then poked a few times in the keyhole, and the door opened. What the hell? The female reporter looked at him in astonishment, but she didn't expect Luo Ji to do this. Don't worry, it's just a little trick in life. Life tips: you won't steal everything from my house while I'm asleep? Do you think that's possible? It's very possible, the female reporter said seriously, but smiled. I don't have anything valuable in my house anyway. As long as the photos and the cameras still exist, it doesn't matter if you steal them all. Luo Ji shrugged and said nothing. The female reporter's room was fairly tidy, but it was messy except for the workplace. The decorations were everywhere. Luo Ji looked at a model of a ship and then scanned other places. Then he found a photo with an old map fragment on it. Have you heard of Francis Drake? The female reporter asked suddenly. I know. He was a figure in the Elizabethan era. On July 23, 1579, he reached the Mariana Islands and then started the second voyage around the world after Magellan. Drake is famous throughout modern history. Not only a great explorer, but also an expert in maritime tactics, affecting the entire modern navy. Luo Ji recalled the deeds of celebrities in the past, and then said, but Drake failed in the expedition in 1589, and his life began to decline, and eventually died of illness in Panama in 1596. It seems you know a lot. But do you know the treasure left by this legendary character? At this time, the female reporter poured 2 cups of iced coffee and handed it to Luo Ji. "What treasure?" Luo Ji asked. "In that ancient, mysterious sea, there is a city made of gold in the legend. It is called the Golden Country, and tens of thousands of people rush to infinite treasures." Then the female reporter hummed a strange ballad. "Man dying for money, man dying for money. The end of the treasure is the hometown of greed. The land of gold, the dream of wealth, leading to the cursed treasure." "What? Hey, I'm sorry. I'm in the play. That photo is said to be a map to the cursed golden town. If you're interested, you can study it." At this time, when Luo Ji looked at the map on that photo, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "System, unlock side missions and find the map leading to the cursed golden town." Description: this type of task will be randomly triggered when the host is exploring the world, and it will be rewarded quite generously when it is completed. There are some special props and evolution materials in the treasure. Luo Ji exclaimed. This was the first time he heard the task prompted by the system, although Qian Wang's seems to be an optional exploratory task. "What's wrong?" The female reporter looked over unexpectedly. "It's nothing." Luo Ji took a sip of coffee, very strange inside. Since there is a cursed golden town in the mysterious sea, will it trigger the curse of the pharaoh by going to Egypt? Could it be said that when the werewolf went to Eastern Europe, what triggered the story of the vampire castle? This world is getting more and more weird. Luo Ji wondered whether every transformation would cause a change in a certain part of the world, or whether it existed in the first place and only discovered where they were after being transformed. Anyway, Luo Ji checked the time on his watch. It was 21 o'clock in the evening. Time flies. I met a female reporter, followed her to complete the submission of the photo evidence, and then drove back home. A whole day would pass. In the next few hours, he is about to start a new transformation form, and there's a high probability that he will do it in this room, for which Luo Ji needs to prepare in advance. "What are you thinking about? Come here." Karina saw Luo Ji, who was shocked, and shouted, and took out the handles of her 2 game consoles. "Do you know how to play games?" "Good." Luo Ji took the gamepad in her hand and looked at the picture displayed on the TV screen. At this time, the game screen appeared on the LCD screen. The lifelike forest vegetation, the fantasy virgin forest, the continent where flying dragons and monsters are rampant, looks like a real otherworld, although it is a racing game. System: you can enter the game world by turning into a Digimon, and you can freely enter any cyberspace as long as you have a network device. Digimon. Luo Ji curled his lips. Anyway, the transformation is random. When the Digimon arrives at random, I don't know what year and month it is, but his hunch tells him that it will be soon too. If he can transform into a Digimon, it will open up a new world in cyberspace. "You lost, haha." Karina took advantage of Luo Ji to be in a daze, controlling the car, and ran to the finish line first. "Come again." Luo Ji smiled slightly and started a new game. Then he lost to Karina 2 more times. No way. The opponent is a veteran, and he doesn't have the ability to open the hook. He is not an invincible platinum star, nor is he a precision A. Unexpectedly, there are things you're not good at, haha. Karina laughed happily. With a smile, she lay on the sofa looking at Luo Ji's profile, then coughed lightly, then paused and asked, "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" "Do you think I have a girlfriend?" Sorry, forgot." Karina smiled, looked at Luo Ji straightly, and closed her mouth affectionately. When the atmosphere gradually became strange, Luo Ji stretched and said, "Are you sleepy?" 7. Go to bed. I'm watching TV on the sofa. Don't you want to record a show tomorrow? Well, that's all right. Karina nodded with a sigh, then walked towards the bedroom 860, seemingly unconsciously, and said, "I'm going to take a shower." "I see, I won't take a peek." "That's good." Karina shook her head, disappointed. Less than half a minute after she left, Luo Ji checked the time, and it was 23:30. There are only less than 30 minutes left until the next transformation again. He didn't want to have any accidents in this situation, so he turned a blind eye to some of the hints of Karina. Gradually, 30 minutes passed quickly. Luo Ji quietly waited for the countdown to end in the living room. When the countdown to the transformation finally ended, the original him disappeared. What replaced it was a humanoid mechanical creature with a sci-fi appearance. "This is," said the Autobots. Luo Ji looked at his steel-like arm. There were a series of partially formed circuits all over his body. It looked extremely fragile, not like a strong steel mechanical monster at all. Name: Prototype X-1, Luo Ji. Category: Mechanical life form. Level: None. Countdown: 168 hours. Protists? Really outrageous. But it is even more outrageous. He didn't even have a level. Luo Ji stared at this strange image of herself in amazement, which looked like a semi-finished product. The so-called protozoa is a baby form similar to a human being. It is very fragile. If you want to grow into a form like a cybertan, you need to shape it according to the original set of plates, or you can pass in fire. Naturally formed. Of course, the easiest way is to use the leadership module. But where can I find the leadership module? End egg. Ajeb. Luo Ji wanted to curse in his heart at this time. Under normal circumstances, the classification of mechanical life is warrior level, leader level, and fearless level. The fearless level is similar to the existence of the myth level, such as the universe emperor representing chaos, darkness, and destruction, or Yuan Shi Tianzuan representing order, light, and creation. However, whether it is the great emperor of the universe or Yuan Shi Tianzuan, what does it have to do with you as an ordinary original body? Not even the fighter level, if there is a childcare level, is probably almost the same. That's why Luo Ji is so excited at this time. The contrast is too big. Do not. You have to find a way to evolve. Fortunately, Luo Ji has found a way to evolve himself into a warrior level. That is, try to adjust the energy wavelength to be similar to the leader module, and then apply a concentrated energy pulse to activate his own. Life growth and evolution. Although this method is effective, it requires a huge amount of energy. If it is in the wilderness, Luo Ji must have no choice, but here is in the city, he thought of an idea. That is to steal the electric energy in the city, link the part of the circuit formed on your body with the cable in the city, and then draw the electricity of the entire city in a short period of time. The huge amount of electric energy can definitely make yourself smooth activate life evolution. Before the action, Luo Ji stood up. Fortunately, although the prototype is fragile, it can still move freely. He stared at the female reporter Karina's laptop and then approached the past. The cable changed from his finger was connected to the laptop, which seemed to be stealing the information inside, and connected to the internet, and read the map of the entire city and some surveillance videos. In order to get the information of the city conveniently, Luo Ji had to steal Karina's phone and put on a raincoat-like coat to make sure that after Karina was asleep, she walked out the door while taking advantage of the dark night. What? The original body of the robotic humanoid is now walking on the streets of human beings. It stares at a nearby car, and its red electronic eyes begin to scan. Scanning is complete. Deformation failed. Missing deformation program module. Please activate the code. If it is normal, after scanning a machine at this time, Luo Ji can copy and mimic it into its shape. Unfortunately, he doesn't even have a diagnostic computer, just a mechanical creature with a sci-fi appearance. In this way, walking staggering step by step, Luo Ji walked to the front of Karina's car, then easily opened the car door and sat in. Start searching city power supply system. Is navigating power plant. Luo Ji connected the line on his finger to the car navigation system and began to use the internet to search for power plants. Then the car's engine rang. 2 hours later, Luo Ji came near the largest power plant here. Since it was a power plant, there were not many guards. He easily climbed the wall and climbed in, and then the early morning night covered close to the electricity facility. The day and night here are also deadly silent, except for the staff who will maintain it. Few people come near here for no reason. Because Luo Ji has a huge demand for energy, especially at the moment of transmission, the demand for energy reaches its extreme. But judging from the current Earth civilization technology, the most convenient and realistic energy source is electric energy. Moreover, he only needs to use electric energy to activate and evolve himself. The energy of a power plant can still be achieved. Finally found. Luo Ji climbed inside the power plant and found the high-voltage electric transmission cable. He activated the pulse according to the way of simulating the leadership module. The pulse is like a process of rising suddenly and staying for a period of time, then falling, and then rising again. But the pulse energy demand is extremely high, and the voltage in the power plant can just meet him. Zzz. The cable, flashing with electric sparks, suddenly came into contact with Luo Ji's body, and his entire body began to undergo weird changes. At the same time, many lights in the nearby cities began to flicker and dim, and there was a large-scale blackout, but after a few seconds, the lights came on again, and Luo Ji's shape changed slightly. Continue. Zzz. Such repeated use of pulse energy to activate the module. And finally, in the process of the sixth stroke, Luo Ji's mind rang a voice. System, you are currently evolving into a warrior level. Atomic level genetic code has been activated. The diagnostic computer has been activated and is in the process of self-testing. You have been given modules such as camouflage, combat, and penetration, and you can now copy and transform into its form by scanning machinery. The emotional chip is loaded successfully. The energy system was loaded successfully. At present, energy blocks can be exchanged through the system, or energy can be extracted from power facilities. Finally, completed the evolution. Luo Ji looked at his hands at this time. The black metal texture is full, but it is quite flexible and full of powerful force. He directly pulled the cable of the power plant with both hands, and at this time he unscrupulously plundered this energy to recharge his energy module. Although Luo Ji can replenish energy blocks through the system, there's a power plant in front of him, so why bother? Taking city power. 91%, 92%, 99%, 103%. When it was completely filled, even a part of it overflowed, Luo Ji loosened the cable of the city power plant. However, at this time, because of his series of manipulations, it caused a huge commotion outside. Although there will not be a large-scale power outage in the whole city, there are also large-scale power outages in special places, such as hospitals. The people who repaired the power grid were also called by dozens of hundreds of calls, and they rushed to this side to check whether there was any major problem in the power plant. See this scene. Luo Ji was already nearly 7 meters tall at this time, jumping high in the air like a real mechanical warrior, falling outside the wall and rolling. Then he looked at Karina's Chevrolet and then scanned it. The Autobots are deformed. Accompanied by the sound of a mechanical chuck, Luo Ji completed the deformation of the car's shape in an instant, and then the lights came on, driving towards the distant highway and swaggering away. I just don't know what Karina will look like when she wakes up the next day. Mobile phones were stolen, cars were stolen, laptop systems were hacked. Then Luo Ji, the culprit of all this, disappeared again, which can be said to be terrible. Certainly, they will see each other again, but when they meet next time, Kalina will probably yell a scumbag in despair. There are a variety of life forms in the vast universe, and the mechanical life forms evolved by the protists are the most powerful and talented among them. They can transform their bodies into various forms according to their needs, and engage in camouflage, combat, and penetration. It can be said that there are only things they can't think of and nothing they can't do. Among these mechanical life form races, Luo Ji is different from other Autobots who can only change the skin deformation style once or twice. He is a complete mechanically deformed life form, which can transform into any scan machine. For example, it is a Chevrolet car now, but can be transformed if it scans other vehicles. Even airplanes, helicopters, fighters, ships, guns, laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, rockets, etc. can be transformed. The prerequisite is that it must be touched and scanned, otherwise it is not clear about the principle inside. Even if it is transformed, it is just an empty appearance. There is no way to copy their engines and the like, and naturally they will not be able to fly. Although the fighter is cool, it consumes more energy unless it is in combat. Otherwise, the car shape is more stable. Of course, the fighter is not what you want to change. The premise is that you have to be able to touch the fighter, not just someone who gives you a fighter model casually, and you can copy it. Early morning, on the avenue near the city in the suburbs. Here is a section of the road to the relatively prosperous street, where traffic police are checking work almost every day. Their task is actually to check some illegal and speeding cars. An old white traffic policeman parked the police car on the side of the road as if he was taking a newcomer and started talking there. Although there are cameras dedicated to taking photos and speed measurement, very few people are caught speeding. The old white traffic policeman patiently explained the knowledge to the newcomers. Many of us here are very gentlemen in driving. Under normal circumstances, speeding is rarely encountered. Even me, I have seen it twice a year at most. The old traffic policeman said with some pride that there is no speeding on the streets he manages. However, the word just fell. A yellow Camaro sports car is as fast as the wind and lightning. At the same time, the speed measuring equipment instantly jumped up with numbers and issued a harsh dee-dee alarm sound. What the fuck? What the F*** K is this? The old traffic policeman looked at a car passing by and then stared at the speed display screen. 270. The screen flickered violently. He opened his eyes wide and looked crazy. Is anyone looking for death? I have been a traffic policeman for more than 30 years, and this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant person. Go, get in the car. Catch him. The old traffic police became angry on the spot. The yellow Chevrolet Camaro was definitely blatantly provoking him. Hearing that, the messy young traffic police rushed into the car and fastened his seatbelt. As the tire burned and started, the old traffic police turned on the siren and quickly caught up. I must see who is so arrogant today. No rules. By the way, can Camaro run so fast? I did not know either. Follow him. Chase me. The accelerator stomped to death, and a strong feeling of pushing the back came. Even if the seatbelt was fastened, the young traffic policeman still clung to the handle with a panic expression. Wow! At this time, the yellow Chevrolet Camaro raced on the road, drifting and flicking on the road, approaching the turn. While sparking sparks, it rushed toward the street without any reduction in speed. Luo Ji, who became an Autobot, listened to rock music at this time and started to speed up, racing all the way. He didn't even notice that there was a car honking horns hurriedly and twinkling very far behind, but Luo Ji didn't move forward at full speed all the time. In the eyes of the old traffic policeman, he was just waiting for him deliberately and provoking wildly. Drop! However, no matter how the old traffic police catches up, the yellow sports car is speeding up and quickly overtaking it. And then the tortoise walks at a speed for a while, and when the police car follows up, it disappears again. It's over. Can't catch up. Seeing that the sports car in front disappeared, the old traffic policeman suddenly became so old that he had never let any speeding car escape in his entire life. Unexpectedly, I lost to a Chevrolet today. Oh, people are getting old. Even so, he couldn't see the other party's exhaust gas apparently disappeared in the urban area. This is simply the greatest shame in his life. Wait, senior, I seem to have captured it. The young traffic policeman resisted the vomiting and picked up the camera at this time and vaguely saw the license plate number of the car inside. Real? Suddenly, the eyes of the old traffic police once again appeared, and it seemed that life had returned to hope. Check it out for me. Yes. Then the young traffic police called the police station and began to adjust the surveillance, looking for the yellow Camaro sports car that started to slow down and stopped after entering the urban street. At the same time, a scream came from a house in an apartment complex. Hole. Liar. Scum. Where's my old lady's phone and laptop? Where's the data? Where's the photos? All gone. That is the voice of a female reporter. When Karina woke up, she found that her things were all in vain, and even the evidence she had finally collected was gone. She paled immediately, and if there were no such evidence, her troubles would be no small next. However, things that made her feel bad and terrible are still to come. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside, and Karina opened the door angrily and asked, Luo Ji, where you be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. Who are you? On coming 2 members who looked like a certain BI, After taking out the license, let Kalina take a look, and then a group of big men in black suits broke into the house and searched. Hey, what are you doing? You're Miss Karina, right? You are a journalist by profession. Do you have a yellow Chevrolet Camaro? The license plate number is parked near the power plant of the city power grid. I have this car, but it was stolen by a man this morning. Who is he? He's called Luo Ji. Wait, he doesn't have an identity certificate. Damn, my phone and laptop are on him, and I can't reach him. Really? Anyway, please come with us first. You are suspected of endangering public safety, damaging electrical facilities, and other serious crimes. Until the investigation is clear, you can't go anywhere. If the charges are confirmed, you may have to go to jail. What? Why? Let go of me. It wasn't me. The hapless Karina was crying without tears. Not only did she lose her job, but she was also charged with a lot of crimes. Wait, she understood everything in an instant. Maybe that Luo Ji was the one sent by the congressman she offended deliberately. She kindly took him in, but she was miserable. However, just when Karina was taken to the neighborhood downstairs, the siren sounded and a police car slowly stopped nearby. An old traffic policeman brought a young traffic policeman to the neighborhood, as if looking for something. Then, they saw Karina and asked, "Is the Chevrolet Camaro with license plate number XX03 your car?" "Yes, it's mine. What's wrong?" Karina was stunned. How come another group of people came? However, at this time, the men in black suits walked over, seeming to be negotiating with the traffic police, showing them their credentials and beckoning them not to interfere. "Your car was severely speeding on the highway this morning. We have the right to arrest you. Mr. Traffic Police, please tell me later if there's something wrong. I am going to be taken away by this group of people now." Karina was desperate. Her face was earthy at this time. She probably felt that she would spend the second half of her life in prison. She already hated the man named Luo Ji. "Take her in a car." Several men in black escorted Karina to a black car at this time, and then the negotiation with the traffic police was completed. Although very upset, the old traffic policeman could only watch her being taken away. Look for flowers. However, just when the black car ran to the intersection of street, in full view, the yellow Camaro sports car that was speeding and appeared near the power plant swayed through the street as it sang songs. "Hey, that's my car. Look, he stole it." Karina yelled hurriedly, pointed to the car and said, "The guy who stole my car is in it. Chase it." The plainclothes and the black car looked at each other at this time. I didn't expect to meet the suspect in Karina's mouth so soon. And they have some feelings. Isn't the car impounded? How could it suddenly appear here? And the license plate and the sticker on it are exactly the same. Quickly catch up. With the death of the leader, the driver began to accelerate. So the black car quickly passed the Camaro sports car, opened the window to look outside, and then tried to force it to a stop. Listening to the song Luo Ji on the street, he was advancing in the form of a sports car. Suddenly, he saw someone overtaking him with a double flash behind him, and even intentionally left the car and forced him to stop. Who? So arrogant. Luo Ji didn't even think about it. He immediately accelerated and surpassed the black car and ran away. Then the black car quickly accelerated to follow up. Only then did Luo Ji discover that there seemed to be a female figure in the black car. After carefully perceiving it, she discovered that it was Karina, the hapless woman. Could it be that she called the police? Luo Ji suddenly realized that he might be wanted. If they stopped the car like this, they would definitely find that there was no one in the main driver's seat behind the privacy glass. Then his identity will be exposed. When I thought of this, there was no other way. I had to speed up to flee and get rid of these guys. Then Luo Ji started to accelerate to 100 kilometers in less than 4 seconds, directly staged speed and ex-love in the city, and disappeared at the end of the street. Attention! The suspect is going to run away. Hurry up, hurry up. Catch up with the yellow speeding Camaro ahead. The person in the black car started to pick up the walkie-talkie and contacted the traffic police patrolling nearby. As a result, the traffic police collectives throughout the city were dispatched. Sirens sounded on various streets and began to surround the yellow speeding Camaro. System, you are currently being hunted. Do you open the virtual map of the city? Turn on. Luo Ji heard the system prompt, and while moving at full speed, a virtual map of the entire city appeared in his mind. Those flashing red dots represent the traffic police and the people who chased him, and he himself was a blue light spot. At this time, red light spots appeared on many streets in all directions. F***K, drag racing. At this time, ordinary people on the street were stunned, watching a yellow sports car rushing out at speed, and then several police cars appeared on the two streets behind them at the same time, sounding their sirens and chasing them. This is not the way to go. In the process of drag racing, Luo Ji thought to himself that he would definitely be blocked, and he had to find a way to escape the sight of these people. Suddenly, when he saw an underground parking lot, he had an idea. He drifted and flicked on the street, hit the guardrail directly, and drove towards the unmanned underground parking lot. Hey! The harsh brake sound suddenly sounded. Luo Ji drifted and flicked, stopped near an old Jeep, and then began to scan. After the scan was successful, the appearance changed completely. Immediately after he parked in a nearby parking space, the whole body's mechanical genes began to work. When the black car and police car outside surrounded and drove in, Luo Ji quickly completed the camouflage copy and then turned off and was in absolute silence. Report, there is no one in there. Find it. As the car door opened, a few gunmen came down from the black car. At this time, they leaned against the wall and started looking for the sports car in the unmanned parking lot. After searching around, they felt incredible. The entire underground parking lot was empty, let alone a human figure. Even the yellow Camaro sports car was gone. Where's the car? Why, it's gone. Sean, where's the car? Is it lost? B******************************* D. Impossible. I watched him break in with my own eyes. It is impossible to escape in such a short period of time. Look for it. While they were talking, these black-clothed men began to stretch their hands to their waist to touch the guns, and then approached cautiously toward the deeper part of the parking lot. At this time, Luo Ji, disguised as an old Jeep, snickered inwardly. Can you find me? It is impossible for anyone to discover that he is completely disguised in this day. Just thinking of this, Luo Ji saw the controlled Karina staring at him strangely. What's the situation? Did she see through it? The female reporter's natural keen instinct told Karina, how could there be two identical old Jeep here? Of course, she didn't suspect that one of the Jeep was mutated, so she was simply surprised and curious. But it's this curiosity. 877. Let her see her laptop and mobile phone in one of the old Jeep. That is. Seeing this scene, Karina's eyes widened, and she confirmed it 2 or 3 times in a row, and she was 100% sure that it was her laptop and phone. Even the phone case and the cartoon stickers on the laptop were exactly the same. What's going on? Now, it was the female reporter's turn. She looked around, and it seemed that the people in black hadn't noticed the strangeness on her side. So the female reporter moved her body quietly to the back, wanting to see the Jeep more closely. Only then did she suddenly react. Luo Ji might be hiding in this car. I'm going, don't you come here. Luo Ji was panicked. The female reporter approached. Didn't she hurt herself? The peekaboo game ended early. However, the female reporter thought in her heart that if she was arrested, she would have to spend the rest of her life in prison. In this case, you must produce evidence to prove your innocence, and the evidence and the criminal Luo Ji are in the old Jeep. As long as you catch him, you will be acquitted. Of course, if the female reporter yelled that Luo Ji was in this car at this time, it would not be impossible, but in that case, the USB flash drive on the laptop could fall into the hands of these people in black. To be honest, the female reporter did not. Trust them. If the U-disc falls into their hands, then 80% has nothing to do with you, and even if they're bad guys, you're sure to be cold. So the female journalist Karina decided to take a bold gamble. She hid in the car without paying attention, pulled out the USB flash drive, and then caught Luo Ji. The other side, Luo Ji noticed Karina's actions, and he hesitated at this moment, but then he thought about it and got an idea. Pop! An impenetrable voice sounded behind Karina. She looked back in amazement and found that the door of the old Jeep had been opened. But there was no one inside. At this moment, The man in black, who noticed the strangeness, suddenly turned his head and saw that Karina was already more than 2 meters away from him, and suddenly strode over. Damn it, she wants to run away. Hearing this, Karina couldn't hesitate at all. As if being dragged into the car by something, she let out a scream. But more terrible things are yet to come. The wheels of the old Jeep suddenly moved, leaving a puff of smoke on the ground like a burnt tire. With a loud engine noise coming from the underground garage, an old Jeep rushed out from the exit in an instant. Hey, stop for me. Oh, damn it. A group of people in black rushed out, looking at the old Jeep disappearing on the cross street, and stomped with anger. Hole. Go chase. Now who cares about the disappearing yellow Chevrolet Camaro? They chased them all out. The female reporter Karina was frightened and stupid. She even broke out swearing. What is the special situation? She only knew that she found her mobile phone in a car, and then knew that she was caught and finished. So she broke free of those people and wanted to prove her innocence with the mobile phone and other objects. As a result, as soon as I got into the car, I found that the Jeep had welded its door to the floor and rushed out. And it ran fast. Watching the cars in the city, the cars of the traffic police and investigators were chasing after them, with their sirens and lights on. Hurry up! Ordinary people in the city streets screamed when they saw this scene, and an old Jeep slammed into them like crazy. However, just in the moment of emergency, the 2 wheels of that old Jeep jumped directly into the air, whizzing away close to passers-by like blades, and the strong wind directly wiped the skirts of the beauties. Kiss black, the old Jeep bumped twice immediately, and then resumed normal driving all the way out of the city on the road. Help! Kalina was bulging the window in horror, but found it was useless at all. At this time, she saw her phone, picked it up in a panic, and unlocked it, and shouted, "Hello, anyone! Help! I was kidnapped by an old black and white Jeep." Then another voice came over the phone, 0. Karina? Is that you? Puff! Are you playing a game now? Kidnapped by an old Jeep? As a result, good. Honey ridiculed on the other side of the phone. Hole. Trust me. Karina was watching the old Jeep that had soared above 200 per hour, and her strong feeling of pushing her back made her adrenaline soar. My God, isn't it? Karina suddenly saw a big curve ahead and hurriedly fastened her seatbelt. At the moment when the buckle fell, the old Jeep suddenly flicked a sharp 90-degree turn, making her almost flung out, and then there was a burst of intense dizziness and vomiting, and the heartbeat accelerated at this time. Hey, don't throw up on me. Suddenly, a mechanically synthesized sound came from the old Jeep. Who is it? The female reporter looked like a cat who was frightened. She quickly looked around and found herself in the back row and in the entire car. Then she looked at the phone and laptop, but found that there was no problem. Who are you? Why kidnap me? The female reporter asked tentatively, with a panic on her face. Mysterious mechanical synthesis sound. You're going to get in the car yourself, otherwise I will stop on the side of the road, and you'll get off by yourself? Really? As soon as she finished speaking, the female reporter saw through the rearview mirror a large group of police cars chasing after her. She immediately shook her head desperately. No, I must be arrested when I go down now. Oh, I'm done, mine. His career was ruined by that D named Luo Ji. Hey, at the time of 4.1, the mechanical synthesis sound seemed a little unpleasant and said, the Luo Ji you mentioned, is he scumbag? Well, it's scumbag. Scum. Incompetent. However, crunchy. The old Jeep suddenly braked so that the female reporter Karina almost didn't hit the steering wheel. And then she said angrily, what the hell? Why did it suddenly stop again? Who is controlling it remotely? Remote control? The old Jeep ignored the female reporter and drove toward the car wash shop, and then scanned a Mercedes-Benz nearby that was washing the car along the way. Tell he washed the car. Otherwise, you just wait to get caught and go to jail. Why? Wash the car at this time. Wait, I see. The female reporter realized that this was confusing her eyes and ears, and hurriedly opened the car window and said to the boss to wash the car. Then I stayed inside and waited nervously, listening to the police cars passing by one on the road behind. At this time, in a car wash shed on the side of a road, when the fat boss went to get the car wash tools, there was a dispute in the car. Listen, we are now grasshoppers on a rope. No matter what you think, your charges are fulfilled. The mechanically synthesized voice in the car said coldly. I'm not guilty, Karina said angrily. You said you're not guilty? I believe you, but do they believe you? Illegal hijacking of the urban power grid, endangering public safety, malicious drag racing, ignoring regulations, and being suspected of secretly photographing members of Congress. Any charge is enough to put you in jail and destroy it. Your career, if you add up all of it, you should be thankful that there is no death penalty in this country. Ooh, don't say it. I'm all to blame on Luo Ji. Now I'm dead. The female reporter Karina's eyes were red from crying, and she looked pitiful. Don't cry. It's useless to cry here. When you get to the women's prison, you can cry as much as you want. But guess, when you cry, will the prisoners stop bullying you because of this? Shut up. Be ************ D. I'm going to kill you. You can't stand still even walking now, and you dare to threaten me. Who the hell are you? 06, soon you will know. The moment the words fell, the seat and car interior decoration beside the female reporter Karina suddenly got a new look, becoming the appearance of a Mercedes-Benz G300, followed by the roar of the accelerator, and then directly rushed out of the car wash shop. Hey, stop for me. I haven't paid for the car wash yet. Be ************* D. A roar came from the back of the car, and the female reporter saw through the rearview mirror that inside the car wash shed, a fat man in overalls ran out angrily through the mop used to wash the car to the ground, awkwardly stepping on it. While standing on his feet, he yelled loudly at his side and then raised his middle finger. Oops. Seeing this scene, Karina suddenly laughed, seeming to be very happy. Why? Do you feel the happiness of a PR ***SD***** Uda? That's right. After breaking the rules, I didn't expect it to be so exciting. Really? That's good. The Luo Ji, who transformed into the appearance of the Mercedes-Benz G300, slowed down and drove slowly out of the city. Outside the city, in the mountains, Karina looked at the roadside scenery along the way. She suddenly asked, Do you know Luo Ji? No, don't lie to me. I probably guessed who you are. You're Luo Ji, right? Inside the car's mechanical synthesizer. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't install it. My phone and laptop are here, and was I just dazzled? Aren't I in a Jeep? Why suddenly I became a Mercedes? At this time, Karina only felt that she had been too frightened in one day, and she was already numb. Even if there is a sudden change in the decoration of the car, there will not be much mood swings, because those who should cry and scream are already tired. Do you hate him? Of course. Karina was angry at the thought of here, and complained, I kindly took him in and worked for him, but I didn't expect it to hurt me so badly. Really, if there is a chance to make up for everything you have, and turn you from a wanted criminal in the whole city into a whole city, no, if the country and the world are known as a hero, would you do it? What opportunity? Don't talk about the whole country. Thank God for acquitting me. Kalina wiped her tears and said angrily. Then the mechanical sound continued. I want you to expose one thing. I think too. But now, let alone the exposure and release of news, I even lose my identity as a reporter. These are just small hoops. As long as you expose this bigger matter, you will be a hero. The bigger question mark. Karina seemed to smell some heavy news. Do you know the big explosion in Alpha City a few days ago? It is now officially declared to be a major accident. The crowd has been evacuated and search and rescue operations are underway. Yes. Do you know the cause of the explosion? It's more exaggerated. Have you ever heard of the European headquarters of the biochemical company, the Ouroboros base? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, and then you will see these incredible things with your own eyes: virus leaks, human experiments, and mutated corpses. Anyone is enough intelligence to make you famous. My God, what you said is true. This is big news, the kind that shocked the world. But Karina soon became frustrated again. She said, No, Even if you know the truth, what about? You have also seen that with my ability, I am afraid that exposure will be instantly blocked, and even myself will be in danger. What if you add me? You? Just after speaking, Karina screamed and noticed that the car suddenly changed direction and pulled over. Cough. The reason is that when the Mercedes-Benz G was driving, a black sports car inserted from the side ran into it. Damn, what's the matter with that person? Karina looked in the rearview mirror, and a black Lamborghini supercar drove behind. With the roar of the engine, it quickly caught up with the Mercedes-Benz G on the road. When the opponent approached, Karina glared at the past. FK. Then I heard some abuse. Karina discovered that when the convertible supercar was approaching side by side, the man with sunglasses sitting in the driver's seat raised his middle finger toward this side. What? Why does he provoke us? Obviously, he didn't see the way. Karina is a little unsure. Maybe it's because we ran in front of him. The mechanical synthesis sound rang coldly. It's really troublesome. Anyway, sit down. What do you mean? Karina curled her eyebrows slightly. In the next moment, she was shocked to find that the surrounding car interior suddenly changed, completely replicating the form of a Lamborghini supercar. It seemed that the 877 had changed not only the appearance, but also the engine and speed in an instant. At this time, the rich second generation wearing sunglasses looked at this side with a stunned expression, thinking it was dazzling. However, with this copy of the Lamborghini supercar speeding up instantly, it surpassed him like lightning. This time, he completely angered him. Although he felt unbelievable, the man in sunglasses stepped on the accelerator to death and followed him. Immediately afterwards, two identical black supercars raced at extremely fast speeds on the mountain roads, and no one would let anyone else. Idiot. Luo Ji started to activate the energy section while thinking that in an instant, his horsepower doubled again, directly breaking through 360 miles. The provocative, rich second generation saw this scene, and it is estimated that it was on the top, and it instantly increased the speed to 342 kilometers per hour. Two cars in front and one in the back are chasing towards the big bend in the mountain. And then at that moment, the black supercar that is running in the front starts to slow down, and then a beautiful and elegant tail flicks and enters perfectly. It's a corner. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The black Lamborghini at the rear had no time to brake and decelerate. When turning the steering wheel, the whole car directly hit the guardrail and rushed out from a high place in the mountain. In almost an instant, it rushed hundreds of meters away, crashed on the cliff. Then there was a burst of thick smoke rolling and explosions, and nothing could be heard. After the car overturned, it was cremated directly. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of metal scraping and tearing, there was a harsh brake sound from the road. Immediately afterwards, the huge inertia and impact made the black supercar rushed out of the mountain road, crashed into the distance, and the scene was fragmented and terrible. Oh my God! Karina looked at this scene in horror and said, "You killed him? Idiot!" Exclamation point. Mechanically synthesized sound. It was he who killed himself. You said I killed him? Then I controlled his throttle. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Karina realized that it was the person who made a mistake, but she still felt a little weird, and her heart was throbbing. You are too fierce. She looked at the surroundings in the car and said, "Who on earth are you? A monster? Why can you become like other cars? And in that case, you can make perfect corners." "Do you want to know?" asked the mechanical synthesizer. "Tell me." "Good." Crunch. On the roadside in the mountainous area outside the city, the black Lamborghini supercar gradually slowed to a stop. Then the door opened and the mechanical synthesizer sounded. "Get off, woman." Kalina's seat popped up and she was driven out of the car mercilessly. Then she stood on the side of the road complaining. So, Autobot transform. Click, click. In a short time, in the horrified eyes of Karina, the Lamborghini supercar in front of her completed the cool transformation in the science fiction movie in just a few seconds and became a giant. Buzz. When the giant car transformed into a giant whose eye sockets lit up, the body of about 7 meters tall looked down at Karina, and the other's eyes were full of shock. Oh my God. My God. Damn. The car is deformed. She refused to listen to OMG and OMG, walking around like an ant on a hot pot, circling around the Autobot Luo Ji, while shouting to God in shock. My name is X01 Transforming Robot, and I come from a place you don't know. Then I will leave here and go to the next city. If you want to leave, leave now. The mechanically synthesized sound sounded on the tall steel Autobot. It stepped out of its legs, and the sound of heavy footsteps walked on the highway. What? How can you do this? Karina yelled suddenly, but looking at the tall giant, she dared not speak. Do you want to abandon me here alone and run away by yourself? It's up to you. The tall Autobot turned around, and the mechanical synthesizer sounded. Either join me or go to jail. You choose it yourself. I am very impatient. Hey, wait for me. Karina stayed at this time, quite a feeling of being forced aboard the thief ship. She was crying without tears, and all her things and information were still in that car. Is what you said true? That big news, Ouroboros Base, District 7. Certainly. The X01 deformed robot Luo Ji turned around at this time and looked at Kalina, who was following her panting, and understood her intentions. Get in the car. Talking. With the sound of clicking, the giant robot once again transformed into the form of a car. But this time it is not a Lamborghini supercar, but a blue Beetle that has been scanned before but has not been used. What? Kalina seemed shocked. She asked, how many cars will you change? As long as I have seen it, it's okay. Speaking of which, why did you become like this? Isn't the supercar just now cool? Not at all. On the contrary, it is very conspicuous. The mechanical synthesizer sounded. Besides, you also want to take a supercar? $3,000 a month, are you worthy? What the hell? Karina, who was complaining about herself, became angry again at this time. But there is no way. As Luo Ji said, hiding her identity is the most important thing. But suddenly, she asked suspiciously, how do you know how much my monthly salary is? I can find all your secrets. This is my ability. Okay, can you check someone for me? It's Luo Ji. I want to know where he is now. I can check, but I refuse. The Luo Ji you are looking for has nothing to do with my X01. If we cooperate smoothly, it is not impossible to help you. While talking about the sky, the blue Beetle slowed down and drove slowly towards the next city. What are we going to do next? The first is to investigate intelligence, find the right way to the European headquarters Ouroboros base, and then start the invasion. Then what can I do for you? Look, the mechanical synthesizer sounded, and an image of a character and his information were displayed on the car navigation screen in front of Karina. This person is called Charlie, 26 years old, and is the handover of Ouroboros. You take it. I came down to find a way to get close to him, and then took the Black Crow robot to hack his mobile phone. I want to steal his address book. Black Crow robot. Karina had just finished speaking and found that her mobile phone in the car suddenly began to deform and turned into a small bird-shaped robot. She brought her face closer and blinked her shiny eyes. This small robot named Black Crow is a divided part of my body. It can travel through blind spots in people's sight. The ordinary code door can't stop it at all. Incredible. Karina opened her hand, and the small Black Crow robot began to look like a mobile phone again. Charlie, right? Where should I find him? The Black Crow robot will tell you. Just follow the navigation. If you get into trouble, it will notify me. I see. As a result, Karina was forced to become Luo Ji's tool man and began to investigate the Ouroboros base at the European headquarters. Qian Zhao Zhao. The other side. Luo Ji looked at the distant buildings and wanted to invade the lower floors of the Ouroboros base. He had to find the server warehouse area where the information was stored. He connected to the server to steal confidential information from the secret network and search for a man named Edward People. He is the few people who took away the Countess's baby during World War II, and he is also one of the founders of the code name Ouroboros. If nothing unexpected happens, the so-called European headquarters should not simply refer to a base. The first and third districts were destroyed by myself. So where are the other districts? The lighthouse country, the Neon Country, and the Iron Tower Country seem to have branches, and what is the most mysterious 7th District secret? And on top of this, what is the European headquarters? All this needs to be investigated. It is not just recklessness that can solve the problem. If everything could be solved brainlessly, then the Ouroboros should have gone bankrupt. Only, what Luo Ji didn't know was, at this moment, in a building in a certain European country, because the city of Alpha was attacked, the Minister of State F convened a meeting. The general content of the meeting was about the super soldier transformation plan, the consequences and thorny problems faced by the failure of the Ouroboros plan. At the same time, they also intercepted a piece of information about the world's only perfect Ouroboros strengthening potion and its research data, all of which fell into the hands of Dragon Kingdom. In order to track down this matter, they deliberately found out the news and detailed intelligence of the cruise ship trapped at sea for more than 10 days at the time, as well as the bizarre incidents that followed. I didn't know if I didn't check it, and I was stunned when I checked it. Recently, there have been a variety of weird incidents, sea monster attacks, crocodiles' cannibalism, collective nightmares, and an invasion of werewolves in Eastern Europe. Oh my God! Photographs were projected, and the werewolf's violent, cruel, and terrifying face frightened many people in the conference room. In an uproar, there was a new voice, and this, everyone be quiet. As the conference room calmed down, a piece of audio began to play on the screen. It was a signal they intercepted. It was a signal from an attacker who was destroying a city power plant not long ago. It sounded like a bunch of noise. Such Autobots are to form this What is this? Codename. Autobots. Jiangshi, there was a lot of discussion and noisy in the whole conference room. It seems. At this time, Minister Guo crossed his hands. The back of his hand supported the bottom, his glasses were glowing, and he looked at the group of people in front of him. He went on to say, "Some of us are busy again." Afternoon. Kalina touched her pocket, looking left and right, finding nothing. It seemed that she was now penniless and nothing else. "Oh, really? Why didn't you bring the money?" "I don't know if the bank card is frozen, and easily withdrawing the money will reveal her identity." Karina rubbed her head and suddenly asked, X-01, "Can you change anything you have scanned, as long as it is metal-related?" The mechanical synthesizer plays. "Oh, I knew it. What's wrong?" Luo Ji, in the form of a blue beetle, asked. "Does it still need to be said?" Karina mumbled feebly, X-01, "I'm hungry." "Hungry?" Luo Ji frowned his non-existent brow. "It's really troublesome." Then the engine sound of the blue beetle started, and it drove towards the street. Karina saw this scene and suddenly asked, "Where are you going?" "Go and find an ATM. A small black crow robot can invade and destroy the system, so you have money. But I'll be caught by the camera. Don't worry. I'll hack into the network in this area at that time and let the camera restart." "Really? Then go. It's important to grab the money." Karina, her eyes lit up and she was suddenly excited. "I should have done this a long time ago, and now I have to take revenge on those bastards who imposed crimes on me." After a few minutes, one person and one vehicle approached the ATM. Karina put on her mask and hat and walked into the cash machine. The mobile phone she was carrying quickly turned into a black crow robot. She extended her finger to a data cable and connected it to the inside of the cash machine. With a groan, the lamp went black, and the working machine banged on, and the money in the cash machine was spit out like white paper. "Wow, a lot of money. Too much." Kalina smiled from ear to ear, picked up the bag and grabbed a lot of banknotes and stuffed it in. She walked out of the cash machine and sat on the blue beetle until it was full. "Hey!" As the vehicle drove, the blue beetle took her for a lap in the alley. When she came out, she turned into a very cool red Ferrari sports car, completely changed its appearance. Because the image is too far from the beetle. At this moment, even tracking is not easy to track. At least it will be impossible for anyone to track them within half a day. How do you feel? It's so easy to invade an ATM of this level. Luo Ji's voice rang from the car. "Too crazy. I have never owned so much money. There are hundreds of thousands of euros in the whole bag. The bag is full." Excited, as soon as Karina opened the package, The banknotes in the entire package floated up instantly. Haha, it's really superficial. The mechanical synthesis sound mocked Karina unabashedly. Whatever you say, hee. Karina didn't care. She pointed to a fairly good restaurant and said, "Just stop here. We will separate here. When I finish my meal and buy a dress, you will help me make an electronic perjury. In the evening, I'll go to Charlie's villa to find the target." "Yes, but remember, don't be discovered. If you fail here, I will give you up decisively. Don't expect me to go to prison to save you." Like a blow to Karina's ecstasy, Luo Ji warned that she hoped that this woman would not play mischievously. "Oh, look for flowers." "I see." Due to tension, Karina hurriedly opened the door and walked down when she arrived nearby at this time. When she was about to leave, she attracted a group of passers-by to watch. Karina raised her eyes and saw a burst of surprise and envy around her. Karina was stunned. It seemed that others were talking about her beauty. Her golden curly hair, pale skin, rosy lips, and dark eyes made the young men around her scream about her beauty. Of course, they were mainly attracted by the red Ferrari. Seeing such a cool car parked in front of the shop, even the boss felt very vain. Luo Ji only turned into this way. It was purposeful and deliberately attracted some eyes. Karina made her actions less noticeable. Because beautiful women and sports cars are in front of men, normal men will definitely watch sports cars. After all, who is idly watching beautiful women? So in full view, the red Ferrari started to drive on its own and slowly disappeared to the end of the street. The remote module has started, linking the Black Crow, small robot, successfully connected. Luo Ji disappeared in the alley. After confirming that there were no people in surveillance nearby, he directly transformed into the form of X-01 King Kong. Then he grabbed the high wall with one hand, jumped, and landed on the side of the target villa's courtyard with a roar. He is now in the form of a robot and has to avoid the surrounding cameras and dogs cautiously, then sneaked all the way to the vicinity of the villa. Watching the walking bodyguards around, Luo Ji changed back to the form of a car again, stopped at the car park of the rich, motionless, and then began to connect with the Black Crow small robot, remotely control it to start invading. "Hello, madam. Is there anything wrong?" Luo Ji listened to the movement over there. "Hello. My name is Sally, and I want to see your boss, Charlie. I am his friend." On the other side, Karina also started to act. Taking advantage of the bodyguard and dealing with each other, the Black Crow, small robot, began to jump out first, evading the detection of the instrument. Then the bodyguard in the black suit took Karina to inform the owner of the villa. Later, after hacking into the system here, the small Black Crow robot was also under Luo Ji's remote control. When Karina hurriedly acted on the person named Charlie, they began to steal the data from his mobile phone. As for the method, it was stolen through Bluetooth, so it needs to be within a few meters of Charlie himself. The address book was successfully obtained. Personal permission was successfully obtained. Loading database. Sean. Authentication is successful. ID Charlie. Level 3. Transferee. Loading information about Ouroboros. The process is probably to use the Black Crow small robot to steal Charlie's authority, and then Luo Ji's ontology hacked into the network to find information about Ouroboros. However, I don't know if I don't check it. When it was found, Luo Ji discovered that the force of this Ouroboros was greater than he thought. With Charlie's authority, only short-term content can be intercepted. Even so, it is amazing, such as keywords, triple companies, mega multinational corporations, the world's 3 giants, global monopoly-level interest groups, and so on. However, the true Ouroboros is not just an enterprise. It was formed by the merger of the big 3 companies. Ouroboros is just one of the code names of the plan, a small part of it. Moreover, this global monopoly-level interest group is very powerful, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the #1 in the world. The company involves many countries, about 877, of which Longwa is also among them. On the surface, it is an international super monopoly. In fact, it involves most of the high-tech fields including drugs, medical hardware, defense industry, etc. Technology industry. He not only has the world's top medical technology, but also has many other identities. For example, it also has its own military department and research department. The real source of benefits comes from secret industries, such as unknown high-tech military technology, life engineering, and biological weapons, including many top-secret plans that cannot be made public. For example, in addition to the Ouroboros project, there are also the Tinder project, and so on. It is now known that the Ouroboros project is a research on the biochemical weapons of the super soldier strengthening potions. The Tinder project is more outrageous. It is in the fifth zone, located in the super shipyard in the ice and snow of Antarctica. But it does not involve graduated weapons, nor does it involve military departments. It is built for industrial purposes. Most people can't guess it, because it is a spacecraft. It is a secret aerospace project in progress. Because of this, as a giant business machine involving many fields, Sanlian does not belong to any country. But in most prosperous cities in developed and developed countries, there are their companies, and many elites around the world have chosen to work for Sanlian Company. On April 12, 1969, Sanlian Company was formally established, and the logo of the company's internal senior management was the double Ouroboros. However, this badge is only known to high-level internal personnel, so the true appearance of this mysterious and huge giant is rarely known. The reason why it can have a huge status and power in the global society is naturally indispensable for all aspects of support. Sanlian's medical technology is number one in the world. Sanlian's military industry is number one in the world. Sanlian's safety inspection is number one in the world. Suddenly, Luo Ji's mind came up with many voices from former colleagues and the internet. Sanlian Company, Sanlian Company. Is it a coincidence? Luo Ji remembered. More than a month ago, before he turned into a North Sea giant monster for the first time, he took a plane across the North Pacific, and the place he went was to establish a cooperative relationship with Sanlian Company. At that time, he was the deputy director of an IT company, own a pivotal position in the company, and maintain an excellent and good social image. Looking back on it carefully, Luo Ji recalled the details of the time. The purpose of his trip to Europe at the time was to bring some important data from the company to Sanlian. Then there was an accident halfway through, a plane crash, and death in the sea. The plane crash, Sanlian Company, is getting more and more bizarre. At this moment, Luo Ji subconsciously used the authority to search for the name Luo Ji. Then there was no problem, but when he went to search for the name of the flight he was taking, the information page that popped up showed a description that was slightly different from the news. At 8:35 in the morning, the plane took off from the airport and headed for Europe. When passing through the North Pacific, a sudden explosion caused damage to the aircraft's engine, and the aircraft lost contact. It was confirmed that it crashed in. Luo Ji did not keep watching from behind, because his attention was on the explosion, but according to his memories, the plane did not explode at that time, but encountered a strong air current. But when I think about it carefully, I did hear a strange noise at that time. Not long after that, the plane had a strong tremor. It's not right how to think. But now there is no way, because Charlie's authority can only access these. It seems that if you want to know what happened to that plane, you have to continue to investigate. Therefore, for Sanlian Company, Luo Ji is familiar and can no longer be familiar. If Sanlian is the real giant behind the scenes, and the so-called Ouroboros project is also a small part of the project, perhaps Luo Ji will be busy. Because he also knew that trying to shake such a huge giant can't be solved by just one or two accidents. He wants to solve the Sanlian Company and eradicate all the evils. This is not for anyone, but for himself. At least he must die to understand. It's too unreliable to fool everyone by saying the plane had an accident due to an unknown cause. It seems to start from here. Luo Ji made up his mind to thoroughly investigate Sanlian Company. As night fell, 2 rows of dim electric light poles were shining brightly. Luo Ji is making a call at this time. The Autobot started calling a contact from an unfamiliar number. About 10 seconds later, on the other side of the phone came the voice of a lady full of magnetism, Apparently the Countess Asina, who was thousands of miles away. Hey, what a coincidence. You actually remember to call me. What happened to you? Do you know Sonny and Company? Luo Ji asked. I've heard what's wrong, and why your voice has become so strange. Asina seemed a little surprised, hearing mechanically synthesized sound for the first time. Don't worry about it. Tell me, what kind of baby you've been robbed? To tell you the truth, the task you entrusted is much more complicated than imagined. Ouroboros is just one part of the Somnian Company. That's it. Luo Ji directly pointed out the words clearly. Let him deal with Somnian Company? Yes. However, you have to add money. Okay, now that you know something, I will tell you a story. Hearing Luo Ji's excitement, Countess Asina's voice gradually softened, and she said slowly, at the beginning of the 18th century, a captain was driving near the glacier. As the 4.1 huge ice block fell into the abyss, it fell to the ground. Buried in a cavity under the ice, he found a huge body of a creature and found in his hand a cube with unknown language symbols and pictographic patterns on the surface. Here, a strange idea faintly popped up in Luo Ji's mind. Is it a fire source? This is ridiculous. But the Countess Asina's voice did not stop. She went on to say, that thing has huge energy and emits some blue light, which makes the people and animals around become weird, and the life expectancy seems to be taken away. The whole body was draining pus and turning to blood. People were afraid of that thing and called it the Deathly Hallows, but the captain who got it at the time had undergone a unique change. He became more manic than before. With greater strength, even if it is injured, it will quickly heal itself. All of these are changes brought about by that Deathly Hallows. Here. Luo Ji probably ruled out the speculation of the source of fire. The blue light is probably the performance of gamma radiation ionized air. But why did the captain mutate, and everyone else who approached died? It's an ancient parasite. The captain who died in the glacier found many of these black bugs near the huge corpse of the creature on the glacier. They looked like leeches and parasitized on his arm. Those black parasites transformed him. His genes allow him to exert 100% of the power of the whole body's cells. So his metabolism is extremely fast, his strength is greatly increased, and his appetite is skyrocketed. Having said this, the Countess's voice gradually changed. My family's blood disease started at that time. Yes, the captain is my grandfather's grandfather's father. It turns out so. No wonder you know so much. Luo Ji thought. Is it an ancient parasite virus or a product left by aliens? It caused the mutation of the Countess family. Later, the boy I met, he grew up and turned into a demon, sent people to attack my castle and village, and took away the treasure of my family, the Deathly Hallows. It is worth mentioning that some people broke the container containing the Deathly Hallows due to improper transportation. When I found their bodies, they were already decayed. Right? Yes. To describe it in modern human terms, the rate of canceration is too fast, causing the molecules in the cell to lose their physiological activity and fall into complete death. And that ancient parasite is the key to suppressing radiation and radioactive energy. It can absorb radioactive energy in nature and feed it back to the body, making the host stronger. So, Mr. Luo, all the secrets you want to know about vampires are here. To put it bluntly, it is just some patients infected with unknown parasites. Speaking of this, Countess Asina asked meaningfully, compared to you as a werewolf, who of us is a monster? Who are we monsters? This rhetorical question silenced Luo Ji. There is no doubt that the real monster is him. Is it the Deathly Hallows? I will find it, and please hope that you won't lie to me. After speaking, Luo Ji hung up the phone. The situation is very different now. His goal is very clear, which is to find the whereabouts of the Death Hallows. But for such an important thing, where can Somnian Company hide it? The first and third districts have been explored, and they do not exist, but there are many other districts. There are headquarters all over the world, and the European headquarters is only one of them. This is so much more complicated than Umbrella and Umbrella Company. If you look for the whereabouts of the Death Hallows like this kind of blind box, you will definitely get half the result with half the effort. You can only invade the headquarters building first and directly forcibly break the server warehouse area where the information is stored, connect to the server, and steal it. Confidential information. Let me go. What's the matter with you? I'm really a guest. At this time, Karina was in trouble over there. It seemed that she was seen through her disguised identity. She is not the singer Sally at all. Grab her. When the security guard reacted and yelled to chase him, Luo Ji, who was in the form of a car, knocked over several people blocking the road and disappeared at the end of the road with her. Correct, Karina asked as the car was driving automatically. How's your place? I've found a clue to the European headquarters, right in the headquarters building of the local Somnian company. Huh, Somnian company. Karina was taken aback. She was even more shocked than when she was first discovered. Yes, this is our next goal. No way, no. Somnian company can't move us. He has a pivotal position in society, and if we really expose him, it will be useless because many people are employees of Somnian company. Speaking of pharmaceutical factories, light and heavy industries, etc., the most basic supermarkets, shopping malls, entertainment, and film industries have a shadow of triple joint companies, and even Universal Mining also has their shares. And then, the mechanical synthesis sounded coldly. If you bring down the Somnian company, hundreds of thousands or millions of people will be unemployed. They will definitely not support the agreement and peace, and even a large part of the people will ignore it for the sake of life, and even they will oppose it conversely. Press industry. Don't think so much. You can just expose it. How about you? I just destroy it. Having said that, Luo Ji's transformed red Ferrari supercar speeds up and slams into the building of the headquarters of Somnian company. What? Are you crazy? Karina was frightened and stupefied. At this time, Luo Ji's transformed supercar broke through the glass door of the headquarters building of Somnian company. In an uproar, countless pieces of glass were everywhere, and there was a scream from inside the building. I'm here to attract their attention. You go to the underground base of Somnian company to find a server warehouse with a double Ouroboros logo that stores information and data. The Black Crow robot will follow and protect you. After speaking, Luo Ji instantly transformed into the X-01 fighter form, and the tall and mighty robot appeared in everyone's field of vision for the first time. Go to the elevator. The huge hand grabbed Karina and sent her to the direction of the underground elevator. Then the small robot began to crack the code lock. The door of the elevator opened, and Karina couldn't care too much, so she had to follow up. Gatling gun. At this time, the X-01 mechanical King Kong raised his right arm, and with the sound of metal deformation, it was instantly reorganized into a machine gun, which was destroyed in the company building. Dash. Bullet sound. Everyone squatted down and held their heads, or they would die. The mechanical synthesis sound suddenly became domineering and sharp. God, no, this is a nightmare. The employees of the company squatted on the ground in horror, as if they were ordered to hold their heads when they encountered a bank robbery, huddled under the cabinet and dared not move. Damn it, how come there are large robots in the company? Not only that, when Luo Ji found the target and planned to storm the company building, he decided not to continue to pretend. Instead, choose destroy. Fight. Let the mechanical and violent aesthetics merge together, so it enters the combat mode. Of course, Luo Ji's real purpose is to create chaos. Let the Black Crow, small robot, and Karina's invasion more smoothly, so that everyone's attention will be on themselves. Immediately afterwards, he ran and, at the same time, violently shouted, "Get out of the way!" In an instant, the black and red mechanical giant ran across the company building at this time, kicked over the office desk, and then his right arm turned into a huge chainsaw and began to cut on the door. At the same time, people outside called the police, and more police cars surrounded 877, but at this time Luo Ji had stacked up many office desks as a shield to block bullets. I am the sergeant, and the people inside listen, immediately put down their weapons, and release the hostages. It's impossible, Mr. Sheriff. The moment the mechatronics sounded, Luo Ji, in the form of the X-01 King Kong robot, rushed out with the concussion cannon high, raised his muzzle, and aimed it at the ground in front of them. Like a warning, the attack began. Buzzing, the blue mechanical muzzle began to gather light, and then a shock wave exploded with a range of more than 10 meters, and the group of surrounded police cars flew together. Oh my God! Everyone looked at the miserable hell-like ruins in front of them. Most of the attacks were launched from the 7-meter-tall steel monster. The terrifying cannon on his arm that absolutely exceeded the speed of sound was as powerful as the legendary electromagnetic gun. The shelling out is a large-scale explosion, which is simply a human-shaped self-propelled turret. I have no patience anymore. Human beings now either stay in place and wait honestly or go to death. With Luo Ji's cold mechanical sound, the danger warnings in the minds of everyone present became more and more harsh, and at the same time, there was an indescribable despair. At this moment, it seemed that there was a voice coming from the depths of the soul, constantly warning them. You will die when you get close. Really will die. On Luo Ji's side, although he looks like an Autobot, he does it like a Decepticon faction, a ruthless killing machine alive. Luo Ji, Autobots? It's not appropriate. Lousy has gone to be a Decepticon. Next, Meng will be over. I am X-01, is your unknown mechanical life. I am the incarnation of destruction. Following Luo Ji's cold mechanical sound, the sheriff only felt that the danger warning signal in his mind became more and more harsh, and the whole person froze in place. We'll die. You will die if you get close. Everyone stopped and attacked the unknown mechanical monster ahead. Can you understand English? I want to negotiate. Under the dangerous warning, the sheriff replied instinctively, although his voice was full of tremors and panic. Negotiation? At this time, Luo Ji's ferocious metal face seemed to have a smile, which looked both cruel and violent. When he moved his gaze to this side, the ultra-clear camera-like eyes on the metal mechanical face were a dozen meters away. In the dark night, the expression and sweat on the face of the sheriff's face were scanned clearly. At the same time, the ultra-clear camera-like eyes looked left and right, scanning the nearby police car. The police behind the police car, the weapon in hand, the model of the gun, etc., as well as the people running in the distance were all covered by the range scanning of the electronic eye. After confirming that these people's fears are obvious, they have no intention to resist. Luo Ji put away the huge concussion gun and transformed into his strong metal arms again. Kacha. The redeformed metal fist clenched. Luo Ji strode forward at this time and came to the headquarters building of Sonli & Company, guarding the door and staring at the sheriff who was much shorter than it. The feeling of cold steel oppression hit instantly. Negotiating? Really? He seemed to be very satisfied with the sheriff's panic, but as the light flickered in the two pairs of dark blue mechanical eyes, the cold mechanical synthesis sounded, very good. My condition is that you stay here and stay here for 10 minutes. Allow anyone to enter this building, otherwise everyone will die. After 10 minutes, I will naturally leave here. But obviously, Luo Ji didn't trust him. Instead, he directly gave the conditions and let the sheriff start to judge the choice on his own. But there was no way. The fear and anxiety became stronger, and the sheriff's subconscious told him that it was best to agree. Well, in 10 minutes, you must let everyone go. It's not your turn. Destructive mechanical life form. Luo Ji sneered and grinned, revealing jagged alloy teeth like shark teeth, then turned around and stepped into the Sonlian headquarters building at his feet. Then he knocked down the barrier and blocked the door, preventing anyone from entering here. The more police cars surround him, the better it will be for him. Because what Luo Ji has to do is to prevent people from coming in so that people inside cannot get out. The Sonlian headquarters building is absolutely safe within 10 minutes. Warning, the electronic surveillance equipment was captured and the safe route has been re-evaded as follows. A wave of indifferent electronic sounds came from the small black crow robot next to it. 10 floors underground. Precisely because it is called the European headquarters, it is more of a place to store information and materials, plus it is an urban area, so it is impossible to build dangerous biochemical experiments and other things here. Luo Ji has only one purpose for invading here. It is stealing the information inside, which means that in the future, you only need to enter the name if you want to find any person or plan in a triple company. Then the search engine will automatically present detailed information such as relevant people, family background, contact information, and address in front of you. No matter what he has committed in the past, what awards he has won, his social evaluation, etc., can be found. This is the power of intelligence. Certainly, only in Europe, because the intelligence network of the European headquarters controls the entire Europe. In addition, there's also a headquarters in the Neon country in Asia, while Longwa does not have a headquarters, but there are several cooperative-related enterprises. Next is to turn left, is the nearby camera also hacked. Kalina deserves to be a female reporter. She is still very agile. The small black crow robot on her shoulder is a kind of mechanical spy. The two pairs of electronic eyes of the black crow not only have ultra-clear resolution and night vision capabilities, but also electromagnetic radiation and the operating frequency of electronic devices within a certain distance. It can be sensed, and even the surveillance camera can be controlled remotely to investigate related routes. Then, through the images illuminated by these surveillance cameras, the best intrusion route was designed for her in the brain processor. Spy template started. The Black Crow undoubtedly brought Karina the best assist, so that she, who was engaged in espionage for the first time, could easily circumvent the security of the Sonlian Company and the array of camera monitoring who were chasing and looking for it, as well as those in the Sonlian Company. The cordon of the gunman slammed into the basement of the data information warehouse. I don't know whether someone was working at this time, or if there was a security guard patrolling just after receiving the alarm. When Karina entered this floor, she found that the elevator had been blocked, and the lights in the corridor were also on. After raising a bit of vigilance in her heart, she cautiously avoided some of the camera range and came to a steel door that seemed to be tightly sealed. Scanning, security confirmation. The Black Crow watched around for a while and confirmed the safety of the neighborhood. Then it flapped its wings and flew towards the code lock on the iron door. And then the sound of ticking of metal machinery running on its body came. A 6-digit code lock. Karina looked forward with an incredible face, and then found that after scanning the two electronic eyes of the Black Crow, it actually easily cracked the principle of the code lock, and then stretched out the right arm. The deformation function was activated, and the index finger began to change into one slender metal needle. The Black Crow inserted a changing index finger into the repair hole under the code lock of the steel door, and then opened the spy template intrusion program. In less than a second, he read the past few minutes saved in the code lock memory card. Thousands of input records. Then we screened and found that the passwords entered by Qian Zhao Zhao are different each time, which means that the password will change randomly, which is difficult. Oops. The password is dynamic. This is over. Karina was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She knew that the code lock of the headquarters building of Sonlian Company was definitely not that easy to crack. For such an important thing, there were definitely multiple code locks, and it would definitely not be a fixed dead code transfer. I see. Someone must have an electronic secret order. Karina thought of this and immediately asked the Black Crow small robot to start contacting Luo Ji, who was attracting firepower in the headquarters building. At the same time, Sonlian Company headquarters, European headquarters. The robot walking domineeringly in the hall stopped. After receiving a message, he turned around and looked at the group of hostages under control. Give you 30 seconds. Who is the person in charge here? Stand up for me immediately. Who is in charge? The moment the words fell, Luo Ji's right arm once again transformed into a silenced gun and fired towards the ground in front of him, deterring the group of frightened people. What? No, it's not me, it's him. He is the manager of the lobby. A hapless guy was pushed out amid the screams, and then Luo Ji grabbed his collar with one hand and let it up. 10 seconds for you. Hand over the electronic secret order. I don't know. You can say it. The mechanical finger changed into a drill bit as it spoke, and it spun up and down towards the hall manager's eyes. Ah, I see. In the office of the board of directors on the 29th floor. He must have one. The 29th floor? With that, Luo Ji looked up to a high place, and it seemed that if he didn't get the dynamic code, the Black Crow robot and Karina would not be able to enter behind the most critical door. Then destroy it. When the words fell, Luo Ji merged his arms together, raised them high, and then began to deform together, instantly turning into a giant electromagnetic gun about 4 meters long. Go through. During the match time, Luo Ji used the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system to accelerate the metal cannonball at super high speed, and then use the energy block in the body to generate energy. After a few seconds of accumulating power, a powerful electromagnetic cannon was instantly launched. The steel and concrete that run directly through more than a dozen floors. But the power is not diminished, and it penetrates upward according to the old 877. At this moment, the barrels of Luo Ji's mechanical arms became hot and red. Then the deformation was lifted, and the entire mechanical body jumped away as it suddenly stepped on the ground, jumping towards the second, third, and fourth floors, and then the arms instantly changed into heavy hammers, drills, etc., which destroyed the building. The powerful form destroys everything along the way, reaching the 29th floor of the tall building. The moment Ka broke through the concrete floor, Luo Ji saw a board member staring at him in horror. Give it to me. Coming away step by step, the strong sense of oppression, the hideous mechanical face, instantly made the other party frightened. Is this over? After getting the dynamic password, the Black Crow small robot directly cracked the password lock. In fact, even if the dynamic password is not obtained, human electronic equipment can be destroyed, which is only time-consuming. When the password is unlocked. In fact, there's a layer of mechanical locks. This layer requires Kalina to rotate hundreds of times before slowly opening the steel door. It's harder than robbing a bank. With emotion, she still opened the steel door with a little expectation. However, the space inside is not as big as imagined. It is only 50 square meters. There are many hard disks, a few rare giant desktop computers, and large machines that are always working and running. Get started. I just picked a computer and checked that the network and the power connection were all right. The Black Crow small robot began to use this as a breach to invade the entire European headquarters network. At that moment, the entire European Somnian Company and major districts all flickered. Someone invaded. There is hacking. Quickly cut off the data connection with the headquarters. The Black Crow small robot is simple and rude to copy all the key information directly. But in the process of retrieval, it will naturally leave preview traces, and this unfamiliar preview trace is easy to be found. Speaking of, the Black Crow small robot also turned the other arm into a USB interface, connected it to the main box of other computers, and started dual-end synchronization. This time it invaded the entire European internet. The information channel is successfully connected. The port is strengthened. The authority authorization is successful. The storage area is being copied. The security protection has been lifted. The filtering system is turned on, and the key search terms Ouroboros plan. The Super Soldier Project, the Tinder Project, the Deathly Hallows, the Founder Edward. The invasion is complete. The goal, the World Network. A group of preset commands were issued from the system template of Black Crow at this moment. Karina looked at this scene in shock at this moment. Although she did not understand what happened, she was deeply aware of Black Crow. The horror of this mechanical life form. The human network security protection is in front of it, just like a virtual device. Extra information retrieved. The hidden truth, the mysterious Area 7. Humans discovered quasars in outer space, and there may be intelligent life. The mysterious characters on the Mayan pyramids. No. Shambhala, far away the end of the world. It's a pity that the network transmission speed is still too slow. If it is now in the 5G or 6G era, the information obtained may be completely different. But it ends here. It seems that an accident has happened. encountered an unknown interception intrusion, and it was discovered that the other party is tracking and linking to the X-01 body, requesting instructions. Black Crow, this is X-01. Stop the invasion immediately. Take away the Ouroboros copy snake disk and find the whereabouts of Edward. Receive the instruction, the whereabouts of Edward. One of the 3 founders has been confirmed, and the coordinates are the city of Neon State Frozen Beijing. What about the Deathly Hallows? The Deathly Hallows are in. The final coordinates, the 7th area. Warning, the intelligence has been deleted. They're really fast. Having said that, Luo Ji looked outside. He seemed to have heard the howling of the helicopter. The time is up. You guys come out soon. We have to evacuate. After talking, Luo Ji saw several armed helicopters appearing outside the Sonlian Company building, and many special forces began to dispatch. A large number of armored vehicles surrounded nearby. It seemed that he was too big, and the nearby military bases were alarmed. NS. However, it's useless. Scan the gunship. The mechanical electronic eye began to scan the armed helicopters in the sky, which was completely copied on the new deformation module, and Luo Ji finally unlocked the form of the flying machine. Start fighting. Luo Ji, located on the 29th floor, ran quickly, then jumped high, fired a cannonball with both arms, destroying the tail wing of the 2 helicopters, and when they lost their balance and fell, its body quickly changed into a helicopter in midair. The form, and then flew in one direction. Unbelievable. That guy turned into a helicopter. Report. Target is fleeing. Follow up. Yes. At the same time, Luo Ji, who found Karina and the Black Crow robot nearby, lifted his transformation in midair and returned to a robot form. Keep up, he said to Karina, who had escaped, and then landed and rolled, grabbing her and the Black Crow in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Then the huge robot ran quickly on the road, resisting bullets all the way, kicked over the vehicle to create obstacles, and then ran towards the direction of the bridge. Decepticons to form. In the end, Luo Ji then jumped on the high bridge facing the sea, once again transformed into a helicopter and disappeared away from the city. Report, target escaped. Coordinates are being locked. Catch me. Be sure to catch them. Let the aircraft carrier follow up. A familiar voice came from the intercom. It was General Mike, who had appeared before. In addition, try the power of the new fighter F-35B. This is the latest carrier-based aircraft imported from the Lighthouse country. The night was coming faster than expected. Over the ALS mountains, a black and red gunship flew quickly. Karina stayed quietly inside the helicopter, overlooking the scenery outside. But I didn't want the small dark crow robot screen that changed into the appearance of her mobile phone suddenly lit up, capturing the electromagnetic wave signal. Karina looked at the latest news on the screen of her mobile phone and suddenly uttered bad news. F***K, we are wanted, she said, then slid through the webpage and said in disbelief. Karina, 20 years old, a female reporter from Tower Country, has committed many felony, collusion with unknown sabotage robots, and hijacked the Sonlian Company building. She is now wanted nationwide. My goodness, I'm famous. At this moment, Karina was holding her head and seemed very shocked. She had a hunch that she would be discovered sooner or later, but she didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. It seems that the state apparatus is not vegetarian either. It seems that you won't be able to return to your own country anymore, but there's a place where you can hide. Luo Ji, in the form of a helicopter at this moment, said in a low voice. Where? Neon Country. Luo Ji said. Next, you will go to the Neon Country with the Black Crow to find Edward, and I will find you in a while. Wait, are you serious? Karina asked with a look of astonishment. What about my family? You can take care of yourself first. You can't stay in Europe. Sonlian will not let you go. If they want to find me, they will definitely start with you. So hiding in Asia is currently your best good choice. Okay, but I have no money, no identity. The Black Crow robot will follow you. Your next task is to protect these duplicate discs. It will determine whether you will become a hero in the future or become a cold corpse. For this reason, Karina seems to understand that her future lies in the small black crow robot and its memory disk. It contains all the research certificates and experimental data of the European headquarters Sonley & Company, which can be submitted to the court to testify. And it's really not the time to expose it now, so hide first. The second is to look for Edward's whereabouts, by the way. On the contrary, Luo Ji, after so many experiences, he has probably guessed the whereabouts of the Death Hallows, and now it should have moved outward from the 7th District. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, not far away, the roar of 2 jet fighters tore the sound barrier and burst out. Found the enemy. Suddenly, as the image of the fighter plane photographed by the electronic I was transmitted to Luo Ji, who was in the form of a helicopter, he found a line of steel figures tearing the air in the sky 37 kilometers to the south. Come. Scanning. The carrier-based aircraft F-35 scanned successfully. It is being copied and deformed. At the same time, Luo Ji turned on the radar system and instantly got in touch with a nearby aircraft carrier that was beyond imagination. Now it's not just him. Even the aircraft carrier is getting lively. Report General. The signal from our fighter was captured in the target area, but it was exactly the same as the signal on another F-35B that was on mission. From the Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carrier, there were bursts of exclamation. Damn it, the enemy actually copied and transformed the form of our fighter. Is that guy a secret weapon of a certain country? Maybe it's an alien? Quiet. General Mike looked at the display on the satellite radar chart at this time, and then issued an order. Mark that fighter and fire an attack. Yes, mark our F-35 jet fighter and open fire freely. Receive. After receiving the order, the 2 jet fighters began to quickly flank in the direction of the camouflage fighters, and at the same time the front-end machine guns fired up, staging a fierce air battle at an altitude of several thousand meters. X-01, they are catching up. I know. The ruthless mechanical synthesizer sounded. Immediately in the high air, Luo Ji instantly raised the angle of the fighter plane, flew vertically upwards, and began to accelerate at the same time. What does he want to do? The fighter pilot asked. Is it looking for a blind spot? The other wingman sneered. Then let him see how good we are. 0. Look for flowers. While speaking, the 2 F-35 fighters also raised their angles at the same time, chased upwards, and began to fire at the same time. The bullets were dense in the sky like raindrops, and when the black-red fighter plane that spiraled into the sky reached a certain altitude, the air temperature was extremely low at this time, enough to make the fighter plane start to lose control. It's stupid. Luo Ji completed a turnover in an instant and walked straight down at a certain height. What he had to do was not only let the 2 chasers into a blind spot, but also destroy them all at once. Launch. Charged electromagnetic cannon. At this moment, the Decepticons, which were deformed in the air, turned into giant cannons with 1 left and 1 right arms, aiming at the 2 jet fighters coming straight into it. Boom! With a violent explosion at the end of the sky, the jet fighter incarnate again, tearing the air at a speed that surpasses the sound, and rushing out in an instant. Wow! Karina was stunned intensely at this time, almost asphyxiated. Naturally, physical fitness cannot be compared with a well-trained Air Force. In this case, let alone vomiting, even thinking is extremely difficult. Sit down. At this time, Luo Ji's radar system detected the 4D-type 30mm naval guns on the nearby aircraft carrier that were raised high, and then predicted his own flight angle, and began to shoot in pieces. A dash. In time, the legs of the black and red jet fighters turned into robots, and they began to shrink in size, passing close to the naval artillery shells, and then completing the transformation again, and rushing toward the aircraft carrier. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Kalina instantly understood Luo Ji's intentions, and he wanted to face the aircraft carrier, let alone the 3 U.S.-made -15 Malawian Quaches, Phalanx short-range defense weapon systems on the aircraft carrier, and the 4 amazingly powerful 30mm naval guns, Just the decoys and electronic jamming equipment placed on the ship are already terrifying. This is an aircraft carrier made of special materials. Can you touch it? Sean, to shut up. Luo Ji, in the form of a fighter Decepticon, flew in the direction of the aircraft carrier at this time, and the naval gun was frantically shooting towards the sky. It was very difficult just to get close. I'm not going to go head-to-head with this aircraft carrier. My goal is the group of fighters. This aircraft carrier is very huge and can hold 36 to 40 carrier-based aircraft at most. And Luo Ji's goal is to blow up all these carrier-based aircraft before they take off. So no matter how invincible the aircraft carrier is, it's impossible to fly and chase him. I see. Kalina understood Luo Ji's intentions, but still felt very exaggerated. The maximum flight speed of this F-35 is only 1.6 Mach, but the most advantage compared to other fighters is the stealth capability. The powerful stealth capability, combined with the passive electronic detection system, enables it to covertly receive the enemy in the 877 air combat and can launch air-to-air missiles without turning on the radar. I have to say that the weapons of the old lighthouse country are good, especially in this case. It's better. I'll explode. The howling fighter jets skimmed over the aircraft carrier in an instant, followed by a series of explosions from machine guns. Like a chain reaction, those fighters and helicopters that were about to eject and take off were all destroyed in a huge flame explosion. In order to ensure that these fighters could be destroyed, Luo Ji also launched two AM-9X Super Sidewinder missiles. Although the aircraft carrier itself was not damaged, the fighters were completely destroyed. This wave alone cost them at least more than 3 billion pounds. AAA, the game is over. At this time, Luo Ji seemed to see those desperate figures yelling in the aircraft carrier command room, and even the signals captured in the walkie-talkie were all kinds of loud roars. Listen, human military satellites have locked me, and I will not take you directly to the Pacific Ocean. You need to find a way to escape. I know. Karina understood, but she hurriedly asked, "But I don't have the ability. It's easy to expose." "Don't worry. Reaper will help you." "Death, Grim Reaper? He is my subordinate. A frightening mercenary gang. I left you here. You can use the Black Crow robot to contact him. Within half a day, a helicopter will pick you up, and the Black Crow will help." You explained it. At this time, Luo Ji turned into a giant robot and landed in the ALS Mountains, and then found a temporary shelter for Karina to stay here. Then it turned into a helicopter and flew in other directions, seeming to want to confuse the scanning of military satellite radars. "You will come to me, won't you?" "That's right. I'll go to Neon soon. It's just in another form." Luo Ji disappeared in this airspace after speaking and did not tell Karina what kind of posture he would show up. Then, the next step is to find the Death Hallows. If the Somnian Company wants to move it away, then the most likely place to appear is there. Aircraft carrier, command room. Enlarge it. As the technicians expanded, the brief picture of the Decepticon deformed before everyone fell silent. What is this? What the hell? What was displayed on the screen was not an F-35 jet fighter, but the appearance of a robot. The cold mechanical electronic eyes seemed to be scanning something. This short video frame aroused intense discussion among others. It must be a super advanced robot. It may have been sent by Longhua. Someone shouted in General Mike's ear. Impossible. Longhua's technology is different from this one. There is absolutely no reason to appear here. Another person retorted that only General Mike frowned and looked at the satellite screen. Where is he going? It seems to be there. It is our military base. Damn it. General Mike's pupils shrunk slightly. As if he knew something, he immediately said, "Contact the military base immediately and tell them that the robot is here." "Yes, General. But why?" At this time, the adjutant next to General Mike looked puzzled. He said, "Why does that robot go to the military base? Is it crazy? There are many zero. You don't need to know why, just fight." General Mike warned. "Yes." The adjutant didn't continue to ask wittily. At this time, a camouflaged F-35 jet fighter flies in the sky. In a short while, The clear information on the external facilities, patrol conditions, hangars, and ammunition depots of nearby military bases was also fed back into Luo Ji's vision one by one. This military base has 2,972 people, including 2,400 combatants, 62 helicopters and fighters, and 20 infantry fighting vehicles. The positions of the 4 ammunition depots are A coordinates, and there is strong electromagnetic interference nearby. Trace radioactive elements have been detected, and it is assumed that there's a nuclear missile head, so you need to be cautious about approaching. After releasing multiple reconnaissance signals one after another, Luo Ji hovered around this military base for a few minutes, which naturally attracted the attention of the ground, but he didn't rush to the battle stupidly. No accident, the Death Hallows is here. If he were the senior of Sonley and Company, he would definitely put this important thing in the safest place. Is there anything safer than a military base? There are even nuclear missile heads here, so ordinary people don't have the courage to be tough. Fighting is completely a modern war. However, the Deathly Hallows Luo Ji is sure to win in 4.1. Forcibly intruding was definitely not possible, so he chose to land in the nearby forest, waited for the opportunity, and tried to invade in. Besides, there is ample ammunition warehouse here, but you can find a way to replenish the weapons warehouse. By the way, he intends to steal a nuclear missile head in case of unprepared need. Decepticons ready to land. With a loud roar, Luo Ji quickly completed the transformation of the Decepticon as he approached the ground, and then smashed many trees and stood firm somewhere in the forest. At the same time, he heard the roar of armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters of the human army from a distance. Scout, report the enemy's position. Report. The target is 2 kilometers away from the forest on the west side. Immediately surround him. Yes. Boom. The Decepticons slid forward for a certain distance after falling into the forest. The terrifying shock wave made the tree debris frenzy for tens of meters and traversed the traces of the parabola in the air, constantly deterring the surrounding creatures. Immediately afterwards, a huge metal robot quickly completed its transformation, slowly straightened up, and scanned its surroundings. Are you attracted? The King Kong transformed by Luo Ji has red lasers projected from his pupils, as cold as ice. He looked at the armored vehicles and tanks driving in the distance, and then the pupils radiated lasers and scanned an armored vehicle, which will pave the way for his next invasion. It's dark night. It rained heavily before, and a lot of rain made the place muddy. In addition, the fog was so dense that the satellite could not scan the specific situation here. The report found that the target is 2 kilometers away from the forest on the west side. Lock him and prepare for battle. Clear. Need time. The screen switches to the ALS mountains. A dozen helicopters are flying from a high altitude, and the lights projected on the helicopters begin to sweep the traces of the mountains. The army of nearly 400 to 500 people in the rear of 06 begins to slowly advance, which seems to be thorough. Surrounded this area, whether it is the sky, land, or sea. Report the target is locked. Ready to launch air missiles. Yes. Then, the battle commander turned off the radio communicator and shouted, "Attention all, there is no order forbidden to act privately. Follow the formation. The vanguard team opens the way. Let the armored vehicles drive in." The order is issued, and all members start to act. As the mighty team of steel tanks approached, one after another armored vehicles drove in the rain and fog, with cluttered branches scratching the pitch-black metal. The fighters on the other side also hovered high in the air, blocking this area and strafing towards the ground, forcing Luo Ji in the form of the Decepticons into their combat range. Do you think I will wait to be surrounded by you? The Decepticon Luo Ji stepped back at this time. Looking at the surroundings from left to right, he grinned and sneered, and then fired at the ground in front of him. G-boom! The powerful electromagnetic cannon blasted through the mountains, causing huge smoke and explosive shock waves, which instantly confused the environment here. At the same time, air-supported missiles were bombed, and they carried out indiscriminate bombing within 500 meters of the forest. Even tanks of this kind would be bombed into scrap iron with such powerful artillery shells. After a few seconds, armored vehicles and helicopters in the sky are close to this side, and then the infantry army cautiously walked in the jungle and surrounded the place of the steel monster. However, after they approached, they discovered that there was nothing left on the original ground except for an extra large pit. Oh, bad. Report to the general. The target is lost. What's the situation? Let me find it. The target seems to be hidden underground, now missing. Damn it. At this time, located somewhere in the military base, their radar suddenly reacted and detected an abnormal response of weak energy. Report, I found the target. Where is it? The target is 50 meters below the military base. In the picture, a huge mound bulges with a trace, which can be seen by the naked eye drilling toward the direction of the military base at an extremely fast speed. That's right, that is Luo Ji. Real transforming robots can not only transform into cars, airplanes, and human figures, but can even skin insects and beasts, copy and transform them into their appearance. Under certain circumstances, the transformation of the Beast King Kong is much easier to use than the Autobots and Decepticons. For example, now, when the Decepticon Luo Ji saw a snake nearby, he had an idea. He first deliberately exposed his position, attracted a part of the firepower, and moved the tiger away from the mountain into the ground, incarnate as a machine from the ancient planet period. Giant monsters, like snakes and worms, are huge in size and resemble diamond monsters. This extremely terrifying form, the speed of movement in the ground is not slower than that on the ground. Even if it encounters a heavy steel plate, it can be easily destroyed with a drill. Set goods, I told you. Don't use human thinking to analyze me. The logic after quickly approaching the nearby military base underground, according to the calculated and planned route, reached directly below the military base with the fastest shortcut. First of all, the first goal, the hangar. It takes time, and successive explosions sounded in the large buildings in the aircraft maintenance area. Enemy attack. Report, the communication equipment is out of order. Before Luo Ji came, he even set a time bomb under the communication equipment station. The moment he invaded the hangar, the communication equipment tower was blown up. Before humans could fix it, it was enough to complete all the damage. Without planes, helicopters, and bombers, it would be impossible for them to use strategic weapons such as nuclear missile heads. Otherwise, they would be self-defeating. Oh, damn it, God. We were attacked. Support. Support is needed here. A shrill scream sounded inside the base. Those armored vehicles and some helicopters that were still searching Luo Ji in the mountains and forests had to return to the base to rescue 877. At the same time, the 2,000 people on the base began to move quickly. It's too late. Luo Ji once again transformed into a sharp drilling demon snake and broke through the concrete floor. The steel body of the behemoth began to drill underground and headed to the next area. Next is the second target, the ammunition depot. The mechanical monster that suddenly broke through the ground from the rear quickly changed into a human form. Luo Ji, who is no less than 8 or 9 meters tall, changed into a laser cannon with one hand and a Gatling machine gun with the other, steadily advancing into the base. Shoo-hoo! From time to time, the laser cannon in his hand was shining with dazzling red light and shot somewhere. Every time there was a huge explosion, and then flames erupted in the barracks. Da-da-da! Another powerful machine gun suppressed the armored vehicles and infantry troops that rushed up, making it difficult for them to move forward and dare not move forward easily. Certainly. After all, this is a military base. Even if Luo Ji's attack was too sudden, the weapon inventory was still sufficient. Luo Ji's electronic eyes scanned midair and found that a Stinger air defense missile was accurately approaching him. Upon seeing this, he raised his machine gun and intercepted the missile, and then the blast wave caused him to run back a few steps. But that's it. This kind of powerful shells can't penetrate the alloy armor on my body. Even so, Luo Ji still dare not care. because the nuclear missiles made by mankind are enough to threaten the existence of the boss class, and as a warrior class, I've only grown from the original 7 meters to 9 meters, which is half a step away from the boss class. But even if you become the leader level, when facing some heavy weapons in military bases, such as high explosive bombs, anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, and tank-depleted uranium armor-piercing bombs, you'll have to peel off the skin if you're not killed. Continuous bombing will definitely become a pile of scrap iron. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Ji took away a large number of tanks and armored vehicles at the first time, and then destroyed the air weapons. Boom! Following the rapid running of the huge robot, Luo Ji exploded the ammunition depot with several rounds, and then went to the next place in a loud noise. Boom! Explosions came from the military base one after another, and pillars of fire rose into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire night sky like daylight. Dididi! The rising of a huge high-temperature shock wave made the surrounding helicopters and fighter jets afraid to approach the military base within a few kilometers. Air support is difficult to reach in a short time. I can't believe how much the monster knows about human beings. Its tactics are too clever. It completely avoided the frontal conflict with the military base. It has been engaging in secret attacks and guerrilla blasting. This mechanical monster is so clever that it looks like a human. Along with the roar, General Mike on the aircraft carrier also heard the explosion of the military base being attacked, and he couldn't help but vomit. At this time, under the cover of the explosion of the ammunition depot, Luo Ji has also detected the location of the missile depot, but there are many soldiers approaching quickly, and the number is extremely large. It seems that there must be a head-on conflict next. Inside the missile storage depot, some nuclear missile heads are stored, and Luo Ji can detect all kinds of terrible radioactive elements. Not only that, inside those nuclear missile heads, there is something that emits weak and special energy, which may be the target this time. Heavy weapons. We need heavy weapon support on the aircraft carrier. What kind of monster is this? A robot. Why is the howitzer ineffective against it? Call for support. Hurry, hurry. The enemy's target is a nuclear missile head. Damn it. Can't the communication equipment be repaired yet? General Mike roared at the soldiers angrily and shouted, "Stop him! Do your best to prevent him from approaching the missile depot." The purpose of the monster is not just nuclear missile heads. Not just. The adjutant looked at General Mike with a look of astonishment at this time and seemed to have discovered something wrong. So he asked courageously, "General, are you hiding something from me?" "Shut up," Mike shouted. "You know where the monster came from, don't you?" the adjutant asked nonchalantly. "You talk too much." "General Mike, you are taking our lives." However, he did not wait for the adjutant to finish. Boom! With a gunshot, his body became stiff, and he lay back, with a blood hole in his forehead. At this time, General Mike killed the adjutant in front of the communication soldier. At this time, he stared at the surroundings with bitter eyes and said coldly, "Give me back to my post. If you don't want to go to the military court, you will stop me desperately." That monster? Yes, General. The other commanders and communicators were terrified and worked harder. This fierce General Mike killed his adjutant so easily. It could be seen how excited he was, and he was not even afraid of military courts. This shows that even military courts can't help him. How great his power is, what kind of power is behind him. These are not what other officers know and are qualified to understand. What they can do now is to desperately stop the invasion of that mechanical monster. Unfortunately, their efforts did not take effect. The warrior level is about to evolve into the leader level Luo Ji. At this time, his combat power is already comparable to that of Juzi, Megatron, and the like. Along with a cold light, the robotic arm in the form of a giant blade directly chopped over a tank that was blocking the road. The soldiers who fled around like ants did not pursue or bomb them. His purpose is not to kill, but to invade and take away things that are not human. Then Luo Ji, who turned his back to the missile storage library, dropped a part on his body again, turning it into a small robot crane similar to a black crow. And he guarded the door, preventing anyone from approaching. System. The host is currently full of energy and can evolve the leader level. Does it evolve? Evolution. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ji's body surged with blue plasma, and then the giant blade on his right arm instantly lit up with a strong laser, turning it into a weapon like the giant laser sword in Star Wars. At the same time, the other hand began to upgrade to a muzzle connected to the chest cavity nuclear reactor. This time he not only doubled his long-range attacks, but also greatly increased the strength of his melee weapons. System. You have been strengthened. I feel the surging power of the nuclear-powered electromagnetic gun. The next moment, a violent explosion and shock wave caused a blue-white mushroom, cloud-like explosion on the ground in front of Luo Ji. At the same time, lightning rolled inside, which seemed to carry an electromagnetic pulse that damaged the surrounding communication equipment. Very good, very powerful. At this time, the huge high temperature and terrain damage made it impossible for the soldiers outside to approach at all. Luo Ji saw this, turned around, and used the lightsaber giant blade to assist the dove pigeon robot to break through the door to the missile depot. We don't have much time, so we'll find them separately, and you will find the Deathly Hallows. Hey, Mingy robot made an incomprehensible cry as if responding to Luo Ji. Luo Ji nodded and walked towards the missile depot first. He cares more about the weapons here than the Death Hallows. After all, it is not easy to run for nothing. It is a blood loss not to bring a few good things back. What he is looking for are a few nuclear missile weapons that can be launched, such as stealth cruise missiles and anti-ship type missiles. Although its power is not as powerful as the terrorist and destructive power of a real nuclear weapon, it is enough. After all, the missile, which is 2.5 meters long and weighs 850 kilograms, is only carried behind Luo Ji's shoulder and can only carry 2 missiles at most. 2 are enough. One will be reserved for that aircraft carrier, and one will be reserved for future use. Then Luo Ji began to search around. His time was limited. The aircraft carrier also had strategic weapons on it. If the people on it were anxious and sent to him, would be troublesome. But it should not. After all, although General Mike dared to kill his adjutant in anger, he didn't have the guts to launch strategic weapons at the military base. There's still so many people here. If he really did that, it would not be as simple as a military court. It's all good things. The unexpected gain made Luo Ji feel very good. He was originally looking for the broken Death Hallows, but he didn't expect to find so many good things to turn around. The other side, it seems that the crane robot has also found the steel box containing the Death Hallows. It is very tightly protected and stays in the deepest part of the huge missile storage warehouse. With heavy footsteps, Luo Ji approached the past. When I found it, I finally understood why I should hide it here and wait for its transfer. Because this Death Hallows itself can absorb radioactive elements to recharge itself. And its true face is... This is the Deathly Hallows? It was an energy cube covered with metal. As Luo Ji approached, when his fingers touched it, strange codes and radiation were gradually emitted. Watch it. Luo Ji was even more surprised, and then started laser scanning. Weight was absorbed. The moment the laser fell on it, it was absorbed. It seems that this thing can absorb most of the electromagnetic radiation. System. I'm here. The system that looked like Xiao AI's classmate jumped out. Scan it. Scanning DD. Scanning is complete. Congratulations to the host for finding the advanced strengthening material, energy matrix. This item belongs to an extraterrestrial civilization, level civilization. It can directly ingest energy from the stars and can enhance any current mechanical transformations by 1 level. After hearing the systematic explanation, Luo Ji understood what this thing was. It is also called the cosmic matrix, which is similar to the energy core of huge objects and mechanical life. Matrix. It is something similar to the core of the machine, the battery. Therefore, it contains huge energy, which can easily support the energy of a cosmic starship across the Milky Way, and can charge energy from the stars of the universe, draw energy from the sun, and have a few more battery life after being fully charged. Galaxy. As for how it came to the Earth, it must have come with the spacecraft, a mysterious race that arrived on the Earth tens of thousands of years ago, or it may have been left by the creators of Atlantis and the civilization of light. They may not have survived the natural disasters of the Earth, or failed to adapt to the changes in environment 877 and gradually became extinct. In short, no matter where it came from, it is now an ordinary energy matrix, and it falls into Luo Ji's hands. Do you think this thing is rare? In the eyes of advanced civilizations, it is just an ordinary constant star battery. But if it sucks the streets, but in the eyes of the human civilization of the 0.7 level civilization, this is the creation of God. You said it can strengthen me? Then why not evolution? What is the difference between the two? Answer the host. Strengthening materials are not evolutionary materials. Strengthening will increase the strength of the current transformation form by more than 1 to 100 times, and evolution is the transformation of life levels. For example, the promotion of low-dimensional to high-dimensional is called evolution, and the combat effectiveness of low-dimensional is doubled, but it is always low-dimensional, which belongs to the category of strengthening. It means that you can become the strongest individual in the universe, but you absolutely cannot surpass the universe itself. This is the absolute hierarchical suppression. The truth is, I understand, so what can it make me? The host can put it in the chest cavity reaction furnace for continuous analysis. As the analysis level increases, it will unlock more advanced civilization technologies, and at the same time can act as a supercharging treasure with unlimited energy. Following the system's voice prompts, Luo Ji placed this strengthening material on his chest. Then there was an additional prompt to load, unknown matrix, in my mind, and then there was an additional analysis level in the system interface. Currently, there are about 999 levels visible. Every time you level up, a design drawing will be unlocked randomly. The moment Luo Ji put it into the matrix, the voice prompt sounded. The current analysis level is raised to LV2-inch. Wait, is this an upgrade? Seeing Luo Ji tap a finger on the screen, a light curtain was projected, and a green design drawing was dropped randomly, which looked like the design drawing of 2 long-barreled weapons. Railgun. Green rare quality design drawing can be used to strengthen the body. With Luo Ji's finger movement, the railgun design on the light screen began to be completely disassembled. From the launch unit to the inner chamber structure are clearly visible, and it can even be remodified freely DIY. A railgun, isn't it? Luo Ji is not so surprised. The Earth civilization has been able to do this stuff. It's just that the portable one is more difficult to deal with. However, what really shocked Luo Ji was that he found that his scanning level had improved, which meant that he could now scan targets that were larger than his own. In other words, my God, can I scan the aircraft carrier outside now? Suddenly, Luo Ji's eyes showed ecstasy. If he scans the aircraft carrier outside, and then performs DIY transformation according to his own ideas, wouldn't it be directly transformed and become a space battleship? Space super battleship? Or fortress? A giant robot at the mechanical planet level? You can even split your own energy out and give life to the carrier-based aircraft on your body. Then you're the cosmic power of the metal planet level. Then, how about evolving Yuan Shi Tianzuan, or evolving the Cosmic Emperor? At this time, boom! Suddenly, there was a violent vibration and explosion outside, which broke Luo Ji's illusion. It seems that the next moment is the decisive battle. Luo Ji put away his ajeb, imagination. All he needs to do now is to leave here as soon as possible and have a decisive battle with the aircraft carrier. Crane. When the whistle fell, the mechanical crane bird landed on Luo Ji's shoulder, and then transformed into a small lidar to provide him with assistance. Electromagnetic gun. With a loud bang, Luo Ji blasted through the back door of the missile storage depot and quickly drove out of the missile depot and fled outside the base. Tickets. The sound of missile launches came from the sea in the distance. It seemed that the weapon silo on the aircraft carrier provided heavy fire support, and the precise strike was near Luo Ji dozens of kilometers away. Really, I don't plan to let me go. but by coincidence, I didn't plan to let you go either. Most of the miserable hell-like military base in front of him was caused by his attack. But after strengthening Luo Ji several times, the power of his super electromagnetic gun has been greatly strengthened, and the launch speed exceeds 3 times the speed of sound. Once the shell is shot out, it will explode in a large area, and the surrounding ground will be electric shock and high temperature. Molten slurry, plus the evolved special cosmic alloy body and 2 nuclear missile heads. As the saying goes, there must be supplies before the war, which completely satisfies Luo Ji's desire to challenge the aircraft carrier. Bring it on! Luo Ji was running faster and faster, and then he suddenly jumped up with force and completed the deformation of the jet fighter in less than a few tenths of a second in the air. With the rumbling of the engine, he was left in the air. A lightning-like high-speed fluid instantly accelerated to 24 meters away. Report to the general that the goal is approaching us. The signal soldier pointed to the rapid approach of the supersonic fighter on the radar and hurriedly yelled to the top commander. It's just right. General Mike showed a cold smile. Short-range missile preparation. That guy must have stolen the anti-ship missile and is ready to intercept. Yes, it seemed that the human side was not stupid. He clearly knew that the Decepticon came prepared. In the same way, how can Luo Ji not know that the aircraft carrier has weapons to intercept anti-ship missiles? If you want to ensure that the target is destroyed, the closer you get to the target, the easier it is. Then, accompanied by the rumbling roar in the sky, the soldiers on the deck raised their heads one after another. However, when they saw the distant picture clearly, they looked horrified. General, look at it. That guy is crazy. In the images taken on the radar and high-speed camera screens, Luo Ji at this time retained the dual wings of a fighter jet, but half of his body was transformed into a Decepticon robot form. A stolen nuclear missile head was held in his arms, and it was held high and smashed in the direction of the aircraft carrier. That's right. In order to ensure that it can hit the target 100% without being intercepted by the short-range missile, Luo Ji chose to directly hold the missile and hit the aircraft carrier. In the eyes of humans, this is not what it is crazy. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D will die with us. Damn it. At the same time, the violent sound of jet fighters is getting closer and closer. It seems that they have heard a sound vaguely, like a roar, and then the figure with anti-ship missiles quickly shuttle through the rain of short-range interception missiles. It hits violently towards the deck of the aircraft carrier. At the same time, I heard the voice clearly. Eat me anti-ship missile. Your favorite anti-ship missile is here. The flaming figure resembling a meteor carrying an anti-ship missile hit the aircraft carrier. In time, huge incandescent light and shock waves broke out, and the strong temperature tore the steel deck, triggering a subsequent violent explosion. Do not! General Mike roared angrily. The alarm in the entire control room sounded for less than a second, and the harsh and unpleasant sound was covered by a huge roar. Then a dazzling white light suddenly rose, causing the steel deck to tremble, twist, crack, and surge. The temperature is constantly rising, and the heat is biting. Therefore, this scene is like a nuclear explosion, which can be vaguely seen from dozens of kilometers away. It is not difficult to imagine whether these people will be wiped out in the high temperature where steel can instantly melt. The answer is yes. Wow. Wow. On the sea, only the sound of the burning world can be heard. The thick black smoke and the huge steel wailing when the aircraft carrier sank meant that everything had been ignited. The anti-ship missile penetrated the ammunition depot of the aircraft carrier, shot directly into the sole, and caused a more violent explosion. Then, at that moment, I saw vaguely the figure of a destroyed Decepticon that was blown out, fell towards the distant sea, and then sank and disappeared. About 10 seconds have passed. This aircraft carrier disappeared in the human world little by little. After a while, the hot air came, blew away the waves. The sea is boundless and all-inclusive. It seems to this planet as if nothing happened. In the deep sea, It is precisely because the aircraft carrier is so strong that ordinary anti-ship missiles have no problem. That's why Luo Ji chose to directly hold the anti-ship missile and hit the ammunition depot of the aircraft carrier. After all, the power of anti-ship missiles is not strong enough to hit the aircraft carrier casually, and it is naturally impossible for Luo Ji to blow up. But the ammunition depot is different. At the moment when the anti-ship missile exploded, Luo Ji used the shockwave generated by the explosion to let himself be blown out, and then the ammunition depot exploded and the aircraft carrier was truly destroyed. S*X was severely injured and gradually sank. That's why at the moment of being bombed, General Mike could still yell no before he died. The other side, when the aircraft carrier sank, Luo Ji had also fallen to the bottom of the sea. The diagnostic computer is checking itself. The current battle loss, 54%. It is repairing itself. The system is restarting. Scan nearby bodies. Found target aircraft carrier. Under scanning. At the same time, Luo Ji's mind sounded the sound of a computer program for diagnosis of mechanical genes and entered a state of self-repair. Sleepiness struck. As the mechanical red light in the eye sockets gradually dimmed, Luo Ji entered a state of sleep similar to humans. The energy matrix of the chest cavity also started to work. While constantly repairing his body, a new round of body strengthening was carried out. It's just that Luo Ji, who is dormant, doesn't know it. It was another few days of waiting. When he woke up from a coma, Luo Ji instantly felt the changes in his body. At this time, it is completely different from the previous form. It is as exaggerated as the pistol has evolved into a laser cannon. That's right. The current Luo Ji can be described in one word, big. He is really huge. The original body looked thin and slender, but now it is quiche and precise like a giant. The system is started. Start self-checking. When the cold and dark sea water suddenly lit up with huge lights, Luo Ji opened his eyes and raised a huge metal arm to smash a huge reef on the seabed. What's the situation? Luo Ji found that his vision widened a lot, as if everything around him had become smaller. Wrong. It's not that the environment has become smaller, but that he has become too big. Check complete. The current body is in Space Battleship X-01 form. F***K. Looking at his own data and attribute panel, Luo Ji was stupid. He slept for a while, and then became 10 times bigger from the original 10 meters. The current panel is as follows. Luo Ji, Space Battleship X-01 Mechanical Giant. Level, Super Leader level. Faction, none. Captain length, 100 meters height. Quality, 150,000 tons weight. Core, Cosmic Energy Matrix. Power Furnace, Laser Nuclear Fusion Furnace. Equipment, Laser Cannon, Plasma Grenade, High Output Microwave Light Cannon, Super Electromagnetic Railgun. Template, Universe Titanium Alloy Outer Armor, Artificial Diamond Coating, Super Heat Resistant Alloy Metal Coating, Thermal Buffer Zone, Photothermal Camouflage. 0. Look for flowers. Status good. Crunch. On the dark seabed, the space battleship transformers with a huge sense of oppression, at this moment, slowly twisting his neck, looking down at the seabed, and turning his eyes watching the surrounding pictures. Really fake. I actually scanned and copied that aircraft carrier. His large and indestructible fist slowly raised. Luo Ji felt that he was much more domineering and stronger than those mechas in the Pacific Rim. Now he only felt that he had torn an aircraft carrier with his own hands. Space battleship, transform. As Luo Ji's mind moved slightly, the 70,010 mechanical parts up and down quickly began to change, from the form of a mechanical giant to the cold steel shape of a space battleship. Start the engine, let's go. The huge cosmic starship slowly floated from the sea at this time. Thousands of tons of seawater were lifted, and then the huge engine flame erupted. The cosmic starship began to fly on the sea at 0.5 times the speed of sound. Even though in this way, The shock wave generated when advancing is enough to stop the air and make the sea roll up large waves. It can also perform vertical liftoff, descent, hovering, and other actions. The wrong shot. The front part of the space battleship instantly deformed and switched into a huge muzzle, and launched a destructive cannon capable of evaporating tens of thousands of tons of seawater toward the distant sea. Boom! There was an earth-shattering loud noise. The sea in front was evaporated into a hollow, and then a large amount of sea water began to fill the gap. Mechanical giant transform. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ji transformed from a space battleship into a burly form of a 100-meter mecha in midair. His legs fell into the sea. At this time, he slowly stood upright, like a god overlooking the earth. Subsequently, Luo Ji searched for something in the sea with a giant metal arm. He soon found a sunken aircraft carrier, but although it became a space battleship, it was still not as big as 1/3 of the aircraft carrier. Even if it was turned into a steel ruin, the aircraft carrier still had a captain of 280 meters. Luo Ji lifted the aircraft carrier from the bottom of the sea and then punched it a few times to turn it into a giant metal skateboard, so that you can use the magnetic levitation to step on it to surf in the sea. It's absolutely amazing. There's no one to think of using the abandoned aircraft carrier as a skateboard. Only, when Luo Ji was excited, the system poured cold water down untimely. What the hell is this? In a satellite surveillance base in a European country, Minister Guochang looked at the image scanned by the satellite on the screen. A huge spacecraft floated from the sea of the aircraft carrier that sank a few days ago and then transformed into a giant robot, turning the aircraft carrier twice its size. The wreckage was overturned and built into a large skateboard. Oh my god, damn it. Have aliens really come to Earth? Hurry up and send the nearest aircraft carrier formation to the sea area where space battleships and giant robots are located, and send 2 nuclear submarines to support it. In about 10 minutes, the president gave the order. The goal is to get in touch with that space starship, and if the opponent is hostile, then destroy it. The other side, when Luo Ji was about to surf on the aircraft carrier skateboard, he caught the letter 877, in which many unknown ships appeared in the nearby waters hundreds of kilometers away. All right, he knew that he might be exposed under the satellite, but he didn't expect the human military to move so fast that he had already begun to encircle him. Laser scanning nuclear submarine, scanning finished. Suddenly, Luo Ji headed towards the sea ahead, and at the moment when the metal giant fell into the sea, it changed into the appearance of a scanned nuclear submarine. Slid away. Before the besieged aircraft carrier formation and nuclear submarines were discovered, Luo Ji planned to leave this sea area. Because the movement caused in the past few days is too great. My transformation time is almost over. There is no need to stay here. As for the Countess Asina, it's not too late to contact you later. Luo Ji now has no intention of returning the energy matrix to her, because he intends to eat black and black. But there is no way. It's not that the lady has not given enough, but that the energy matrix is too tempting. Without it, he couldn't maintain such a huge mechanical body at all. In short, before being surrounded, dive into the ocean floor, rush out of the encirclement, and head to the Atlantic Ocean. A few hours later, the Atlantic Ocean, the bottom of the sea, a nuclear-powered submarine that does not belong to any country is driving silently, heading in the direction of South America. After arriving in South America, walk a little further and you will find the Pacific Ocean. This road will pass many places, and Luo Ji's next goal is to rest in the Amazon River. Because at the current speed, when you arrive near the Amazon River, your transformation form will end and you will return to the non-mandatory transformation stage. At that time, you can use the form of a werewolf, shadow crocodile, or other monsters to drive on your way. Also, compared with normal people, Luo Ji has a habit. That is that he is more go. Before knowing what the next form of transformation is, he will not easily expose himself to unknown dangers. Now the world, no, it can't be said to be the world, at least the entire Europe and the Dragon Kingdom are looking for him. So South America has become the main battlefield of Luo Ji's next form. In addition, most areas here are tropical rainforests with various rare animals and plants. Towering trees and dense forests block satellite detection. Even if you become the next monster form, you will not be easily spotted. And this is where Panama, Brazil, and other regions are located. Not surprisingly, the mission trigger location of the cursed Golden Township is also here. And there should be the next form of evolution or strengthening material in the cursed Golden Town, although Luo Ji doesn't know that it is. That's all. Sometime later, night, early morning, somewhere in the rainforest of South America, with the bang of the reef, the sea suddenly sank, and then in the whirlpool of the water, a figure of a domineering werewolf with a sturdy body and thick hair appeared. It's time to transform. The werewolf trembled all over, shook off the drops of water on his body, and walked to the shore at this time. It seems that the surrounding things have become a lot bigger. The deterioration of the field of vision made Luo Ji a little uncomfortable at this time. Perhaps it was because the huge trees in the virgin forest blocked most of the moonlight with dense branches and leaves, which made it look quite dark and huge. The next moment, the werewolf's ears moved slightly, and he caught a sound. There is a situation. On the other side of the sea, it seems that a ship has run aground. The flashlight lights up in the distance, and someone seems to be approaching, carrying an AK-47 on his shoulders, looking alert. Luo Ji watched this scene, and he wondered if he had entered the nest of a drug lord. Is a folkway so sturdy here? AK could be used as a crutch. In order not to be discovered, he changed his body. The werewolf's figure gradually turned into a dark shadow, like a two-dimensional compression, which merged into the ground, and then the shape of the wolf began to twist into the appearance of a crocodile. Gradually, Luo Ji escaped into the shadows and disappeared under the shadow of the woods reflected by the moonlight. Hey, did you find anything? No, where's your side? Nor, did you misheard it just now? I think so too. Are you drinking too much? Several South American men, holding the AK-47, looked from left to right and looked around. After they left, in the shadow, a tentacled and scissors-like shadow began to appear and decisively followed the past, approaching a large manor all the way. Good guys. As soon as he entered the manor, Luo Ji, the shadow crocodile, saw a medium-sized plane parked somewhere in the garden. At the same time, there are two small passenger planes, 3 armed helicopters, an armored vehicle equipped with a 90mm tower gun, and a tank. Is this F*CK a private estate? Luo Ji almost thought he was still in the military base and didn't break out. Not only that, in addition to these military equipment, there is also a private armed force of hundreds of people walking around in the manor. Who? Which big man is this? Is it so powerful? The shadow crocodile was sneaking at this time, gradually approaching the house of the manor, and then began to infiltrate from under the door and invaded this strange armed manor against the wall. Hey, somebody is coming. Stopped moving. The alligator was hanging motionless from the ceiling. Then I saw 3 armed men wearing tropical rain forest camouflage uniforms approaching, carrying M4 automatic rifles, and 2 people behind them, a man, a woman, and a woman. Before meeting Boscoman, please hand over all your mobile phones, radios, and weapons, and we will keep them temporarily. The 4.1 armed men began to exhort the 2 of them, and said, "This is our rule. Please understand." The man and the woman nodded, then hesitated a little, and handed over everything on their bodies. Then they held a virus potion protected by a metal lock, and explained, "The things inside cannot be broken, otherwise life will be lost, and we will not be responsible at that time." I see. The armed personnel carefully stored the glass bottle protected by the golden pressure in the suitcase, and then the others signaled the man and woman to enter it. On the other side, Luo Ji, who was watching this scene from the ceiling, suddenly became puzzled. He didn't know if he had an illusion. When the man and woman took out the glass bottle protected by the metal, he had a familiar feeling. It's as if the liquid inside is like a virus connected to its blood. Precisely. That is a feeling of blood connection. And there is also a certain connection with the shadow crocodile. So in just a moment, Luo Ji has a strong sense of familiarity. Wait, that thing is an alligator cell? Luo Ji finally reacted. He looked dumbfounded, wondering that he didn't reveal the crocodile cells. Perceiving the past carefully, he discovered that the thing was not a real crocodile cell, but something similar to venom left on the prey when the crocodile eroded the prey. It has a strong ability to corrode creatures and can transform the infected into terrifying mutant monsters. This monster cell is more powerful than the Ouroboros virus, and it can be called a real biological weapon. In order to know why the venom he left behind appeared here, Luo Ji turned into a shadow crocodile and entered deeper into the manor. The boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me. In the hall, several armed personnel holding weapons nodded when they saw the two men, one woman, and motioned for them to enter behind the door. With that said, the door moved to the sides, as if waiting for them to enter the venue. Inside, the Lord was already sitting. 06, a middle-aged man in his 50s, he is the most famous local poisonous gas, world-class, one of the bosses. On both sides of the corridor in front of him, a dozen armed guards with live ammunition stood on each side. "Boss, the guest is here." A man with a gun hurried forward and said to the man with a respectful expression, "His name is Gumin, and he is the owner of this manor. There are 40,000 private armed forces under his hands, one of the world's largest drug kings. But he is not the classic villain with a fierce face, dirty camouflage clothes, gold and silver, holding an AK, and biting a cigar as people imagine. On the contrary, Gumin gives people a kind of knowledgeable, spotless intellectual image. He loves cleanliness very much, and even has a habit of cleanliness, so whether it is decoration or tidying up here, there's quite a feeling of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Welcome the two from afar." Gumin stood up and said with a smile. Then he glanced at the suitcase in the hands of a man and a woman, and he said, "Are you sure this is the newest genetic medicine in the Dragon Kingdom?" "Yes." A man and a woman nodded, but they were not from Longwa, but from Neon. "Don't worry, this is the latest super soldier strengthening potion." La. Gumin raised his brow lightly and motioned to his men to open the suitcase. For people of his level, the so-called armed forces and money are not important. His assets are also counted on the global rich list. What he wants is a powerful force that can allow humans to exceed the limits of their own species. Well, his subordinates opened the suitcase at this time, and then carefully took out the injection containing the unknown virus. He looked at the black worm-like liquid in the glass bottle and frowned and asked, "This is the latest. Is Ouroboros potion? Why is it so dark that it's so scary?" "No, it is more powerful than the normal Ouroboros potion. It is a new product that incorporates the clone cells of a mysterious monster. I wonder if you have ever heard of the name Shadow?" Hearing this, Gumin raised his head. His eyes showed a hint of coldness. "Of course," he said, and then took a deep breath and exhaled. "The guy who killed my men on the cruise ship, that's it." Huh. At this moment, the monster shadow crocodile on the outside wall was stunned. "Good guy. It turns out that the group of desperados who hijacked the cruise ship was sent by this guy. What a coincidence. This is a copy and clone of the alligator cells extracted by the Dragon Kingdom on the victim's point. Their research institute is trying to transform into a biological weapon. The perfect Ouroboros gene-enhancing potion is used in it. The body of the secret force. How do you know?" Gumin raised his eyes and looked at them. "We have secret personnel in the research institute, and they paid a lot for stealing these things. It's just a pity that we accidentally leaked a large number of clone cells in a chase battle, and maybe it's happening all over the world now. Tea has changed, so this is only one of the more perfect potions left." After the man finished speaking, the woman then added, "A price of $2 billion US. However, with a sound of Gumin sneered. He looked at the potion and said, "Money doesn't matter, it's just that this thing is true or not. I need to test it." Actually, Gumin bought 2 of these medicines in total, so one took out one for experiment and the other kept for his own use. "Please." The neon male and female seemed very confident and watched Gumin inject the medicine into his subordinate's neck at this time. Then, the mutation happened. The man who was injected with cloned alligator cells fused with Ouroboros virus wailed in pain, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the injected black substance flowed through the blood vessels all over the body. In less than half a minute, the whole person began to swell, became huge, and became a tyrant giant, nearly 3 meters high. It's hot all over good. While talking, he tore his clothes with one hand, and then under Guman's shocked gaze, the man showed black markings all over his body, and his muscles came alive like pitch-black fibers, and then mutated into a huge snake man. Roar! The irritable snake man seemed to stretch one hand at this time, extending a few meters away, knocking over the table with a punch, and then swept away, destroying all the items in Guman's collection. But Guman didn't get angry because of it, but looked at the snake man monster in front of him with enthusiasm and excitement. Good, 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 marvelous, Sparasi, good. He continued to praise him in multiple languages. AT this time. The snake man tyrant retracted his arms, his muscles contracted, and his body suddenly changed to the original human appearance, but his eyes became complete. Black. The whites of his eyes have been dyed black. If you look with a magnifying glass, you will find that his cells are almost filled with black nematode-like things. 877. F***K. Is it so fierce? This scene not only stunned the big drug lord Guman, but even Luo Ji, the protozoan crocodile, and the source of the proliferation of monster genes, were shocked. Are lousy cells that powerful? Although it is a fusion of the ancient parasitic virus, Ouroboros virus, it is incredible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Luo Ji couldn't believe that his erosion ability was so powerful. Of course, it was just a surprise, because no matter what, he is also a protozoan at any rate, which is equivalent to the original mother-like source of infection. Even if the Ouroboros parasite can get out of its control, it is not an opponent of the alligator, because the shadow crocodile is that kind of unreasonable high-dimensional creature. Even if it is a mutant monster, it also has a shadow. If there is a shadow, it is impossible to escape the pursuit of the shadow crocodile. Only, the trouble is not here. If you heard me right, this kind of clone cells seems to have spread all over the world. Doesn't this mean that it is a biochemical disaster brewed by oneself? Luo Ji is not worried about the safety of the world. Rather, he was angry because someone abused its cells privately. Although it was a clone cell, this behavior had already angered him. Therefore, Luo Ji had an idea. Massacre. Break them into pieces. This is the power of the shadow crocodile. Not everyone is qualified to have it. Those who abuse their abilities, everyone must die. Luo Ji admits that he is not a person who likes to kill innocent people. However, robbers must be killed, criminals must die, biochemical bases must be destroyed, and poisonous people must not be left. It seems that Luo Ji's killing intent was sensed. Rumbling. There was thunder in the clouds over South America, and blue-violet electric snakes could be seen wandering in the clouds from time to time. Outside the beautiful manor, the wind was violent, whizzing and blowing like a herd of galloping wild horses passing by, leaving a violent air current to stir. Moving thousands of miles high in the sky makes people stagger and stand unsteady. What's going on outside? Guman asked sharply at this time. Boss, the sky has changed. It seems it's going to rain heavily. Guman nodded, as if he had been accustomed to it a long time ago. Tropical rainforest climate is fickle. You two don't need to care. Okay. It seems that the two neon people have also heard about it. The climate here is erratic. It was clear that the sun was still shining just now, and in a blink of an eye, there was heavy rain. The rainforest is even more strange. Venomous snakes and beasts haunt them. Even some trees and vines kill people. I can't help but feel creepy when I think of this. So, is Boss Guman satisfied with our goods? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Especially this kind of genetic medicine will not take away people's consciousness. Although it becomes a monster, the consciousness still belongs to you. After all, in this world, who doesn't want to become a monster? Especially powerful people. It's just that Guman obviously won't be satisfied easily. He said, $10 billion by your formula. A man and a woman looked at each other and said, didn't you say it? The real technology is in the hands of Longhua. At first, it was in the hands of Wang Jing Pharmaceutical Company. Later, after twists and turns, it fell into the Research Institute. He hasn't finished speaking yet. There is a thumping sound of falling to the ground from outside, and the people inside raise their heads in panic through the door panel. What? Boom! A flash of lightning flashed through the window at this time, and with the heavy rain pouring down, the night looked even more dim and devouring. Hey, go and see the situation. At this moment, someone was walking towards the door, but shortly after he went out, others saw the shadow of a terrifying scissors monster. What happened? Guman glanced at the picture of the foot of the man from the corner of the eye, and the mouth of a shadow crocodile appeared in the dark and deep abyss color, and he approached the man almost silently, and then swallowed him. Blood splattered on the wall, and the armed men who had lost their upper body thumped to the ground. Everyone's feet are soft. Monster, shadow, cannibalized. What the hell is that? The local armed natives who had never seen the world backed up in panic, watching the shadow of a huge crocodile appearing in the hall moving strangely toward this side. Could it be that? Is it an influence? At this moment, a man and a woman in neon stood up suddenly and watched this scene in horror. Impossible. Why does the shadow crocodile appear here? Wait, does it come from tracking clone cells? The neon woman said subconsciously, but unexpectedly this sentence was heard by Guman, and she suddenly became furious. Aren't you saying nothing is foolish? Why would you bring this kind of monster over? I do not know either. She fell to the ground with a gunshot. You guys! Guman hurriedly yelled at this time. Kill it for me. After speaking, he grabbed the remaining potion, turned and fled, and at this time the terrifying shadow crocodile also chased up and harvested the shadow that was blocking it. System: when the host devours enough living shadows, it can evolve into a shadow devil. Current progress, 14.2%. Now Luo Ji doesn't have the time to pay attention to the devil of shadows. What he has to do is to hunt down the leader of the drug lord who took the clone crocodile cells. This thing can't just fall into nature like this. Otherwise, wouldn't there be more and more monsters gaining the power of crocodile? Don't look back, run. Boss, you go first. Guman hurriedly got into the off-road vehicle at this time, and the subordinates were holding AKs and firing at the ground, but there was no effect. Harvest it slowly. Drive fast. Something seems to be catching up behind. Kikia, the sound of the fascinated object being crushed, clear, came in the storm like the footsteps of death, approaching little by little. However, as the engine of the off-road vehicle screamed, the shadow crocodile stopped in place and began to gradually become three-dimensional, and the dark shadow gradually turned into a domineering and burly wolf king monster. The shadow crocodile is good with everything, but the moving speed is too slow. Luo Ji twisted his neck at this time, groaning inside. Compared with the werewolf, the shadow crocodile moved at the same speed as the tortoise. Just, can you escape? Luo Ji, in the form of a werewolf monster, stared at the off-road vehicle in front of him. When he was about to chase him up, he heard the whip cracking sound from behind. Wow, I almost forgot you. The werewolf king slowly turned his head to look at the tall snake man tyrant, showing a bloodthirsty smile. Roar! The mutant snake man tyrant-like monster strode over at this time, and it seemed to be much stronger than the abyss prototype in the deepest part of the biochemical base in the first area. Stop me! At this moment, the mutant snake man monster roared, calling out the negative energy that had been hidden deep in his heart. The evil, tyrannical breath exudes. Do you feel that you are very powerful now, capable of shredding everything? Do you feel that you are omnipotent, invulnerable, and invincible? The werewolf slowly turned around, showing a ferocious smile, and then said domineeringly, "It's just a coincidence. I think so too." The distance between him and it is less than 10 meters. For the explosive and terrifying werewolf, This distance is almost indistinguishable from zero distance. It is almost the moment when the ground on the soles of the feet cracks. His figure disappears in place, and then the huge wolf claws locked the snakeman's throat and lifted it all at once. Fell to the ground. Roar! The terrifying ton of power caused spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, and then the snake man screamed, and the muscle cells all over his body trembled. Continue again. Luo Ji held the giant with one hand effortlessly. In the torrential rain, the mane of the Wolf King was still swaying, and his claws pierced the snake man monster's neck little by little. But even so, it hasn't died yet. Instead, it entangled like a python. It seems that the clonal cells of the alligator have strengthened the ancient parasite virus of Ouroboros a lot, and the heart damage and brain damage can't completely kill it. Certainly, to deal with this kind of monster, it is not necessary to let the X-01 battleship King Kong take action. Life draw. The werewolf activated a type of dark power, and the body of the mutant snake man seemed to have encountered something terrible, and the vitality began to be quickly extracted. Immediately after the scream, the mutant snakeman fell limply under the werewolf's feet, leaving only 1,000 scarred snake skin. Pray, did you escape? Luo Ji looked up in the direction of the exit of the manor and said coldly. The next moment, boom! A bolt of lightning fell nearby, faintly illuminating the short night. Immediately, the werewolf's figure suddenly disappeared. System reminder: the non-mandatory transformation period is over, and a new form of transformation begins. Since this is the host's sixth transformation, after the number of transformations has been accumulated enough, a god-level transformation can be activated, so stay tuned. After the lightning fell, the werewolf disappeared in the heavy rain. What replaced it was a more massive and domineering prehistoric monster. It looks like that monster-like body is full of power, muscles are bulging, and the eyes are as red as burning fire. And he makes a hiss, Qin Zhao Zhao. This is my new form. Da-da-da. The gunfire suddenly sounded, and a group of people chased over, looking at this side in horror, shouting monster, and shooting frantically. What? The monster in the torrential rain raised the crescent-long blade, suddenly blocked the bullet, and then swung the giant blade to cut off the armored vehicle on the side mercilessly. He stepped forward and moved closer to the position of the group of drug dealers and others who shot at him. In the fearful eyes of those people, the picture that emerged was a majestic crocodile behemoth with a crescent moon and axe in his hand. He has a strong, muscular body. His skin is as hard as a copper armor. With the flash of lightning in the dark, that terrifying face can be clearly seen. I'm Renekton. He showed a terrifying smile, like a devil. I'm a death butcher. Rain patter. In the darkness, there seemed to be a sense of oppression, just hanging not far away. Rustle. A burly and majestic crocodile giant came out from under the bushes, tall and terrifying. Holding the crescent moon-long knife, an axe in his hand, he easily cut off the vines. He was 330 centimeters tall and walked in the jungle, feeling full of oppression. If you count the length of the tail and then fully extend the body, the posture of swimming in the lake will be even bigger. I am a behemoth crocodile. Luo Ji raised the long blade of the crescent moon, stood up straight, and straightened his spine. The vine branches and leaves slid off his armor, revealing the tough, hard crocodile skin. Changing the luster of jade under the moonlight, it looks extremely gorgeous and domineering. Name: Crocodile-shaped descendant, Luo Ji. Category: Mythical monsters. Level: Demigod. Countdown: 168 hours. Once, the sun reshaped him, but now, darkness is his ally. A degenerated, hateful, and mad beast, irritable, only bloodthirsty and desire for revenge in his heart. Anyway, what is this? What does it mean that the current anger is a wife? Luo Ji saw 877, a blood-red progress bar at the border of his vision, which seemed to represent the value of anger. Answer the host. The crocodile monster is particularly easy to get angry. The more angry, the greater the power. When the anger reaches a certain value, the crocodile demon form can be activated. Unlike the night of the full moon of the werewolf, the demon form only needs enough anger. Turn it on, you won't lose your mind, but you will get a frenzied warfare effect, and the more anger you get, the stronger it is. In theory, it can continue to grow stronger. That's the case, but what if I can't get angry? You can also accumulate anger through battle, the system said. Understood. Luo Ji walked to the lake at this time, looking at his new skin. A huge reptile crocodile monster is reflected in the lake. Its mouth is full of long and sharp teeth. Its body is covered with hard scales that are blown by the wind and sun. It is like a copper cast. It has been eroded by wind and sand, and its tail is constantly behind it, flicking around, full of power. Yes, I like it very much. At this time, he thought of his goal again, the escaped Poison King. In this jungle, you are not the only king. Ajeb. Luo Ji's monster-like body is full of energy, his muscles are bulging, and his eyes are burning with anger. He clenched his hands into a fist and touched the axe blade lightly. The axe blade began to deform. Walk in the lake. Don't think you can escape, he said. No one could do anything with my cells. Immediately afterwards, on the dark lake, I don't know when there was a terrible giant crocodile swimming. The emerald color became its protective color, blending with the lake water and chasing forward along the river in the dark. South America is one of the most advantageous hotspots in the world. It has a unique geographical location and abundant natural resources. But it is regrettable. Too far from heaven, too close to the lighthouse country. This is a misfortune in South America. For a long time, the Beacon people regarded South America as a backyard and did not allow European powers to get involved. Its essence is that the lighthouse country is the wool of the people of Jiang America in order to fully control the economies of the countries of South America. However, this is not what we are discussing now. Night. Lighthouse Country, Button City. In a certain high-rise building, a fierce debate is underway. Laura, you know what I'm talking about, but you don't understand how much money we can make. The president in the suit and leather shoes shouted at this moment and shouted to the person beside him. Your plan can't be successful. It's easier than the mission commissioned by Somni and Company. I even think it's easier to find the cursed Golden Town. On the other side, the woman named Laura was expressionless and refused the other party's proposal. You don't understand. The president looked into Laura's eyes and repeated again, You don't know its value, Laura. The huge LCD screen slowly opened, and a strange-looking flower appeared on it. That is the flower of immortality. The president looked ahead and said, The cirrus secreted by it can prolong the lifespan of cells and activate them greatly. Somni and Company. Pharmaceutical factories need it, so we have to find it because it's too much. It's so beautiful. The person on the side interrupted. When everyone heard the effect of the flower and even kept youth forever, everyone was tempted. Everyone don't feel shocked. Go find it. The investor on the side said loudly, Have you heard it? Do you want to do it? After speaking, everyone except Laura left the meeting room one after another. Amazon, primitive jungle. A giant crocodile covered in scales and armor slowly sank into the lake. Luo Ji is like a fish in the water. This is an innate talent, and it is a skill that can be easily mastered without any learning. Perhaps the murderous aura on the body is too heavy, and the sense of deterrence and oppression is extremely strong. As a result, the ferocious fishes in the water dared not approach him. Even the low-level crocodiles that looked like the same kind would hide far away. I have to mention one sentence here. Although Luo Ji looks like a crocodile, the gap is still quite big. It just looks like it. At this time, he was floating like a piece of wood in the lake while tracking the whereabouts of the big drug lord Guman, while looking around the surrounding environment. Gradually, he saw somewhere in the jungle in the dark night, a ray of fire was lit up. What's the situation? In the middle of the night, who is playing in the wilderness to survive? Luo Ji subconsciously thought of the survival program of a certain Bai Yi and a Yi that he had watched, but after thinking about it, it was a bit abnormal. So he started to approach the place with fire. Immediately after the dripping body stepped onto the shore, The giant tail was raised in the water, and then the meniscus was taken from behind. The emerald-colored muscles and scales glowed in the moonlight, and they stepped out with a heavy step, a little bit closer in the direction of raising the fire. Then he heard it. Hearing human screams, it seemed that someone on the fire-raising side had discovered himself, shouting something in a language that Luo Ji didn't understand. Then Luo Ji felt the breath of a large group of people approaching him. People and animals are not the only ones walking in the jungle. When the figure on the other side of the fire saw Luo Ji and watched the shadow of the burly and majestic crocodile beast walk into the light of the fire, their breathing got stuck in their throats. This is a jungle where everything can be prayed. Even if a beast came out in the dark night, they would not be surprised. But if you think so, you are wrong. The group of people who thought it was a crocodile climbed ashore panicked. What? Hurry up. Although I can't understand the language, I can tell that it is a scream. Then they saw it. Seeing the other side of the ravine, a majestic crocodile came over. It walked upright like a human, but there was nothing else like a human. He has fierce eyes, hideous appearance, domineering and burly. Even if he is bent over and hunched over, he is still half a body taller than all human beings, with a thick tail propped behind him. A mottled armor, dazzling gold and cast bronze are revealed under the washed mud pit. Shocking eyes, pig-green skin on the muscles. The sharp teeth like a knife are densely packed, and the blood flowing between the teeth is like red ropes one after another. Blood. The taste. The crocodile-like human nose hangs down, sniffing the smell of raw meat. Quickly give it. The jungle queen of the primitive tribe said eagerly. The giant beast heard what it was, suddenly turned his head to look at her, and drew a meniscus axe from behind. Such a weapon can easily split people, but it stepped closer to the past, staring at the human tribe in this virgin forest. The brown-skinned villagers looked at themselves with fear, but the crocodile monster did not attack them, but stared at the fresh beast they were holding. Meat and jungle delicacies like the banquet set beside the fire. I'm hungry, the crocodile giant said. His voice was low and hoarse, and the surrounding primitive residents didn't seem to be so scared that they broke their throats. The majesty is vast, such as Mount Tai overwhelming. This momentum is enough to make people unable to say anything, so these primitive talents will tremble and watch the majestic crocodile behemoth in front of them feasting. Bite a roasted wild boar in 1 bite and swallow it in 3 bites. Late, when the behemoth crocodile was eating the cooked meat here, it threw the meniscus tomahawk with the rune emblem on the ground and immediately made a boom, causing several primitive residents to sit in shock. On the ground. Tasty. The behemoth crocodile bit the meat and ate several hundred kilograms, but the original residents seemed to have to feed it desperately in order not to be eaten. You guys. Sensible. A thick and deep hoarse voice came from the crocodile's mouth. Upon hearing this, the jungle primitive residents were shocked, but only the jungle queen and a few elders came over tremblingly. They probably understood that the crocodile behemoth was complimenting them because the voice was completely different from before and the cold, killing intent when they first appeared on the field was missing. System, translate their language. Seeing the behemoth crocodile turn his head, Queen Lin and the people behind him knelt down in fright, holding their hands high in worship and chanting jungle language in their mouths. The ancestor of the great crocodile god, I am willing to become your devout believer. Please accept our faith, and my tribe will worship you forever. The crocodile behemoth looked over, and a jungle queen was trembling slightly as a group of natives bowed and bowed. Look up, head up. Luo Ji's gaze was looking at her. From Fubai's posture, she can see that she has short, neat hair, cocoa-colored skin, and a not full body. Sweat flowed through her tight body, and we could see the steel-like toughness lurking. Muscles like silk are clearly visible. To compare it, it is the perfect combination of strength, health, and beauty. It's like the Valkyrie in mythology. His eyes coincided with hers unintentionally. The thick and broad eyebrows, the pupils that make people feel strong-willed, and the refreshing beauty, just like the style of a jungle queen, make people feel very comfortable. Shouldn't you believe in America? the god of the leopard. The crocodile behemoth learned their tribal language through the system, and then they spoke fluently. However, after these words were said, the jungle queen was shocked instantly. The beautiful leopard god no longer exists. The jungle queen hurriedly lowered her head and said slowly, "What's your name?" "Delia," said the jungle queen. "Good name." The crocodile behemoth nodded. "But I'm leaving now. God Crocodile is going to abandon me and wait." Delia asked hurriedly, "I did not promise your allegiance, but for the sake of food, I allow you to praise my majesty." The crocodile giant said cheeky, saying that eating your food is giving you face. After all, Luo Ji still has to hunt down the big drug lord who flees and take back his lost clonal cell of alligator. Respectfully send the crocodile god to leave. 0. Seeking flowers. It seemed that the crocodile monster had just come for a meal, pretended to be a force in front of this group of primitive jungle dwellers, and then ran away. But he left a legend in the minds of these natives. Now the indigenous people have replaced the old America leopard totem with a crocodile totem, which means that they have a new belief. Then, soon after the crocodile behemoth left, the dense foliage shone brightly. It seems that dawn is coming. In the morning, the sun rises. At the Tropical Research Institute in Panama, a helicopter landed slowly. Laura and others immediately contacted the shipping company and formed an expedition towards the rainforest. "We have to find a local." During the discussion, the expedition's guide, Susan, said, "Find a native who is willing to take us to the rainforest. Money is not a problem." In the noisy and chaotic market, the 8 members of the expedition began to discuss. "I agree." Laura nodded. She didn't want to participate in this mission, but was forced to follow for various reasons. Soon, they found a dark-skinned man in his 30s near the shipping company. "Go deep in the jungle." The man's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "That's not cheap. We'll give you 5,000. 5,000 won't work." The black man shook his head. He said, "There are primitive natives in the jungle. They don't welcome you outsiders." 20,000, Sophie said. "Are you sure?" Hearing this, the man looked moved. "I'm going to talk to the captain, but you'd better bring a few more guns to prevent you from being unprepared." After speaking, he stood up and walked towards the nearby houseboat. It didn't take long before the 8-man mercenary expedition had an appearance like a captain. He said, 50,000, I will take someone with you. And to ensure your safety. You are crazy, 50,000? On the expedition, a mercenary brawny who looked like Dwayne Johnson stared wide, but then the leader by his side stopped him. If you are really familiar with that section of road, 50,000 is not a problem. Do you think there are a few people who are willing to take you to such a place? Not to mention that the manor of the ruler, Gumin, is within 100 kilometers nearby, and there are various snakes and beasts, the threat of primitive aboriginals. Just relying on you outsiders. You won't survive for a few days if you forcibly break in. All right. In the end, the leader and others agreed to the negotiation. Mountain. The other side. Tropical rainforest in the middle of the Amazon River. At this time, the big drug lord Gumin and his party were riding a boat upstream. But on the way, they encountered a water gate blocking the road, which was blocked by a pile of bushes to form a wall, which seemed to intentionally prevent people from passing through. "Boss, what should I do?" Compared to this, is that shadow crocodile catching up? Maybe not. That's good. Gumin didn't have the calm and natural face he had before, and he had been exhausted after fleeing all night. "Give me a cigarette." "Okay." The armed men around him immediately approached and lit Gumin with a cigar. Then he took a breath. "Let the helicopter drive up to the upper reaches and wait for us. Then we need to avoid it." Due to the urgency of the situation last night and the thunderstorm weather, the shadow crocodile did not give them a chance to escape by plane. Now the helicopter 877 plane could not easily land in this dense forest. They could only find an open terrain and escape by riding. "By the way, what about that wooden wall water gate? I suggest blowing it up." "Then blow it up." Gumin nodded, and then his subordinates took out an RPG rocket launcher from the cabin on the side. Immediately afterwards, the subordinates aimed at the direction of the wooden wall and pulled the trigger, and the bazooka made a sharp sound and hit the wooden wall with precision. With a violent surging of water, sawdust, and flames flying, the wooden tower blocking the upstream path was blown to pieces. Wow! The ship shook violently, and Gumin and others waited for the spray to fall and looked in the upstream direction ahead. The eyes are full of green plants, all over the mountains and plains. The waters deep in the dense forest look very dangerous, with hidden murderous intentions. Boss, the front is the territory of the Awada tribe. If we fall in this way, we may be attacked. Do you still need me to teach you how to do it? Gumin looked at his subordinates indifferently. Understood. Suddenly, these armed men nodded, loaded their guns, and entered a state of preparation for war. Under the shadow of the jungle, the ripples on the water surface became more and more intense, and in the unfathomable river water, it was as if there were creatures rolling inside. Upstream of the rainforest, over there for the expedition. Strangeness. Laura looked around and entered the dense forest for more than 10 minutes. She hadn't seen any living animals. Even insects were rare, as if she had been scared away. It's really stuffy here. Sophie, the only female member in the team, looked around and kept wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her short sleeves were soaked, and she was very uncomfortable to stick to her body. But she can't take off and clothes here and must wear protective clothing to stop mosquito bites and prevent some diseases caused by mosquitoes. Others had 6 professional mercenaries standing quietly on their posts, following the 4 local indigenous boatman guides to continue deep into the rainforest. There won't be any crocodiles here, right? Some, the black guide said calmly. There are many crocodiles here. Don't get into the water lightly. What about the python? There are giant spiders in the forest that can swallow a living person. Don't be so scary. The FEL rifle in my hand is not vegetarian. After speaking, the mercenary took a fighting pose, and Bayubi yelled a few onomatopoeias. Ha ha! When the others saw this scene, they laughed, and the dull atmosphere eased a lot. But encountering a snake here is not necessarily a bad thing. It is a precious source of protein, and it is very important to survive in the wild. Really, is it? I just saw a huge scaly tail in the bushes and used it. Don't scare me. This is not the disaster of mad pythons, nor are we looking for blood orchids. We can only say that there are special plants with similar effects. However, before the words were finished, the mercenary saw a giant forest clam about 10 meters long swiftly diving into the water in the forest, as if avoiding some monster's pursuit. Damn it, there really is a big snake. Others raised their guns and looked in that direction, vaguely seeing the snake's shadow running away. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary forest giant. Black men seem to be used to seeing them, saying that there are everything here. The top 10 killers of the Amazon, the black caiman, the giant tongue fish, the giant whip, the bull, the sunpin, Nile crocodile, electricity, piranha, vampire fish, thorn, etc. I haven't seen anything. He seemed to mock these mercenaries who had never seen the world before, and then said, there are also poison dart frogs, bullet ants, malaria mosquitoes in the rainforest, game spiders, giant centipedes, and various deadly snakes. Everyone in life knows that these things are 0 more dangerous than giant pythons. What you said makes sense. Laura also looked at the river calmly, which was densely packed with tiny, creeping creatures. That's blood-sucking leeches, a group of bloodthirsty little guys. Maybe, before the words fell, a huge noise suddenly came from near the middle reaches, like the sound of an explosion. Suddenly, a group of birds were surprised in the bushes, and the screams of various wild animals in the dense forest sounded. Damn it! Seeing this scene, everyone squatted down in panic, and the mercenaries looked suspicious. RPG? What the hell? Why would anyone use rocket launchers here? Wait, listen carefully. The captain's words fell, and the deathly silence around made people feel extremely depressed. When the two were close, they could even hear each other's heartbeats. There was no other gunfire, indicating that there was no fighting. It may be from Gumin. The captain had a panicked expression at this time. He said, Gumin is one of the dark rulers here, one of the largest drug lord in the world. What would happen if we met them? Shut up. It's a big trouble to be found out. The captain's face was very ugly, and the others blended in with each other. In that case, let's dock here and hide the boat. Be careful. This is the jungle. After Laura went ashore, she exhorted again. Clear. At this time, the angle of view returned to the crocodile behemoth. In the next second, the water was rippling 4.1, and a giant python was swimming desperately from the water, but it was bitten by a larger monster. As the terrible death rolled, the body of the python was instantly bitten off. Then a lot of blood splashed in the river water, attracting piranhas living in the Amazon River. Next, the hunting game is about to begin. Luo Ji is here to wait and see, waiting for the arrival of Gumin and his party, because last night, Luo Ji had already rushed in front of them. Besides, Luo Ji came here for another purpose. When he first approached this area, another reminder sounded in his mind. System, you have triggered the cursed Golden Country exploration mission. Please find the treasures left by Captain Drake and the location of the Golden Country. Reward, a lot of enhanced materials. At this time, after discussion, everyone in the mercenary expedition decided to cross the jungle, go deep into the river, and hike to the target location. So how do we find the flower of immortality? Someone asked. After a glance at him, the captain said, look carefully at every corner of the jungle. The intelligence said, the flower of immortality is open in extremely rare places, and the petals contain a small amount of radiation. That's it. No wonder you have been holding an instrument in your hand before. I thought it was a walkie-talkie. Stop talking nonsense and go. The captain stared silently at one of his subordinates. As long as the radiation detection instrument in his hand did not sound, it meant that there was nothing nearby that they were looking for. Go ahead. If you need to rest, you'd better find a place with enough open space to set up a tent. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous, and you have to look for open ground, water, and food. The captain and several black native guides explained it this time. Okay then. The expedition's mercenaries and others continued to move forward. At this time, Sophie, a female in the team, exclaimed, What's the situation? There are so many leeches. At this time, other people saw many small black things in the shallow water pits. They moved quickly and swiftly, hiding under the bush leaves in search of prey. It's just a leech. Please don't be surprised. Hey, I hate these things too. A mercenary with big muscles said, which resonated with Sophie. But they like you, haha. Another mercenary walked and smiled. His eyes seemed to be aware of something. Wow. He quickly raised the gun and began to alert the surroundings, observing the surrounding environment through the scope. 877 moved with his perspective and found that there were many special vines on the trees not far away. Everyone, come and see this. What it is. It looks like some kind of vine plant, reddish-green vines, hanging falling red fruits, a bit like grapes. Others walked over, curious to identify these things. Captain, what is this? Sophie turned her head and asked the local guide. Guarana, Brazilian fragrant cocoa. The black guide blurted out. He said, this is a famous medicinal plant in the rainforest. It contains more caffeine than coffee beans and can be used as a supplement. Coffee? I like it. Sophie walked in the direction of Fujiki, wanting to pick the fruit. Stopped! Exclamation point. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice, and then startled the female team member. Dangerous! My God, what a big snake! Everyone looked in the direction that Laura was pointing and saw a giant python with dark red markings crouched at this time, fusing with the guarana vines, staring at them coldly. What's frightening is that the size of this python is comparable to that of an anaconda. Its scales are thick and dense, reflecting the cold light in the sun, which makes people feel horrified. Damn it, is it a mutant python? Should be quiet. At this time, the members of the team who had served in the special forces approached the past, took out a knife in his hand, and guarded the python. They didn't dare to shoot without a last resort, because in the dense rainforest, once a shot is shot, it is equivalent to exposing one's position, and it will instantly attract the enemy. We will pass by it slowly. Be careful. While watching the python exuding terrible aura, other members began to pass by one after another, not daring to say anything. As a research scholar in the team, Sophie didn't possess any combat effectiveness. At this time, she was even more nervous. It had to keep staring at us. She looked terrified. Her hands and feet were cold. I was so scared that my body trembled, and I felt like I was frozen. Attention, don't irritate it. Another woman named Laura looked quite calm, watching the movement of the python, and began to walk forward. At this time, the radiation detector on the waist of the tall white man, who was the captain, suddenly rang. What's the situation? There may be an unknown radiation reaction nearby. Pay attention to the surroundings. It may be the flower of immortality. Everyone was in ecstasy, and after avoiding the python, there was an expression of rejoicing on their faces. But at this moment, boom, the climate is changing unpredictably. The sky suddenly flashes in thunder. Heavy rain comes just as it says, and it falls down. Oh, no. It seems that for special reasons, the team leader looked at the radiation detection instrument in his hand and said to the people around, "Damn it, the detector has failed. DDDD. I don't know if it's malfunctioning." The radiation detector started to warn wildly that the concentration of nearby energy particles exceeded the standard and became more and more intense. "Wait, Captain, isn't something wrong?" And Laura has a strong, uneasy feeling in her heart. As a girl who has often lived in the wild with her father since she was a child, she can clearly perceive what terrible threat, Ajeb, is approaching, and the sudden heavy rain has become its cover. It's about 200 meters nearby. The emerald gleam began to accumulate in Luo Ji, the crocodile behemoth, and the hot light flowed through his body along the forked muscles. The raindrops in the jungle began to float uncontrollably in the air, swirling around the crocodile behemoth, while his own body gradually became tall and straight, huge and stalwart, revealing his true posture. The behemoth crocodile is no longer the hunched figure before, but it displays the power that originally belonged to the gods and the ascenders. To describe it in human terms, it is that magic overflows in his body, and it absorbs the energy of the sun, strength in all areas of his body. Is this liberation of anger? Luo Ji was muttering to himself. His bronze-like scales began to fall off, and no traces could be seen in the reconstructed skin, exuding gleaming vitality. The tearing part of the scales is turned into a dazzling bright red, and the crevices of the muscles all over the body are exuding a blood-red light. Can be easily cut off, and the armor of gold and bronze flows in midair, giving it a new look like a polished beeswax. The dim yellow pupils are now burning with the light of the new star, no longer crazy and muddy, but extremely clear. There was a mysterious energy around him, surging like a dark wave. Destroy and constantly destroy the surrounding trees, raindrops, and everything. Roar! With the uncontrollable roar of domineering in the body, resounding like an ancient giant crocodile, a life like him is a terrifying deterrence by its own existence, full of power and stalwart like a true god warrior. The ultimate devil god ruling the crocodile form. Luo Ji let out a low drink in his heart and began to restrain the power of exudation. In the next instant, his body shape gradually recovered from the stalwart of 8 or 9 meters to more than 3 meters high, and the mysterious energy surrounding him gradually disappeared. This is too cool. Luo Ji just tested his crocodile demon form transformation, but this skill has no cooling time. Use it anytime you want, and you can transform if you want. But it should be noted that this form requires anger to transform. Transforming in the process of anger will continue to consume anger, and at the end, Luo Ji will become extremely calm and overly sensible, just like the so-called sage time. Only, at the same time, 200 meters nearby, no, the captain of the expedition's mercenary who was more than 150 meters left with the movement suddenly stopped. What the hell? The radiation response suddenly disappeared. The energy particle reaction that was originally bursting in intensity has suddenly weakened a lot and is infinitely close to zero. Suddenly he was speechless. "Captain, this thing won't really break, right?" "Possible. The captain himself scratched his head, feeling baffled. But now, the rainstorm stopped suddenly and didn't know when it stopped. Boom! Suddenly, their bodies suddenly stiffened, and the sound of trees being overwhelmed and destroyed was heard in front of them. There is a situation. Is it the enemy? Wrong. Through the hazy water mist, they vaguely saw a tall and burly scaly reptile in the jungle, walking upright toward this side. The picture was extremely strange. La damn! Oh my god! It seems that they were shocked and dumbfounded by the scene in front of them, stunned by the huge crocodile who generally stared at the front walking upright. Ward F******K. What the hell is that? My god, what the hell is this? The expedition mercenaries in the jungle were stunned and pointed their guns forward. When the tree collapsed and the vines were torn off and destroyed, they saw a huge and majestic crocodile beast approaching. It walked upright like a human, but there was nothing else like a human. Upon seeing this, including the black captain, Laura, Sophie, and others, their breathing got stuck in their throats. Crocodile. The crocodile-like person also looked over at this time. It has a fierce look, a hideous appearance, and a domineering burly. Even if it is bent over and hunched over, it is still half a body taller than all human beings, with a thick tail propped behind it. A mottled armor, faintly revealing bleak gold and cast bronze. Pig green skin has a new look, and sharp teeth like knives, looking extremely horrible. Go back! Go back! Everyone goes back the same way. Run! Suddenly, Laura and the others, who reacted in horror, left and fled towards the original place. It just didn't know when the black scale python suddenly appeared nearby, vomiting a letter, and Lung Tong stared forward, seeming to be wary of something. Listen to God. Beware of snakes behind. Wow! Sophie's legs were frightened at this time. There was a crocodile monster in front and a python monster in the back, and she fell into despair. Run to the left. They had no choice but to choose an unknown, dangerous road in the jungle. Quick, quick! Keep up! The mercenaries looked at the two monsters in horror, holding their weapons tightly in their hands and daring not to shoot, because at present they have no intention to attack. On the other side, suddenly Luo Ji, who was looking around, noticed that a black, scaly body was moving quickly in the bush in front of him, rushing towards him. Look carefully. It seems to be a black scale, giant python guarding its own territory. It has a certain degree of wisdom and realizes that it is a trouble and threat, so it is not afraid of death to try to force itself back. In the jungle, such creatures are not uncommon. The python and the crocodile were originally two pairs of natural enemies, preying on each other, depending on who was bigger. Hey, you scared that gang away, Luo Ji said to the giant python at this time, although he didn't know if the guy could understand his own language. Did you hear me? After speaking, he took out the meniscus tomahawk from behind, showing a cruel smile, and said in full warning, if you go further, you will die. Do you want to be the next piece of meat on the chopping board? Unfortunately, the python couldn't understand what he was talking about. Luo Ji said that there is no other way but to let it embrace the blood basin of death. Death rolls. In need of time, the behemoth crocodile raised its meniscus and axe, rotated forward, and plunged for nearly 10 meters. Because of this, when he approached the giant python's side, a bloody sense of oppression instantly shocked him, smashed the corpse into pieces. The meniscus in the hand of the crocodile behemoth swung twice in midair at once. Almost at the same time, the thick scales of the black-scaled giant python were interrupted, and, as the rich blood came, the whole snake was cut into minced meat. One incompetent prey, he actually brought it to the door by himself. Don't blame me for being impolite. He seemed to prove that the crocodile is the overlord of the rainforest, the top ruler of the food chain. At this time, the body of the python, which was still opening and closing its jaws after its decapitation, was tumbling and twisting on the ground, said something strenuous. What do you think? The first-level python came to catch me, the 6 gods, and the full-level crocodile. You are weak, I am strong. The law of the jungle, the weak and the strong eat. So you should be eaten by me as prey. At this time, the python on the ground stretched its head and muscles and flew over as if trying its best to bite Luo Ji, dying. But the next moment, I was stepped on by the giant foot of a reptile, and with a thud, the python's head became pulpy. Are you saying that this is where you guard? Luo Ji is not a snake tongue and can't understand snake language. But from the behavior of the cold-blooded animal, you can probably tell why it became frantic and fighting. Maybe there is something unknown nearby that allows it to grow to this point. For example, when absorbing the energy of this python, Luo Ji discovered a weak, unknown radiation energy. Not surprisingly, its source should be nearby. Just as he was thinking, there was a series of gunfire in the direction where the mercenary expedition was fleeing. 4 flowers. What? You said keep going through the jungle? On the other side, the black captain's guide yelled in excitement. He pointed in a direction. Did you see it? Such a big crocodile monster. He must be the guardian of the jungle. He found our treasure here. Hey man, calm down. Laura offered comfort. Oh my God. Oh my God. Didn't you see that thing? Another black man was splashing with water. It must be the legendary god of the Amazon River, warning us not to get close. God, I think it's a mutant crocodile. A mercenary said, pushing the black man abruptly with both hands, shouting, We have a gun, so don't be afraid of it. You idiot, we are not its opponents. In front of him, we are like mice in the jungle, you know? He must be the guardian of the temple. The little black man was about to cry with excitement, and said to himself in despair, We are dead. We are dead. What are you talking about? What temple? Laura asked suddenly at this moment, seeming to be aware of something. Nothing, he was talking nonsense. The black captain glanced at her and explained. The legend says that there was a golden city in the ancient Amazon jungle. It was the Inca Empire with Peru in South America as its center. All palaces and temples are decorated with large amounts of gold and silver, magnificent and brilliant. After he finished speaking, he shook his head, but in the early 16th century, the Western movers overthrew the Indian Empire and looted all the gold and precious stones. After returning, he told the people in Dacia that there are mountains of gold and silver treasures here, and the Amazon jungle is deep. The legend of the Golden City is therefore famous all over the world. Hey, I've said and heard this story too. A mercenary in the team followed in and said, My grandma told me this story. In this vast expanse of virgin forest, every step forward means fear and death. There are beasts and snakes, and there are savage cannibal tribes. There are lost paths and threats, and the expeditions may return disappointed, or the whereabouts are unknown. The commander in charge of moving to the west could only look at this forest fantasy. I said, You don't really think the Golden City exists? Sean, you really don't think the Golden City exists? Listen, our purpose is not to find gold. The captain, the tall white man, stood up, stabilizing the army, and said, We are here to find the flower of immortality. Because even if we find gold, we can't take it with us, let alone it's been hundreds of years. If the Golden City really existed, it would have been dug away long ago. That's what he said. In fact, he didn't believe in the existence of the Golden City in his heart. You're right. Laura nodded, but she still thought in her heart, what if the immortal flower was near the Golden City? And that crocodile-like monster should really be the guardian here. Let's go on through the jungle. Let's go, everyone. I also want to finish the task early, and then go home. Sophie also made a decision at this time. In the end, everyone's decision reached an agreement and agreed to go deeper through the jungle. But at this time, the jungle below is not peaceful. From time to time, there are roars of wild beasts. Countless forest birds are startled 877, and the noise is constant. In the depths of the woodland, an unknown armed force was shuttled among them. The armed personnel on the team were armed with AK-47s, knives and crossbows, well-equipped, and surrounded by a middle-aged man in his 50s in a suit walking towards this side. Come, boss, there is someone in front. Whoever he is, kill them all. The visitor was obviously Gumin and his party, but they didn't know why. They also chose to abandon the boat and shuttle in the jungle, perhaps because the place to go next had to go through the jungle. No, it's Gumin's people. When the mercenary expedition approached, the black captain recognized the identity of the group in horror and shouted, "Hurry up, servant!" The voice did not fall. He who was walking in the forefront was instantly blasted with a bullet, and then his body was pierced by random guns, and he couldn't die anymore. "Hurry up and hide, ready to fight." The mercenary expedition team hurriedly searched for the shelter of the nearby giant tree, and then began to load the gun to counterattack in the jungle shootout. Wow! The tall white captain pulled the bolt of the assault rifle in his hand at this time, pushed the bullet into the load, and then shouted to the other members hiding behind the tree, "Get ready to do it." Shoo! 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 Several bullets passed through the jungle of trees and shot and killed several drug and armed traffickers who were advancing. The sudden counterattack and the killing of armed personnel immediately attracted the attention of Gumin and his party. Without hesitation, he immediately hid, and his subordinates fired frantically at this time to suppress it. Da-da-da-da-da. A string of bullets flying from the forest landed on the bunker where the mercenary expedition was located, splashing a large amount of sawdust. Damn, their firepower is too fierce. In time, the strength of Gumin, a group of famous drug lord fighters in the world, showed up, and there was a lot of gunfire throughout the Amazon jungle. The bullets smashed through the forest with the sound of death, and some of the thicker tree trunks lifted up large pieces of bark the moment they were grazed by the bullets. As for the tree trunk with thick arms, it couldn't stop the impact of the bullet at all, and it was instantly broken into two pieces. "We have to run away. Laura, Sophie, you take the people and retreat first. Johnson and Coney, you and I hold them here." After speaking, the tall captain ripped a high-explosive grenade from his body and threw it in the opposite direction. Boom! In a black-red flame explosion, two armed men were instantly blown into the air. The violent shock wave shattered their internal organs into pieces and then spit out their bodies through their mouths. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Gumin's aggrieved anger broke out instantly. He wondered if he was chased by that terrifying shadow. This group of strange mercenaries of unknown origin would dare to be arrogant here. This is his place. Give it to me. At this time, an armed person carrying an RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder and 3 rockets behind his back approached and handed the weapon in his hand to Gumin, and he personally aimed at the mercenary near the bunker and triggered a trigger. "RPG!" The tall captain shouted to the players to remind him. "Morpho!" The rockets made a trail of tail flames in midair and attacked near the bunker where they were. At this critical moment, the tall man jumped forward and rolled on the ground. Boom! The rocket landed on the top a few meters near him, and the mud and wood chips that were blown up went off with him. Ah! But the tall man was blown off his leg at a player beside him, and he made a heart-piercing cry, but his voice was covered by the subsequent gunfire before it could be heard. The captain's entire brain was dizzy at this time. His vision seemed to be blurred, and everything he saw had strong ghosting. The terrible tinnitus made him unable to hear what was around him. He was just shocked by the aftermath of the shock, causing his internal organs to be hit violently. Da-da-da-da. But for some reason, he felt that the firepower of those armed men was stronger, and he inadvertently turned over. When lying on the ground, the tall captain turned his head and looked in one direction, and there was a vaguely tall crocodile beast. "I'm walking towards this side, Zero." "Hey, damn." He dragged his uncomfortable body and couldn't fall down here. As long as he could reach that place, the captain endured the pain, climbed forward, and then rolled down near a hillside. "The other side? Boss, that monster is coming. It's a crocodile, man." Da-da-da-da. During the machine gun fire, the armed men aimed at the giant crocodile suddenly appeared nearby. Looking at the monster's appearance, Gumin's eyes contracted, reminding him of the monster of the alligator. "Suppress me with firepower and fight to death." RPG! The rocket was loaded on the barrel again. It took time. With the sound of breaking through the air, the rocket hit the crescent axe lifted by the crocodile behemoth. With the violent explosion, his pace was delayed for a few seconds. But soon, as the black smoke and flames burned and rolled, the figure of the giant crocodile began to move quickly forward and ran. you'd better come after all the minced meat on your body. Along with a rampaging figure in the jungle came suddenly. The surrounding trees seemed to be shattered by a tornado, instantly turning into child powder, and the terrifying blade rotation caused the bullets to be bounced out one after another. Next moment, when Luo Ji killed 2 armed men with one slash, the huge and strong crocodile directly locked his throat with his throat and lifted it high, breaking his neck like an insignificant ant, and then threw it out. Quickly retreat. The following 5 or 6 armed personnel, as well as the big drug lord Guman, ran in the direction of the escape of the members of the Tan 4.1 dangerous team. Halfway through, Guman hurriedly took out the last Ouroboros variant potion and pierced him without hesitation. Burning pain came from the blood vessels because the virus splits and assimilated other cells too fast, so it was like snake venom. After spreading throughout the body, Guman gained an unimaginable powerful force. He became a lizard man who looked so evil. The snake-like vertical eyes stared at the behemoth crocodile that was mercilessly killing in the jungle. And at the moment when the opponent's death rolled and assaulted, he took 2 subordinates and jumped in the direction of the cliff and hillside. Only, turning into a lizard monster, if he wants to gain the power to fight the crocodile butcher, he must eat a lot of life. Therefore, for the primitive natives in this jungle, the arrival of Guman may mean a bloody beginning. System: the cells that host your shadow transformation begin to flood all over the world. Derivatives have been born: Brontosaurus, Yeti great ape, squid girl, sewer snapping turtle, eater, deathworm, strange shape, flea man, poison ivy, swan man, giant basilisk, Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies. Reward: you have obtained a large number of synthesis points, which can be used to synthesize a transformation card. What the hell? Luo Ji's transformed crocodile beast was walking in the jungle, looking at the dead bodies of armed men everywhere. Then a system prompt sounded in my mind. Then there was a lot of rewards for some reason, as well as evolution and synthesis points. Answer the host. Because you have become the source of the flood of monsters, the clone crocodile cells flowed across the world through the sea, leading to the birth of many mutant monsters. So your influence expands and brings more fear, so you get the corresponding reward. What the fuck? Luo Ji was stunned. He didn't expect his cells to flood out, and he actually rewarded himself. He would rather not have these rewards. Let this proliferate continue. Isn't this world a pill? At that time, he will be the demon king of the world destroyer. This is a hammer. By the way, turn on the 06 synthesis system. The synthesis system is turned on. An unreal panel appeared in front of Luo Ji's eyes, and at this time, he could finally see the cards in the past transformation form. Name: Extreme Cold, North Sea Giant Demon. Rareness: 3 stars. Level: Legendary. Synthetic Evolution: yes. This is the first perfect transformation card. It is the first time Luo Ji has transformed into a monster after the plane crash. Others: Name: Shadow. Rarity: 4 stars. Level: Kaohsiung level. Name: Nightmare King. Rarity: 5 stars. Level: Lord of Dimension. Name: King of Werewolves. Rarity: 3 stars. Level: Legendary. Name: Space Battleship X-01. Rarity: 4 stars. Level: Boss level. Open the evolution list. Opened. Then what is presented before Luo Ji's eyes is about their evolution and description. The name: North Sea Giant Demon, which would be evolved and synthesized myth level. 5 stars. Old Dominator Cthulhu. Water. 5 stars. Universal Plasma Octopus. Fire. 1. 5 stars. 5th Dimension Starfish. Void. Wait. The name: the King of Nightmare. There are evolvable ones. None. Seeing this, Luo Ji was stunned and found that the King of Nightmare was already a 5-star rarity monster. Moreover, Nightmare King is one of the materials used to synthesize original Chaos Core Azatos, 12 stars. In addition, several other transformations with different attributes are required to evolve into original Chaos Core Asatos. Forget it. This one is too far away. Just think about it for a while. Maybe it turned into a random one that day. The name is King of Werewolves, evolvable god level. 5 stars, Devil Wolf Fenrir, currently locked. The name is Space Battleship X-01, and the evolvable god level is 6 stars, Universal Emperor, 6 stars, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, etc., and can also be used for synthesis. Recovered. Luo Ji looked at the Shadow, 5-star Shadow Demon King, and 5-star Dark Dimension King, Lord of Dimension. That can evolve. But anyway, these transformations have an important explanation. That is, every transformation marked by the system in small print will erode the world to a certain extent. When the host's own attractiveness is large enough, some unknown existence will be incurred. At the time, Luo Ji didn't know what this sentence meant. Maybe it's the gods, demons, aliens, monsters, etc. of other worlds. But now Luo Ji seems to understand a little bit. It was when he saw that the clonal cells of the alligator began to overflow. Only then did he discover that he was unwittingly destroying the world little by little. Maybe it was not from the original intention, but the emergence of various mutant monsters made Luo Ji begin to pay attention to this issue. System, what you said before, the god-level transformation that starts after a certain level of accumulation, right? So what exactly can the god-level transformation bring to this world? Answer the host. Once the god-level transformation is turned on, you cannot turn your head back. The world will also undergo earth-shaking changes, such as aura recovery, magic birth, radiation enhancement, etc., and it will also cause some of the worldview of the god-level transformation. Exist a monster in the same worldview? Luo Ji said with some enlightenment. It looks more complicated than imagined. Although I gained tremendous power, it also affected the things around me. This sentence seems to say, if Luo Ji becomes Ultraman, then there will be monsters on the earth. Forget it. One step is one step. The current Luo Ji is just a crocodile-shaped god warrior. Even if it attracts the existence of the same worldview. Who is it? Doghead. If the death god of the desert dares to come, then just blast its dog head. Amazon jungle. After exiting the system's synthesis editing page, Luo Ji recovered and regained his consciousness of the crocodile behemoth. He twisted his huge body and walked away. The bloody breath everywhere tempted him to rush towards the place where Gumin and his party fled. Luo Ji saw an extremely cruel scene. Moving forward in the sloping forest, soon after a vague roar was heard, followed by a scream. It seemed that some monsters were fighting. He walked out of the jungle and saw it. This was a slaughter that took place on a hill by the river. The corpses of Cayman crocodile are all over the place, and there are also the miserable condition of those primitive natives being torn in half. Naturally, it is not human beings who do this kind of thing. How to describe it? It looks like a giant lizard standing upright that is 4 meters high, with a forked tongue, green, scaly skin, spots on the body, and a tail. It looks more like a variant than a wild beast. People. Yes, this mutant is Gumin. His 2 subordinates had no heads at this time, and they were obviously eaten. The guy's muscles exudes high-temperature steam. His eyes are blood red. Like a butcher, he tore many natives in half directly, and some people who fled were chased and killed by it. ****, you monster! As if any bow and arrow are not effective on this mutant. The jungle queen Delia attacked angrily at this time and was caught by her leg. She was beaten on the tent house for several rounds in midair, so she was hit hard and vomited blood. She can only collapse to the ground and watch the lizard monster live and kill her tribe. This situation is disgusting. It is obvious that this monster killing is not to satisfy the appetite, but simply to vent the tyrannical desire and kill for fun. Gumin. Delia swallowed her anger and said the name. It seems that she also knows how this person changed to 877. She watched the scene of the local demon who had slaughtered their tribe many times coming here, and then turning into a lizard monster after killing a few people. Really looking for death. The lizard man was vomiting at this moment, looking furious. Wow. At the same time, a rolling stone fell on the cliff. With the startling intuition triggering the sense of crisis, the lizard man suddenly jumped a few meters back, avoiding some major threat. Boom! Then a huge and heavy crescent war axe spun out, tearing the ground beneath its feet and piercing it into it. Listen, The cells of the alligator are not something reptiles like you can have. The burly statue-like crocodile behemoth stands on the cliff with a tall stature and a terrifying image. The armored crocodile jumped and crashed to the ground. Then it ran and grabbed the crescent moon axe on the ground. He swooped over. "It's you." The lizard man monster Guman's pupils contracted into needles, and he recognized the behemoth crocodile that had attacked him. The terrible crisis was stinging him and burning his body, making him have to avoid the sharp edge for a while. "I repeat, no one can use my power. Never mind you, those derivatives." After one shot fell into the air, the tall crocodile figure straightened up and gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone must die." The next moment, a bloody roar came. He clenched his hand into a fist and touched the axe blade lightly. He seemed to have seen the lizard man Guman being split in half under the blade. Who is Luo Ji? The god of the crocodile, the ascendant, the warrior of the gods. At any rate, it is also a demigod existence. If even a just mutated lizard man monster can't kill, then he shouldn't be the protagonist at all. The tyrant strikes wildly. His monster-like body was full of energy, his muscles bulged, and the axe blade in his hand swung instantly, cutting off the scimitar that Guman the lizard man wanted to grab. In front of this burly monster, weapons are useless. Luo Ji stretched his hand forward and lifted the 4-meter-high lizard man into the air, like a person pulling the back of the neck to lift this little beast. "Tiny mortal," Luo Ji's voice echoed among the broken walls. "I am an ascendant. I once broke through the army, shook down the city, and caused millions of people to fall into fear. I am domineering in the military base. The world has been ruthlessly trampled on in the busiest city, but you think you can stop me?" Luo Ji shook his wrist lightly, then split the lizard man in half and threw on the ground. The divided lizard men did not die, but their bodies began to merge with each other, trying to resurrect. But he didn't have that chance. The sound of broken bones and squeezing of flesh and blood made his heart hairy. Luo Ji waved an axe knife. This weapon in his huge hand blew a sharp knife out like a meat grinder. "I don't know what I can do." The dense blade energy produced by the axe completely destroyed the lizardman's cells, and Guman also died completely. "Master Crocodile God." The jungle queen Delia looked here with joy, but her life was dying. Luo Ji looked over. Remembering the tribal queen who offered him food yesterday, she walked forward at this time. She ate in her mouth full of blood and seemed to be saying something. The tribe, the holy land of the tribe, someone broke in. Holy land? The flower of immortality, ahem. Delia supported her body with difficulty at this time, and she pointed in one direction. The crocodile giant turned around and looked at a water pool somewhere in the lush vines. On the other side of the water pool waterfall, there was a narrow cave, which seemed to lead to a huge underground cave. "I see." Luo Ji thought that he should be regarded as a patron saint, but it just so happened that he wanted to see what secrets were hidden here and what the purpose of the group was. Thought of this. Luo Ji walked in the direction of the hidden cave. The other side, the expedition mercenaries and others chopped off the plants that were clinging to the cliff, and then Laura pointed to a half-human-sized hole and said, "I have explored. There is a big space inside. We can go in and hide." "Go in." In addition to the 4 sacrificed, 10 people in succession walked in. Along the way, they saw many cliffs carved with stone patterns, like some kind of civilization. These seemed to be collapsed building walls in ancient times, with the civilization of the Amazon River carved on them. Time has eroded the wedge-shaped inscriptions below the image, but there are still some that can be vaguely seen. "Come in. Be careful. Give me torches." A group of people tied ropes to their bodies, and after groping for tens of meters in the dark, some people slid down the muddy landslide, and then everyone fell into a wide and huge underground cave one after another. Wow! A large group of disturbed bats flew around. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, it's a bat." "What a bat?" "Idiot. If there are bats, there must be an exit and a water source nearby. This means that the place we entered is not a dead end." "Where's this place?" "We don't know either." The only 3 remaining black natives hurriedly shook their heads. "I'll make a torch." The mercenaries began to tear off the cloth strips on their bodies and tied them to wooden sticks and then lit to make torches. Mouth! When the fire came on, they were shocked. What a big building! Could this be the former Golden City, right? A liar, where there is gold. It's all a pile of broken and collapsed city walls. Look, what is this? Laura took a step forward and looked at the murals on both sides of the huge stone gate in amazement, which looked like some kind of monsters similar to the style of sphinxes. It looks like it is a giant gatekeeper. Should it be a symbol of the ancient Inca Empire? There is a way here, come. The tall captain seemed to have found a way to the deeper building, so the others followed in. After everyone walked for tens of meters, the torch began to illuminate the surrounding pictures. Looking everywhere, the temples are continuous. The buildings here are huge. Although they have been dilapidated, they can also be imagined. In ancient times, this place would have brilliance. Oh my God, this is Someone screamed and saw a skeleton in armor, holding a machete, sitting paralyzed by a pillar, and arrows pierced near the ribcage. Is this an ancient soldier? It looks like it has been dead for 500 to 600 years. It's incredible. We entered a huge ancient tomb. No, it's a golden palace. Everyone looked around, feeling the grandeur here, and they couldn't help but trance, and their souls trembled. Look, it's a golden turn. Suddenly, someone screamed in surprise. With the light from the torch, there was a huge building like a small pyramid nearby. Qian Zhao Zhao was shining with golden light. Are these all made of pure gold? It turns out that the legend of the Golden Country is true. It's really the Golden City. My mother, it's actually true. The black natives were also dumbfounded at this time, and they didn't expect what the older generation said was true. But suddenly, they were a little uneasy and said, there is still a part of the legend that has not been revealed. What legend? It's a golden curse. One of the small black people said with a cold back at this time. You outsiders know that there is a golden city here, but no one knows the curse of the undead in the Golden City. Even the locals rarely mention this. It's because everyone is afraid. Because no one can take away a piece of gold here. They will kill all living things. Look at the corpses of those ancient soldiers. Do they look like they were killed by something? Laura and Sophie looked at the surrounding huge buildings in astonishment. It seemed that there was a monster statue standing upright everywhere. Some looked like giant bronze beasts, and some looked like statues of ancient monsters like crocodile, dinosaur head, human monster guarding something. They are tall and look mighty and domineering, and some are carved next to the giant gate, which seems to symbolize something. According to the legend, in order for the emperor of the Inca Empire to be invincible even after death, he cast the selected warriors alive in these gold and bronze, so that their heroic souls will be immortal and even after death. Serve the emperor. When the commander-in-chief who moved to the west led his troops to occupy this place, he was blocked, so he launched a slaughter. Although they eventually defeated the Inca Empire, they couldn't take away the things here. Afterwards, countless people wanted to rush to this place, but they were persuaded by various venomous snakes and beasts and threats in the jungle. Soon after, a captain named Drake passed by here. He claimed that he had found this treasure. He recorded it in the nautical chart, describing that in the ancient mysterious sea, there is a legendary gold building. This city is known as the Golden Country, where tens of thousands of people are rushing towards infinite treasures. Then the black natives hummed strange ballads. The main idea is that people die for money, and people die for money, and the end of the treasure is the hometown of greed. O Golden Country, the dream of wealth, leading to the cursed treasure. Dididi. At this time, as they moved around, the radiation detector carried by the tall Captain 877 lit up. The flower of immortality. They followed the direction to the deepest part of the Golden Palace, and then a ray of light came from the front, looking outside through the crack of the door, as if they had found a paradise. There's a cave above the head, and there are a lot of roots of plants. The weak sunlight is falling from above. There are gold, gems, and some bluish-red flowers growing in the rich soil. It turns out that the flower of immortality is really in the cursed Golden Country. But just when they were about to open the door and go out, a ray of sunlight shone on the round mirror, and then refracted the light in the golden palace. In an instant, as if some mechanism was triggered, the statues of the bronze giants and monsters guarding the palace, the dust on their bodies trembled violently. It looks like some program has been started internally. Buzzing. Organ monsters like ruins guards took up their weapons one after another, stood up mechanized stiffly, and looked in the direction of the mercenary expedition team. At the same time, with a loud noise on the floor nearby, a giant crocodile more than 3 meters tall fell to the ground, picked up the crescent axe blade, and walked inside. Wow, haha! The material. It's all material. He seemed to be laughing wildly, shouting something unexplainable. But only Luo Ji knows. When he entered here, he triggered the Cursed Golden Country mission and needed to defeat all the guardians of the beast giant within the specified time. At the same time, 2 kinds of gems, like one red and one blue, are inlaid, a jeb, on the bodies of these giant bronze beasts and golden monsters. The names of the gems are Evolution Stone and Enhanced Stone. Collecting these things will allow him to strengthen or evolve his current transformation form. Look there! The members of the expedition at high altitude seem to have discovered Luo Ji, who had followed this, and the shock that had occurred. They found that the giant bronze beasts and the guards of the beast heads standing in the Golden Palace began to move and approached a majestic crocodile behemoth with a crescent-shaped long knife and axe in hand, and raised the giant axe one after another. Heavy hammer. Be careful ahead. But the behemoth crocodile is not the only one being attacked. They are also the same. A few dead soldiers like skeletons fell from the sky, but after that, some pungent smell floated from behind. They looked around in horror and found a pair of greedy and terrifying eyes scanning their outline. At some point, a huge python appeared nearby. This python is very similar to the black-scaled python that Luo Ji killed before, but obviously not the same. These are the guardians of the immortal flower, a kind of python that absorbs unknown radiation mutation, and the source of the radiation is somewhere in this golden city, and the inducement is sunlight. In the past, the Indo-Canadian civilization was composed of Indians, and it was ranked as the 3 major civilizations along with the Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization. The numbers used by the Mayan civilization are exactly the same as the binary of today's computers. This method of calculation allows them to record and predict the future thousands of years in the future, tens of thousands of years in the future, and predict that the Earth will fall into an unprecedented chaos in the 4th solar end period, and the world will perish for this reason. In short, it can be summarized in one sentence. Their civilization is very advanced. Even today, the way in which these ruins guards and bronze colossus can judge and track the enemy through infrared scanning is incredible, let alone an unknown energy system. Death rolls. But the behemoth crocodile exuding wild laughter and ferocious aura was completely different. He turned into a tornado and rushed forward, slashing with a crescent-shaped long blade axe on the bronze guard's body. In an instant, sparks splashed, and the entire 6-meter huge bronze behemoth guard was destroyed into fragments, exposing the precise mechanical parts inside. Ding dong. The 2 gems in Jujia's eyes fell into Luo Ji's hands. He looked carefully and found that these 2 gems exuding weak energy breath should be their cores. But these cores are in different places. Some are on the forehead, some are on the heart, and some are on the back. System. The current anger domain has reached its peak. Has it entered the form of the devil? Roar. There was a roar from the gate of the Golden Palace, a 3-meter crocodile beast, an 8 or 9-meter stalwart demon god form that soared in an instant. This is the power of a demigod. The burly and huge body of the crocodile demon fell to the ground, and the dim yellow pupils were now burning with the light of the new star. The armor of gold and bronze flowed in the air, renewed like smooth beeswax. A mysterious energy surrounds him, surging like a wave. He twisted his huge body, abruptly withstood the oncoming huge sword, broke through the encirclement of the ruins guards, and galloped in one direction. Splurge cruel. The next moment, the alligator demon directly activated the rush skill. The long sword and axe in his hand were raised in front, and the whole body rotated like a high-speed moving drill head rushing towards the huge golden guard. Tyrant strikes. Cruel hunting. The brutal force cut away the metal in an instant. As a demigod, although he cannot be omnipotent like a true god, he is still reliable in combat. Even if it is a substance like gold, it has not been able to block this set of combos. It is directly destroyed into slag, and the core gem is taken away. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the ruined guards fell down, and the huge crocodile demon raged in it like a monster. The dark energy fluctuations around him ruthlessly destroyed the surrounding buildings like a murderous storm. That ghost is coming towards us. Run. The mercenary expedition team also encountered a lot of trouble. The mutant python guarding the immortal flower strangled the two one after another, and then hurriedly fled to the neighborhood under the frenzied bullet shooting, waiting for an opportunity in the dark. At this time, the door was suddenly smashed, and a crocodile demon, like a high-speed drill, suddenly came. Big hole. Weird thing. A group of people who were frightened were paralyzed on the ground at this time. However, suddenly someone shot at the crocodile demon, but the bullet was destroyed by the dark storm lingering around it. But it also attracted Luo Ji's attention. You guys, do you want to dance too? In the state of rage, the crocodile devil card was already irritable and immediately roared at them. And then when they saw them gathering the immortal flowers, they even shouted, "You have incurred the anger of the guardians here, and you will soon pay the price." Immediately after the death-tumbling storm surged forward, Luo Ji took away a part of the immortal flower on the ground, and then jumped, fell outside the tree hole, and left here. Just shortly after the crocodile devil left, this group of people thought they would breathe a sigh of relief, but they didn't expect a large number of venomous snakes to appear nearby. Hundreds of snakes, venomous snakes, giant pythons, and cinesnake monsters of various sizes all swarmed in. Not late. Gosh! Looking up, it is the bright sun, blue sky, and white clouds, representing hope. However, the appearance of giant pythons, densely scattered around the roots of the tree, jumped in from top to bottom, and they were forced into the desperate Golden City. This is the cursed Golden Town. No one can take away anything in it, except for that big monster just now.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.